Welcome to Durham. I can't imagine you would have thought you'd be back in the Championship so quickly.
No, I didn't. I was planning on this year having a bit of a holiday and sort of just relaxing in the off season. So when the opportunity come up though, obviously very excited and looking forward to it now.
You mentioned it there. Can you describe what the last kind of 48, 72 hours has been like for you from that first sort of knowing that Scott Bowden's been ruled out to then Marcus North kind of making that call?
Yeah, it was obviously really rushed in the end, I think. But yeah, it all ran smoothly. I think obviously Scotty and I being good mates, we're chatting a lot throughout his little niggle and stuff over the last couple of weeks. So obviously disappointing for him. But yeah, I think just that connection. Obviously I played a lot of cricket with Marcus back for Australia. So I think that friendship there, we've always chatted about potentially coming and playing here one day. And yeah, it's come about now.
You played with Marcus or did you play against him back in Australia?
I played against him in Australia and then played with him for Australia. So we've got a good history together. There were always good battles against him, but it was good fun playing alongside him.
Get him out many times while you were playing against him, or?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I don't think so. I think when I was younger, I wasn't really good against left-handers. Probably not as many as I would have liked.
You mentioned you're excited about the opportunity. If you could pinpoint it down to one thing or one or two things about Durham that made you want to jump at this offer, what were they?
I think obviously initially the connection with Marcus. That's probably always the one. But I think I've played the boys a few times over the years, and it's always been a good bunch of guys, a good group. So yeah, I wasn't hesitant about joining this group of guys and playing with them. So yeah, I think that was probably the biggest draw was knowing what type of group they were. I think I've been pretty lucky to the counties I've played with over the last little bit have always been similar to that, good groups, and that stood out with this group.
Down at Somerset last year, spent time with Essex as well, and I believe Notts are on that list as well with your previous counties.
Yeah.
Up there. So you're not exactly a stranger to the county game. How do you think that's going to help you? Do you think there's not going to be as much of an adjusting period coming up now because you've already played in England and you've got used to the Duke's ball?
Yeah, I'm very accustomed to playing here. I think that's the good thing. I love playing here. I enjoy the English conditions and the English grounds around the country. So yeah, really looking forward to it. I think there's not much to adjust to, which is good. It's probably more just obviously it's been a very short turnaround, but yeah, feeling good and looking forward to the next couple of months.
You are coming into a dressing room where I don't mean to bring this up as like an insult, but you are coming in as, I think, the oldest bowler in the dressing room. First of all, what kind of gives you this still desire to keep on playing at, I think, 39? Because a lot of other bowlers or players just in general would have decided, I've had a good enough career, that's enough for me, but you obviously decided to carry on. What is that passion for you to carry on playing? Yeah,
I think it's just love for red ball. I love playing first class cricket, love bowling the red ball. Obviously it's a bit of stupidity, I reckon. It's obviously there's a lot easier formats to play these days, but I think the challenge of playing red ball cricket, I've still got a desire to play it, and I think that's what keeps me going. And like I said to you earlier, the love for playing in England. Yeah, I really enjoy my time here, always have, whether it was playing county cricket or even the international tours that I had here. Absolutely loved it. So yeah, it was a pretty easy decision. I stay fit, I'm feeling good. Why not keep playing? And that's been my mindset over the last few years. And yeah, touch wood, I've been able to stay fit and continue to play. So yeah, just looking forward to this next couple of months now.
Yeah, you mentioned that you enjoy playing in these English conditions. Obviously you're from Australia. What's your favourite thing that you've developed a good taste for when coming over here and playing in England? Would you say?
I think I just love the Duke ball. I think that's what I love the most.
More helpful for the bowlers, is it?
Yeah, not even that. No, there's been plenty of wickets that I've played on that are batter friendly, but I just really enjoy bowling with the Duke ball. It's a lovely ball to bowl with. And yeah, like you said, there is opportunities at different stages where it is very bowler friendly, which is enjoyable as a fast bowler when it's all in your favour. So yeah, there's always that side of things, but yeah, like I said, English conditions, it's just good fun.
You've had a pretty storied career, very long career. I think everyone knows your Ashes hat-trick on your birthday. I'd be remiss to ask you, is that your favourite memory on a cricket field? As an Englishman, this hurts asking this question.
I don't know. It's obviously it's big personal achievement. Yeah, it's obviously my greatest individual achievement whilst playing. But I think big series wins. I had some like unbelievable series home and away, and they're the ones that I probably I cherish the most. I think winning the Ashes 5-0 in Australia. The next series after that one is quite memorable. So those type of things, but like going to South Africa and winning when we had a young side, when Marcus debuted back in 2009, like we won there. So like series like that are ones that that I really cherish. But definitely as an individual point of view, that moment was very high on the list.
And then going from international cricket to your Shield cricket with Victoria, what would you say has been your favourite memory while donning the Victoria shirt over your career?
I think it's the same thing. Winning, I've been lucky in the time that I've played for Victoria. We've been really successful. So the opportunity to be a part of, I've played in 3 Shield finals that I've won, but also played in and around Test cricket in summers where we've gone on to win. So in my time there, they won 7 titles. So it's been a great dressing room to be around. So I think those moments have been unbelievable, and I think now at the back end, just seeing some of these young guys that we have coming through at Victoria is very exciting. So looking forward to working with them.
Fair few new trophy cabinets along the way, of course. You're going to fill all those trophies. You are wanting to move in towards sort of the coaching sort of side of things. What are the next steps for you in order to get on that coaching ladder?
Yeah, I think I've been lucky enough. I think opportunities like this. I think coming over to England and stuff like that, working with younger guys as sort of like a mentor to them, and just helping them whilst I'm here to play. I've enjoyed a lot, whether that was at Essex, Somerset, now here. I think those opportunities have been great. Obviously, hopefully they've got a lot out of it, but me as an individual has definitely learned a lot from the coaching front. So I guess those experiences have been huge, similar to the stuff I do in Australia. But the last season I started to look after the second 11 at Victoria, which was a lot of fun. Like I said, just enjoy seeing young players develop, improve their game, and if I can play a small part in that along the way, I feel like I'm doing the right job.
And then finally, you just mentioned that you're coming in, you want to be a mentor for the young guys. We've got a good crop of young bowlers coming through here. How much are you looking forward to imparting some of that wisdom that you've got over the next couple of months that you're here at Durham? Yeah,
lots. I think, I get more out of that. The playing side of things just sort of comes, second nature to me. That's just natural. But I really get a lot out of helping those guys. And hopefully, like I said, I can play a little small part. And whether it's just one little thing that they can pick up, I've played a lot of cricket in England. So, I'm very experienced in conditions and the duke ball and all types of stuff over here that, hopefully I can, leave here with obviously a little bit of success on the field, but also, a little bit of helping hand off the field to some of those young guys.
commentary check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome to Durham. I can't imagine you would have thought you'd be back in the Championship so quickly.
No, I didn't. I was planning on this year having a bit of a holiday and sort of just relaxing in the off season. So when the opportunity come up though, obviously very excited and looking forward to it now.
You mentioned it there. Can you describe what the last kind of 48, 72 hours has been like for you from that first sort of knowing that Scott Bowen's been ruled out to then Marcus North kind of making that call?
Yeah, it was obviously really rushed in the end, I think. But yeah, it all ran smoothly. I think obviously Scotty and I being good mates, we're chatting a lot throughout his like little niggle and stuff over the last couple of weeks. So obviously disappointing for him. But yeah, I think just that connection. Obviously I played a lot of cricket with Marcus back for Australia. So I think that friendship there, we've always chatted about potentially coming and playing here one day. And yeah, it's come about now.
You played with Marcus or did you play against him back in Australia?
I played against him in Australia and then played with him for Australia. So we've got a good history together. There were always good battles against him, but it was good fun playing alongside him.
Get him out many times while you were playing against him, or?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I don't think so. I think when I was younger, I wasn't really good against left-handers. Probably not as many as I would have liked.
You mentioned you're excited about the opportunity. If you could pinpoint it down to one thing or one or two things about Durham that made you want to jump at this offer, what were they?
I think obviously initially the connection with Marcus. That's probably always the one. But I think I've played the boys a few times over the years, and it's always been a good bunch of guys, a good group. So I wasn't hesitant about joining this group of guys and playing with them. So I think that was probably the biggest draw was knowing what type of group they were. I think I've been pretty lucky to the counties I've played with over the last little bit have always been similar to that, good groups, and that stood out with this group.
Down at Somerset last year, spent time with Essex as well, and I believe Notts on that list as well with your previous counties.
Yeah.
Correct there. So you're not exactly a stranger to the county game. How do you think that's going to help you? Do you think there's not going to be as much of an adjusting period coming up now because you've already played in England and you've got used to the Duke's ball?
Yeah, I'm very accustomed to playing here. I think that's the good thing. I love playing here. I enjoy the English conditions and the English grounds around the country. So really looking forward to it. I think there's not much to adjust to, which is good. It's probably more just obviously it's been a very short turnaround, but feeling good and looking forward to the next couple of months.
You are coming into a dressing room where I don't mean to bring this up as like an insult, but you are coming in as, I think, the oldest bowler in the dressing room. First of all, what kind of gives you this still desire to keep on playing at, I think, 39? Because a lot of other bowlers or players just in general would have decided, I've had a good enough career, that's enough for me, but you obviously decided to carry on. What is that passion for you to carry on playing? Yeah,
I think it's just love for red ball. I love playing first class cricket, love bowling the red ball. Obviously it's a bit of stupidity, I reckon. It's obviously there's a lot easier formats to play these days, but I think the challenge of playing red ball cricket, I've still got a desire to play it, and I think that's what keeps me going. And like I said to you earlier, the love for playing in England. I really enjoy my time here, always have, whether it was playing county cricket or even the international tours that I had here. Absolutely loved it. So it was a pretty easy decision. I stay fit, I'm feeling good. Why not keep playing? And that's been my mindset over the last few years. And touch wood, I've been able to stay fit and continue to play. So just looking forward to this next couple of months now.
Yeah, you mentioned that you enjoy playing in these English conditions. Obviously you're from Australia. What's your favourite thing that you've developed a good taste for when coming over here and playing in England? Would you say?
I think I just love the Duke ball. I think that's what I love the most.
More helpful for the bowlers, is it?
Yeah, not even that. No, there's been plenty of wickets that I've played on that are batter friendly, but I just really enjoy bowling with the Duke ball. It's a lovely ball to bowl with. And like you said, there is opportunities at different stages where it is very bowler friendly, which is enjoyable as a fast bowler when it's all in your favour. So there's always that side of things, but like I said, English conditions, it's just good fun.
You've had a pretty storied career, very long career. I think everyone knows your Ashes hat-trick on your birthday. I'd be remiss to ask you, is that your favourite memory on a cricket field? As an Englishman, this hurts asking this question.
I don't know. It's obviously it's big personal achievement. Yeah, it's obviously my greatest individual achievement whilst playing. But I think big series wins. I had some like unbelievable series home and away, and they're the ones that I probably I cherish the most. I think winning the Ashes 5-0 in Australia. The next series after that one is quite memorable. So those type of things, but like going to South Africa and winning when we had a young side, when Marcus debuted back in 2009, like we won there. So like series like that are ones that that I really cherish. But definitely as an individual point of view, that moment was very high on the list.
And then going from international cricket to your Shield cricket with Victoria, what would you say has been your favourite memory while donning the Victoria shirt over your career?
I think it's the same thing. Winning, I've been lucky in the time that I've played for Victoria. We've been really successful. So the opportunity to be a part of, I've played in 3 Shield finals that I've won, but also played in and around Test cricket in summers where we've gone on to win. So in my time there, they won 7 titles. So it's been a great dressing room to be around. So I think those moments have been unbelievable, and I think now at the back end, just seeing some of these young guys that we have coming through at Victoria is very exciting. So looking forward to working with them.
Fair few new trophy cabinets along the way, of course, to fill all those trophies. You are wanting to move in towards sort of the coaching sort of side of things. What are the next steps for you in order to get on that coaching ladder?
Yeah, I think I've been lucky enough. I think opportunities like this. I think coming over to England and stuff like that, working with younger guys as sort of like a mentor to them, and just helping them whilst I'm here to play. I've enjoyed a lot, whether that was at Essex, Somerset, now here. I think those opportunities have been great. Obviously, hopefully they've got a lot out of it, but me as an individual has definitely learned a lot from the coaching front. So I guess those experiences have been huge, similar to the stuff I do in Australia. But the last season I started to look after the second 11 at Victoria, which was a lot of fun. Like I said, just enjoy seeing young players develop, improve their game, and if I can play a small part in that along the way, I feel like I'm doing the right job.
And then finally, you just mentioned that you're coming in, you want to be a mentor for the young guys. We've got a good crop of young bowlers coming through here. How much are you looking forward to imparting some of that wisdom that you've got over the next couple of months that you're here at Durham? Yeah,
lots. I think, I get more out of that. The playing side of things just sort of comes, second nature to me. That's just natural. But I really get a lot out of helping those guys. And hopefully, like I said, I can play a little small part. And whether it's just one little thing that they can pick up, I've played a lot of cricket in England. So, I'm very experienced in conditions and the duke ball and all types of stuff over here that, hopefully I can, leave here with obviously a little bit of success on the field, but also, a little bit of helping hand off the field to some of those young guys.
Colin, congratulations on your first home century. How nice is it to get it at home as well?
Yeah, very pleasing to get my first 100 for the club. I've worked extremely hard over the last couple of weeks, so it's fantastic to see it pay off today.
You kind of had to take a bit of a back seat at times in your partnerships with David Bellingham and Ollie Robinson. Was that by just how they were playing, or was that deliberate on your part?
Yeah, I think it had to do with the wicket as well, and the bowling attack. I mean, they're very disciplined in their lines and lengths. They don't give you much to score off. In saying that, when a bad ball was delivered, Ollie and Bedders were really onto them. So I was happy to just play my own game, kind of get myself stuck in and watch the other two go about their business as well.
How was the wicket playing there? Was there a little bit more in the surface than maybe it looks to us that don't get to play on it? Yeah,
there was a bit in it with the new ball up front. Cook and Porter were quite hard work to deal with. So, but once we kind of got through that, there was still something in it for the first session. But once you got through that and spin came on, it was slightly easier.
7 boundaries for you today. Didn't quite get the maximums that maybe David Bellingham was able to get, but how important is it for you guys to be able to just rotate the strike and get 1s and 2s, and how important are they as well as getting the boundaries?
Yeah, I think it was something we spoke about before the game. Obviously, Simon Harmer's a great spinner, but we had to kind of find a way to get off strike against him and not get bogged down, and I think we did that pretty well today.
And then moving towards the end of the day, 358 all out. What's the general feeling in the dressing room with that score?
I'd say we're slightly ahead. I think we'd like to have got 400. That would have been, a real big statement on day one. But in saying that, we've got the bowling attack here that can really run through them if we're disciplined with the new ball tomorrow morning.
And then looking ahead to day 2, they do have a night watchman in Sam Cook out there. How important is it to kind of get him out early on and not have him be a pain in the side?
Yeah, I suppose we just take it ball by ball. I think the lines and lengths have to be quite straight on that wicket tomorrow. So if we discipline and we hit our areas like we know we can definitely, make a dent in the game tomorrow.
For the first time, we're all very excited to see how he's going to go.
And that does bring the first wicket. Jamie Porter on a good line and length, and Scott Borthwick pushing at one, and Harry Duke with a very good diving catch. Being the best as Cook is in and
got him, caught behind little Nick. Alex Lees turns away. Thinker has gone. Alex Lees, though, perhaps doesn't think he got any bat on it. He will have to go. Essex celebrating their second wicket.
Have someone at that quality, that international quality.
that could be Bellingham's first boundary. Will the ball hold up inside the rope? No, it will reach there. A bit of a first loose delivery we've seen from Porter this morning, and
it's testament to the game, to county cricket.
Lovely flick through mid-wicket there from Bellingham. Fielder sets off in pursuit, but it won't.
Bellingham opens the face, runs it away. No fielder down at third, so he's going to pick up a boundary. I think that might be the first off Sam Cook so far this morning. 6.4 overs in. That's not a bad effort.
Lovely.
That's a great shot.
Lovely clip through mid-wicket. There is a short mid-wicket in place. I think it's Nick Brown who's going in there, and Bellingham has clipped it through, and the leg side is slightly packed for, because he was tearing up the county championship, as he has done, as Ackerman does use the feet, and that is a brilliant shot. It completely wrong foot Elgar at short mid-wicket, and Ackerman may be using his feet to negate the spin aspect of Simon Harmer. Another lovely shot by David Bellingham. Another clip through mid-wicket. That one more off the back foot, and the leg side is stacked. There are three shortish fielders in, and Yorkshire at home to Derbyshire. Yorkshire are 60 for oneers. That is a lovely cut shot from David Bellingham off the back foot. Snaton maybe not just getting on the right line and length, and Bellingham.
Harmer around the wicket. Great use of the feet there from Dave Bellingham. Talked a little bit about having positive intent against Simon Harmer. Well, that was that from Dave Bellingham. 6 runs down towards the Bannatyne Health Centre. Beautiful use of the feet, beautiful connection.
49, Harmer around the wicket, and that will be David Bellingham's 50. Very good start by the South African.
I know with Durham's.
That's clean bowled. Brilliant delivery from Jamie Porter. Essex needed that wicket. Bellingham had been very well set. Vic as Ackerman
A lovely shot, flamingo legs from Colin Ackerman, and he flicks that away beautifully past square leg umpire. He moves himself to 20.88 for 3.
Because
Pulled away there. There's been another change of bowling for Essex. Young Noah Fane into the attack for the first time. Started up with beauty, beat the outside edge of Ollie Robinson, but just dropped that one.
The batters are in the mood for it.
That one's back of a length as well, and pushed away nicely for another boundary. Ollie Robinson just on the back foot, watched the ball.
I'm overjoyed with this. There are...
Oh, have some of that from Ollie Robinson. Maybe a little bit of that tennis ball bounce, a little bit that you were describing there.
That's harsh.
Not a lot
That's
of it.
Harsh.
Not a lot of
Pace
it.
and bounce onto the bat.
Even. Cut away. First ball after lunch from the Lumley end. Same ball, same result. Ollie Robinson, and he'll be fine. Lovely looking shot that from Ollie Robinson.
Have some of that.
Sam Cook, who dropped a little bit short.
They've got it today. Robinson with a lovely on drive back past the ball. I think that will run away all the way to the fence, and it will. He's come out. Very good over up to that point, but slightly over pitched again, and Ollie Robinson driving that one. Will it make it all the way to the boundary? It will. There had been 5 dots up to that one, and Snate had looked like, as you mentioned, Sam, he was just trying to get some of that control back, but this one's turned away leg, so I think that's going to run away for 4. Slightly, again, not on the right line of length, and Ollie Robinson get after that. Essex have not found their line and length, but Ollie Robinson will not complain one bit. He'll be saying... Ollie Robinson with a beautiful drive through the covers to bring up his 5th consecutive half-century for Durham. It's been a very consistent start to the season, but what is it about that frontline spin option that for you is sort of a non-negotiable? As this one is driven brilliantly by Ollie Robinson, and that will be 4. Lovely shot through the covers.
That's a wonderful shot.
Lovely use of the feet by Ollie Robinson, and that one is a lovely drive that just goes for 4. And this
Short and pulled through the leg side. Split that gap. There's 2 fielders there in short mid-wicket.
He's dissected it perfectly. Slap bang in the middle. Now, Ryan's done some work with...
This week on our week off, which is something weird, but it's just what you have to do.
Colin Ackerman flicks this away through the leg sides, running up towards the boundary. Will they come back for 3? They will indeed, and that takes Colin Ackerman to 50 from 117 deliveries. His first 50 at the Seats Unique Riverside.
Bigger than before, no doubt.
So again, the use of the feet, and this one lofted over mid-off by Ollie Robinson. A diving attempt by the captain, Sam Cook, but just out of his reach. And Ollie Robinson motoring through the gears in his afternoon session. He goes to 78.
And, you know, it'll probably be what gets you in to play for England. It's a great shot there as well.
Lovely, lovely stroke by Robinson, who moves himself into the 90s.
But if you can't catch him...
Bryden Carson, Matthew Potts on bowling contracts, I know.
Oh, no.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Ollie Robinson. He's, well, the new and improved live stream. Oh, that is a perler from Simon Harmer, and Graham Clark has his middle stump off-rooted, and that is the end of him for just 3. Ooh, missed dive from Sam Cook, and that is a boundary to Colin Ackerman. He moves himself onto loosener. It's the nicest way to describe that for Simon Harmer. And if you're Colin Ackerman, who was on 78 from 170 deliveries before that one.
That's a big shout, and that's getting given. Yeah, it just nipped back. It maybe kept a tad low from Sam Cook. Bryden Cars, he knew there, didn't he? He's kept exceptionally up until that point. If it is a chance, it's already cost them 4 runs, because Ackerman with those...
That one will run away. I think he'll run away for 4. Did seem to be a fair bit of movement off that one, but actually it's not gone for a very impressive dive from Jamie Porter.
That's going to be 4, I think. Almost those hockey wrists as well. No one down at third.
Colin, congratulations on your first home century. How nice is it to get it at home as well?
Well, very good morning on this Saturday in April for day 2 of Durham v Essex. Rob Rush and Sam Dorling with you as yesterday. And just a quick run through of the game if you haven't been paying too much attention. Durham called correctly at the toss and decided on a relatively good wicket to bat first, and they got off to a bit of a tricky start. They lost Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick pretty early on, but then David Bellingham and Colin Ackerman put together a partnership. Bellingham went to 52 before getting out. Ollie Robinson then came to the crease and he played a very nice innings for 90 before, and then he was looking good for a century before he unfortunately his innings was ended by Simon Harmer. Graham Clark received a very good ball from Harmer as well to dismiss him for just 3, and Colin Ackerman went to a century and was helped lower down the order by 30 from Paul Coughlin and 15 from Ben Rain before Durham eventually succumbed to 358 all out. And then Essex, after facing 2 overs last night, closed on 5 without loss. Sam Cook, night watchman, and Dean Elgar, former South Africa opening batter, of just walking out to the middle now as we get ready for the start of day 2. It should be Ben Rain from the Lumley end to kick off proceedings. Very good morning, Sam.
Yeah, good morning, Rob. It's lovely to be back. It's a beautiful morning. It was a few hours ago. There's a bit of cloud cover, which the bowlers will be delighted about. Forecast isn't great for tomorrow, which may come into the thinking. But I don't know about you. I thought yesterday was an absolutely fantastic day's cricket. It was everything the county championship is about and everything it should be about. It's everything we love about it. Jamie Porter, Sam Cook, Simon Harmer, high-class operators, a little bit in the pitch. Batting, as you said, of the top quality. Dave Bedingham, he made it look easy, but he got an absolute beauty from Jamie Porter. Ollie Robinson looked fantastic, and Colin Ackerman just held it together perfectly. Fascinating opening day, and we were debating, Paul Edwards, Tanya Aldred are here, both writing about the game. We couldn't quite work out who's got their nose in front, Rob.
I think if you're going to push it to be an absolute, if you're going to push for an absolute definite, I'd probably aim 55-45 Essex, just because they were asked to bowl and they did get Durham all out within a day, and that's, you know, always a plus, as Ben Rain will kick off proceedings.
Couple of slips in for Dean Elgar. Don't think he's got his snood on this morning. He was not seen without it yesterday, but it'd be difficult to bat him one.
I did say he'd be ditching it after day 1, and good to see that he's obviously been paying attention to the live stream. Obviously, someone's replayed him the feedback.
Oh, someone's got to pay attention to the live stream.
Hopefully, we won't have many issues today as we did yesterday afternoon, with it being slightly temperamental.
Who we got in there at slip then? Scotty Borthwick, the skipper. Can I call him Scotty? I know I can't call him Matty Potts. Can I call him Scotty Borthwick, or is that too familiar?
I think you can get away with that one.
I don't think he'd mind.
I think everyone up in the northeast knows him as Badger. That's his nickname. But yeah, and it's Colin Ackerman who has kind of just immediately immersed himself into that second slip position. I would have thought maybe for Rain he would have had a third one, but he's not the fastest bowler that Durham have in their ranks as he's not defended. So I was wondering maybe whether Paul Coughlin, who's currently at backward point, would be going into, or would you say that's backward point or more of a gully?
I think that's backward point. I'll give you that. Stick with your first answer, Rob.
Yeah, we'll go with backward point. I maybe would have thought Paul Coughlin or Alex Lees. They've both fielded in the slips. David Bedingham as well, who's currently sitting at. It looks like he's going to be in a catching mid-wicket to start the day. I would have thought maybe there would have been 3 slips in it. It should be Matt Potts from the Finkel end, so maybe Potts will get the 3 slips.
There is that short mid-wicket, all along the ground though. Do you reckon it forms part of contract negotiations when Marcus North is sat down next to Colin Ackerman? Do you think? Probably, I'd like to think that they both have a bit of paper. They write down their bullet points, what they want, their kind of salary, number of years.
And then they go 3, 2, 1, turn it over to each other and be like, oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Do you reckon fielding in the slips is part of that negotiation on Ackerman's behalf?
I think it's very hard for Ackerman to go from being kind of, I think Ryan Campbell described him as a gun slipper, I think is the exact term he used, as this one
first
gets a squirt away off the outside edge, and that will be the first runs of the day down towards the vacant third area. Yeah, I'd imagine for Conor Ackerman, he's basically, I think, fielding in slips most of his career, or certainly over the last 4 or 5 years down at Leicestershire. It's you wouldn't find him anywhere else other than the slip. So I think it would be maybe a little bit of a gentle persuasion on his part to go, well, I have performed one in the slips. Why would you change something if it's not broken? So
if Ryan Campbell thinks he's a gun fielder, I suspect he was always heading
Yeah.
in there. It's no longer. We were talking about short leg yesterday, how it used to be the most junior of the pros in under the lid as rain continues. And I think the days of it being, when I played club cricket as a kid, I remember making my third 11 debut, age 13, a proud moment. Basically, it went by age. It was the senior guy. It doesn't matter. There was one guy he couldn't catch. He never caught anything.
But if he was the most junior player, he would go in under the lid.
Under the lid, and there was the most senior guy was first slip. He just couldn't catch anything. End of the over. First one of the day. 4 runs off it for Dean Elgart. Ben Rain puts his cap back on, jumper back on. It's still nippy. It's not as cold as yesterday, I don't think. There was
it's slightly warmer. It is slightly warmer.
No de-icing required this morning.
Well, you had a bit of issue getting your car out, first of all. You had to manoeuvre around the Essex team bus.
Oh, I did. That's right, yes. It turns out I was staying in the same hotel as the Essex team. I didn't get any kind of info, although the bar was completely empty at 9 p.m. when I went up to my room, so there was no Essex lads. They had quiet nights in with a bit of Amazon Prime or whatever it is they were doing.
But I imagine bowlers getting in a fair bit of just stretches to aid their recovery ahead of today, and as expected, Matt Potts, the England international, is going to kick off proceedings from the Finchlender. He sprints away from us and he's facing Sam Cook, and immediately rings out a defensive sort of shot. It is still only 2 slips, so maybe I saw they early on. Graham Onions, the lead bowling coach, and all the bowlers were having a bit of a conference up on the balcony on the Durham dressing room side, and I think they're obviously going through their plans for today, and maybe this is the first plan to, maybe there's not as much bounce in the pitch. They've noticed maybe something overnight that the catches they don't think will carry, so maybe that's why they're only going in with the 2 slips to start. And again, just always on that line of length straight away, which is what Scott Borthwick emphasised in the team talk this morning.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because we saw it yesterday when Essex were fielding with Simon Harmer in that almost 1.5 slips, and Borthwick's quite wide of Robinson there to the right-hander. He's almost at second, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not a traditional first slip. He is slightly wider, but I think maybe that's accounting for Ollie's athleticism. He's as all keepers have to be. He is very agile in there and can cover a lot of ground as Cook is defending off the back foot to Potts.
And I think that's the beauty of it. I think captains now maybe think, well, actually, we've got those 2 guys in there can cover first to third slip, with Robinson expected to take most that would go in front of third. So you have an extra fielder to use elsewhere.
Yeah, there are plenty of times last year where Robinson takes some diving catches away to his left and right-hand side. I think one that sticks out here was dismissing Johnny Bairstow with a beautiful diving grab. So he's definitely covers a lot of ground. As this one just past the outside, this is what Durham needed. They need to hit their line right away, and Ryan Campbell again spoke about it, building the pressure straight away from ball 1, and Potts is able to soak up 4 consecutive dot balls.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday when Essex started. Cook and Porter were absolutely superb in the pressure. It's told they were 11 for 2 Durham. It was when Cook couldn't quite rely on Snater, who's usually brilliant, and Noah Fain to have that accuracy, and that's what allowed Durham their way into the game.
Indeed it was, as Potts has Cook in his sights, and this one just defended. Yeah, I mean, the slips cordon for Durham has changed a lot. Scott Borthwick injured his finger just before the season started last year, so he missed the opening game down at Sussex. And they did change I think the more standard slip cordon last year was, I think when Alex Lees was at third, David Bedingham was at second. I think it would have been Michael Jones in at first slip. So it's a very fluid movement. I wouldn't be surprised if Callum Parkinson gets a bit of a bowl later on. Matthew Potts is then normally the slip fielder in for him, as this one caps off a maiden over for Potts to start. Essex 9 without loss. So yeah, Potts is also a very good slip fielder, so he'll probably go in there to Callum Parkinson. And Scott Borthwick, I think last year, I think he'll probably admit that his captaincy probably improved a little bit, being able to just stand at mid-on and mid-off because of the finger injury, obviously taking a bit on the safe side, not putting himself in harm's way in the slips, where potentially he could get a if one drops just in front of you, and just, you know, who knows what type of bounce is going to take off the pitch and what damage it could do. So yeah, the slip corner's been readjusted for this year. So yeah, the first two look pretty set in Borthwick and Ackerman, but a bit of fluidity in that third slip position.
Ben Rain continues around the wicket, and Ackerman is watchful. I wonder what the optimal position for a captain is. I wonder, you know, with all the data and the stats and the analysis these days, I wonder if someone's done a deep dive, a PhD.
This is the discussion, though. What do you pay attention more to? Do you pay attention more to the stats or more to what the actual captain prefers?
Yeah.
Because we see with Joe Root, even though he's no longer England Test captain, is still in at first slip. So that would scream to me that he's just he's the best slip fielder that England have.
And I think you've gone. The third slip looks like he's going in. It looks like Dave Bellingham is coming across from short mid wicket. Paul Coughlin.
He was trying. I think he was trying
a helmet.
I don't see any movement out on the.
No.
Well said. Well said, Sam. I think that's Dan Hogg, the giraffe on ice skates, as Ryan Campbell eloquently called him yesterday. I think he's running 12-man duties today, and yeah, very early fielding change, and it will be. I'm surprised it's Paul. Maybe he's going in at a very short third slip, and obviously the protection there is needed. He's also going to field with his sunglasses on.
Yeah, you do see that a bit more often now, a slip fielder, because of how, if the pitch isn't quite bouncing, not quite carrying, I think you're spot on. It almost looks like actually first and second slip have taken a step up because of the carry. Paul Coughlin has gone in there. It is a third slip. He is very close to the bat, almost where you would expect him to stand for a spinner. Rain's going to continue around the wicket to Elgar. Left alone, watchfully. Elgar is, I think, well, he's already proving a fantastic signing for Essex. I was at his debut at Trent Bridge. First ball of the game, first ball of the season. Just stroked it away elegantly for 4. They signed him on a 3-year deal. I think, and we'd have to check this out, I'm not sure if he's actually technically an overseas, because he's got a British passport. I think his mum and brother live in Sussex somewhere. It's definitely on the south coast. So I think they might have room for another overseas if they need one. Oh, and that one, he gets a bottom edge on, I think, and goes
bottom edge,
round.
but fortunately drops straight down onto the pitch, so no chance for the caught behind. Yeah, it was the similar sort of situation with when Durham announced Baz DeLeda was signing for the start of the 2023 season on a 2 or 3 year deal. Everyone was expecting him to come in as one of the overseas slots, but because DeLeda had played for the MCC, he doesn't count as an overseas slot. So when DeLeda has played for Durham's T20 side, they've been able to play Ashton Turner, Wayne Parnell. Those guys last season were the main 2 overseas additions for Durham in the Blast.
Left alone this time by Alcott. There is a catcher in at short mid-wicket. Bellingham came across. He was there previous over. And I tell you what, Ben Rain has got a head on his hands.
That'll be Graham Clark. He's always in the floppy. He's always in the floppy hat. So, yeah, I'm surprised not more are in the floppy hat. To be honest, he's gone out. He's a lone wolf to start off proceedings. But there was a fair few times last year where, yeah, I think the majority of the team were in floppy hats. So, yeah, 3 slips. Graham Clark, as we say, in at that short mid-wicket and mid-on, mid-off, and a cover in play.
Drive by Elgar all along the ground. I think he was in control of it. It looks like he was in control. He's got a boundary. He did have his hand off the bat by the time he got through the shot, but it's 4 more to Elgar. He's got a couple of boundaries already this morning. Essex nudge into double figures. I don't think Durham will mind that too much, Elgar playing those kind of shots.
No, I don't think they will, and I think with Elgar, you can't definitively say he wasn't in control.
I definitely can't.
So I think that will give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, that's sort of the way that I like to look at things. If you can't say he definitely wasn't, then you probably are on the other side.
That one strikes Rain's pads. It doesn't strike Rain's pads, it strikes Elgar's pads. Rain was asking for the LBW. He's got a mini teapot on there. He's looking back at the umpire. The umpire said no straight away. I think Rain quite liked that one based on that little gesticulation. He's got to be a bit careful.
Maybe doing a little bit too much. Maybe doing a little bit too much off the pitch is my initial thought. Or maybe some height as well. But I think my initial reaction is probably doing a little bit too much.
That's where he's so good, though, Ben Rain, isn't it? Particularly here at Chester Street. It's just trapping batters, wobbling it around, pitching it up, trapping them LBW.
There's also the consistency factor. I don't think he missed a county championship game last year for Durham, and he picked up 60 wickets in Div 2, led the club, and having a bowling attack with Ben Rain and Matt Potts, who took over 100 wickets combined for Durham last year. If you can have 100 wickets between two, but over 100 wickets between two bowlers, you're in good nick. As it is Potts to continue, and this one slightly higher, and a nice touch from Sam Cook, dabbing it down to third. Just be a single. I asked Colin Ackerman after play yesterday how important it was not only to get Dean Elgar out, but more importantly Sam Cook. We've seen that he can be a bit of a sticky night watchman. Night watchman for opposition. He emphasised the ball by ball approach and making sure that they don't get too far ahead of themselves and taking it just ball by ball and seeing what happens. And I think it probably will be Feroz Kushi coming in at number 3, and then Nick Brown at 4. Everyone will just drop down 1 for the visitors. As this one keeps low, and Matt Potts is astonished that he's not got an inside edge either onto the stumps or through to Ollie Robinson.
You look at where Ollie Robinson finished there. He was a good couple of yards to his right and diving as well. That moved a lot. It pitched well outside off stump, moved back, and I think Potts can quite believe it's missed off stump, or missed everything altogether. Good early signs of movement though.
Yeah, it won't be. It'll be exactly what they want to see out of the pitch early doors, and with this relatively new balls. This one, again, it seemed like a bit of a jag. We saw Bryden Cast get one yesterday where it pitched from, I think, Sam Cook. It pitched miles outside off stump, but jagged back and slammed Cast on the pads in front. He was given out for 18, but it was. There does seem to be a bit of life in this pitch, and we had Vic, the head groundsman, on yesterday, and he said that's exactly what he wants from a pitch. If he wants to see there being this bounce and being able for something for both sides. Unfortunately, just looking a quick glance around the grounds, we know down at Gloucestershire they're not getting on before lunch, and lunch has been scheduled already for 12:30. So Gloucestershire and Middlesex will have to wait, as this one is just played down to Ben Rain. Looking around, Northamptonshire in Div 2 looking to carry on there, 355 for 6. Yorkshire, after Harry Brook and Joe Root got into some good runs yesterday and before being taken off by the rain, they're on 297 for 3. And then on Div 1, Surrey and Hampshire, looks like that could be a result inside 3 days. Surrey 130 for 5, replying to Hampshire's 151 all out. Notts 369 for 8 away at Warwickshire. Ben Duckett went to stumps yesterday on 197 not out, and he has got a double century, his first of the season. This one's played off the back foot. 74 as well from Jack Haynes for Nottinghamshire away at Warwickshire, and Worcestershire are having a delay down at Kidderminster. Somerset declaring on 309 for 9.
Love a bit of outground cricket. I know it's been
watching
forced because of Worcestershire's.
Yeah, watching the live stream. There's something nice about having that change of scenery. Like grounds like Seaton at Riverside up here is lovely as well, but just that change of scenery of being able to take it to a club ground is. This one's an OBW shout. Potts is celebrating like Stuart Broad, but he does not get the answer he wants from the umpire, and that ends a very testing over. Just the one from it. But Potts has certainly come out this morning and looks to be in the groove.
Yeah, Dean Elgar just struggling with this ball wobbling around. He had that big shout from Ben Rain in the previous over. We're just having a look at that.
That was earlier in the over, that
Potts one. See what we can see. Ben Rain, no, ball back in hand. He's going to come over the wicket to Sam Cook, the right-hander, for the first time. First ball Sam Cook faced this morning, or he would not face many anyway.
Well, from Ben Rain, from Ben Rain at least. I think Ben Rain had exclusively gone at Dean Elgar.
Couple of slips in. I tell you what, you were saying about Ben Rain's consistency, Rob. As Cook gets in behind that one, the first thing you want from a bowler is them being fit and out on the pitch. And Ben Rain came back to Durham ahead of the 2019 season, and I reckon in that time he's missed 5 first-class games, which for a bowler is some record.
It speaks to the great work done by not only Rain himself, but the S&C team up here at Durham. We are hopefully going to have Sam Clark the S&C maestro on the live stream later today, so we can have a chat with him about how involved he is with the rehab plans, the weight programs, and making sure the bowlers are not overexerting themselves. And it's obviously it's a huge team effort, not just by the players themselves, but by the sports scientist team as well.
Cook getting in behind that one. Graham Clark doing the fielding in his floppy cap. Ben Rain looking for Durham's first wicket in the morning. They had spoken just before they came out. They said, let's get one or two early, put them under some pressure. They've come close. Oh, and there was a drive from Sam Cook, maybe a little bit of inside edge on it.
I think that's inside edge onto pad, and Sam Cook is very thankful there was, because if there wasn't, I think he'd be walking off. Yeah,
Ben Rain was ready. You could see he went, oh yeah, but he had it first. He can't quite get that one. But looking at Rain's first class dismissals, 434, of which 97 have been bowled and 139 have been LBW. You bowl straight, you get your rewards.
It's the adage of you miss, I hit, bringing that LBW into play.
Ben Rain in again, and Cook is in behind it. Two slips waiting then. Sam Cook on strike. The skipper temporarily in place of Tom Wesley, who's away as Cook. Ooh, gets an outside edge. It's gone to ground before it carried to Colin Ackerman. I don't think that's a drop catch. I think it's fallen short. And they pick up another run.
Yeah, judging by the reaction, I think it bounced just before the Dutchman.
He now got a left-hander back on strike. Field changes around. Sam Cook is down to the non-striker's end. He moves on to 6. Dean Elgar has 9. Couple of boundaries already this morning. Survived a big LBW appeal. A very close one. I think one Ben Rain, if you ask him a bit later, I think he might well tell you emphatically he thinks he should have a number 1 in the wickets column. So third slip has come out. Paul Coughlin has gone to a kind of catching forward point. There's a backward point, and then there's Coughlin at a short, almost a silly point as Rain is in. Leaving alone. Just a little bit too far outside the off stump to invite the drive that time. We have seen Elgar flash after a couple one. Ollie Robinson is... Oh, I thought he was shaking his hand because that one had hurt when it went into the left palm. But I think he's also signalling for the helmet to be taken off. End of the over. 15 without loss, Essex. Morning to all of you who are tuning in to the live stream, and welcome back. Do let us know if you've got any comments, any questions. Be good to hear from you. Lovely to have Durham fans joining us. Lovely to have Essex fans joining us as well. Big, well-supported club actually, Essex. They travel away. It's a beautiful ground down at Chelmsford. It's a proper old-school county cricket ground. It's kind of a make-up, a mishmash of different stands that have been put up at various different times. But it's beautiful. It's just right in the middle of the city, and it is a city, even though it's tiny. Right by the river, a bit like here.
What does Potts have in store? He invites the drive, but straight to Ben Rain. Yeah, we mentioned earlier about the Sam Cook maybe not being able to trust Shane Snater. I think Scott Borthwick obviously will be in the back of his mind. How many overs can he get out of Ben Rain and Matt Potts before he has to go to... It'll probably end up being Bryden Carter's first change.
Not a bad first change. Is it fair to say that Rain might bowl longer spells and he'll try and use Potts and Carson in shorter bursts?
I think you probably, if the Durham do employ a short bowling attack, Bryden Carson will be the man to do it. He's a bit of the faster, as this one's driven beautifully by Sam Cook through the gap between Alex Lees at short cover and Paul Coughlin at point, and he's just pierced that gap beautifully. That's run for 4 runs. Yeah, if Durham do go to a bouncer heavy attack, Bryden Carson will probably be the bowler that is asked to bring that out.
Meant more in terms of length of spells.
Length of spells,
4 or 5 over shorter bursts.
Well,
like
if you talk to Potts, he'll bowl. If you talk to Potts, Potts won't let you take the ball out of his hand. He will bowl all day if you let him. So Borthwick he's got that to manage, but Potts also understands the bigger picture as well. He knows when he knows when it's time's up. I imagine maybe you might see Paul Coughlin. I know we talked about yesterday. He has got a history with some injuries and not able to stay fit. But if you can get the overs in his legs, you can get him match fit. As this one is opened the face of the bat down to Callum Parkinson, who's all the way down in front of the Health Club at the far side of the ground. Yeah, I think length of spells, you're looking at Ben Rain probably will bowl the longest and maybe Paul Coughlin on top, but as well, if Matt Potts is feeling good and he's got the ball moving and he's doing stuff, Scott Borthwick won't hesitate to leave him on. And also, if you've got Matt Potts on a good spell, good luck trying to convince him that his time's up. He'll always be saying at the end of his over, I got one more, skipper, I got one more. So yeah, probably Bryden Castle, who's not had the best start to the season with the ball, obviously only bowled against Warwickshire and with the short boundary, and he was probably the one that took the most tap from the Rob Yates and Will Rhodes and co attack. So he's obviously looking to prove a bit of a point. Paul Coughlin came into the side last week for his first appearance of the season, picked up a 7 for and has kept his place for this game ahead of Peter Siddle, who only arrived in England on Tuesday. So yeah, you're probably looking at maybe after 13 overs. I think it was when you probably get the first inkling of change, and maybe a couple of overs of spin from Callum Parkinson before lunch break. As this one's pulled and just in front of Alex Lees at mid-wicket. He's not quite in a catching position. If he'd have been a couple steps further forward, we might be talking about Durham having the first wicket, but it bounced just in front of the diving Lees and has gone all the way to the boundary, and that's Elgar's move. That's Elgar moving himself to 13.
It's a nice shot that from Dean Elgar. That one, I'll give him that one. He was very much in control of that. We saw a catch, didn't we, at short mid wicket in a similar
last year.
Last week, sorry. No, not last week. Yesterday.
I was going to say we saw it. We saw it. Unfortunately, I think the live stream would count. But yeah, Nick Brown taking a very good diving catch away to his left-hand side, as this one's a bit fuller and straighter from Potts, and Dean Elgar, as a left-hander, doesn't need any invitation to clip off the hips. And that brings the 8th over to a close. 10 off it, a productive one for Essex as they move themselves to 25 without loss.
Sam Cook still there, the night watchman. He's done that job a few times. He got runs actually last week against Lancashire, 49 in the Essex innings before George Balderson picked up his wicket, but he loves going out to bat. I heard him talking on a podcast about how he likes to give himself 5 minutes. He takes a step away from everything that's going on, gets out the back of the changing room, gets ready to go out and try and score some runs. As Rain's going to continue around the wicket to Elgar, who's driving again. He's disappointed he can't get that one away. Field is as it was previous over, which is a couple of slips, a backward point. Paul Coughlin at a catching silly point almost. An extra cover. I think Alex Lee's in there. Brian Cast mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and a deep square leg. Although I can't imagine Ben Rain will be bowling too many short balls.
It is an effective ball for him, but probably not his best.
As Elgar pushes that one down into the ground, then uses his bat again just to check the ball isn't going to do him any damage on the rebound. Durham full of energy, as you'd expect early on this morning. Although I imagine they're always full of energy, because Scott Borthwick is a very energetic young man, isn't he?
Indeed he is, and it helps when they always warm up with a game of football. That gets their competitive juices.
Bit feisty, that, at times?
Well, you say that. There has been some punishment handed out this morning. Callum Parkinson is the man who's currently under investigation by by Durham's FA for some acts of, I think the term used in the huddle this morning was acts of violence.
Interesting. I'm going to probe you more on that later. Paul Coughlin has come out of silly point, has gone to a square leg just in front of the square, and Dean Elgar has turned one off his legs for a single down to Dave Bedingham. A kind of wide, deep square leg, you could call it, a long leg. Acts of violence. That sounds pretty extreme for a pre-game.
Well, it's not the type of violence you're thinking. It's more relating to some tackles, or not taking proper care of the protecting the integrity of the warm-up game. And
I like that phrase.
Yeah. So Will Goodman had been brought to the attention of the FA. I think Ben Rain had a word, and Will Goodman had a letter in his hand for Callum Parkinson this morning.
Rain over the wicket. That one's kept a little bit low. It moved back. Sam Cook's having a look at the pitch. It did well to miss his off stump there. It did keep low. Cook was on the front foot. He's having a look. It just gives a kind of shake of the head to Dean Elgar, who's doing a little bit of gardening. This pitch just has a little bit in it, doesn't it, this morning? It's going to be hard work for the batters.
Yeah, just to finish off on that, I think Callum Parkinson's end. I can't quite recall what the punishment was, but I think his closing statement was, "I'll take a couple of days to process this, but I have no further comment at this time."
Oh, I like this. It sounds very formal. Couple of steps wait as Rain is in, and that's an absolute beauty. Cook played down the wrong line. A grin back at Ben Rain. That is exactly what Ben Rain has made his career on. A beauty of a delivery.
From those batting perspective, that goes into one. Yeah, I did well to miss that one.
Yeah,
all intentional.
Not good enough to hit it, basically. Like that ball is like, you have to be a very, very good player to hit balls like that. And if you are, you usually get an outside edge. Rain turns, ready to come in again from the Lumley end. Oh, and this one, Cook is on the back foot, jabs it into the ground. That one did get up a bit. End of the over, 26 without loss. So, Will Goodman, has he been appointed as the sort of judge in these football situations?
I believe he is the FA representative, and
right.
any complaints, any disciplinary issues are brought to his attention, and then he deals with them in the matter. And it is very important part of Durham's warrant routine. Ryan Campbell, head coach, is the referee. And
I was going to ask that. Was my next question.
Yeah, he's the referee. He takes charge of the game, and a fair few cards were brandished yesterday. I saw a couple were branded out this morning as well, and it all goes into.
Is there fines for cards?
There is a fine. There is a fine kitty, and obviously it's all controlled and paid into, and yeah, definitely it helped. It's I think one of the first things one of the first conversations Scott Borthwick had with Ryan Campbell about Durham coming off that disappointing 2022 season. How can we get the camaraderie in the group back up as Potts is in? This one's down the leg side and just away from a despairing grab of Ollie Robinson. He'll go down as buys. So yeah, I think Scott Borthwick's one of the very first conversations with Ryan Campbell was, well, if you want the squad to get on your side straight away, you have to allow us to play football in the mornings. And Ryan Campbell, I think, was very quick to go, yes, mate, absolutely.
Loves his football, Scott Borthwick. Well, arguably, being a Sunderland fan, but it's probably not a route we want to go down.
Yeah, probably want to leave that one. Probably want to leave that one in the.
He used to play a lot of Football Manager, I think. You're very keen on that, Scotty Borthwick.
It's a very good game.
It is a great game.
It's a very good game. As Potts is still in search of his first wicket, this one's driven back past him by Elgar. They'll probably pick up two here as Bryden Carse, with his big frame, sets off in pursuit, and it will just be two. Did see Carse and Coughlin going through their respective warm-ups, and maybe slightly earlier change than I'd anticipated the 13 overs. Maybe just one more each for Rain and Potts before those change bowlers are brought in.
A better game, though, is International Cricket Captain. Did you ever play that?
I haven't yet,
oh,
no.
You'll love it. You shouldn't play it because you won't be able to stop.
Potts is in and just defended. Is it that addictive?
You have work to do, and I think that if you get into International Cricket Captain, the chances of getting you out of your flat might reduce significantly.
Still just the two slips, and the backward point region seems to have been, or the point region has seemed to be fortified. Graham Clark and Paul Coughlin are in there. David Bellingham in it. Extra cover, and Bryden Carse at mid-off. As this one, Potts again, he's in anguish. He's bringing that LBW into play for Dean Elgar, and he's just, as Dean Elgar has done for so many years, he's just denying the LBW shout, and I think Potts has just had a couple words for him there. Something along the lines of, how the hell have you got about on that?
Bowling well this morning, Durham. This is gonna be a test, or is it already a test? If they can get out of this first hour without losing a wicket, Essex, they'll be delighted.
Potts has the night watchman in his sights, and again just watchfully guarding his own stumps is Cook, and Potts wants a change. He's moving David Bellingham a bit more towards square leg.
No signs of Brian Cast getting loose just yet.
It was the last over. They were both him and
Well,
Coughlin were both going through some yoga-like. Well, I think Coughlin was going through the bit more intense ones. As this is back to Sam Cook up high in the air and just drops short before anyone can get onto it. I did wonder whether Potts moving David Bellingham out, was he trying to bluff? Was he trying to double bluff? And it wasn't a double bluff. He did bang it in a bit shorter, and he got the result he wanted. He got the fend out of Sam Cook, but unfortunately didn't get the perfect result, which would have been a catch in the end of the Night Watchman. So Sam Cook survives.
Perfect result if you're of a Durham persuasion.
Indeed.
It's a good ball to bowl at the Night Watchman there, isn't it? Sam Cook didn't look particularly comfortable. It was well directed as well. It's all very well bowling short balls, but you have to actually make the batter play. So often you see balls that you just go, well, that's a bit of a waste of expended energy because it's going nowhere near anyone. They can just duck underneath it. That was well directed from Potts. Rain continues around the wicket. And Elgar gets in behind it defensively. Rain has just found his rhythm this morning, almost from the very first ball. He's bowling beautifully, perhaps deserves a wicket for his efforts. A couple of slips wait. Graham Clark just takes a step or two forward at mid-wicket. Plenty of cloud cover. Yesterday I was looking over to my right, Lumley Castle, could see it against a backdrop of blue skies. A bit more grey cloud. Bowlers will be hoping there's some help. As Rain is in, traps him on the pad. That looked a bit high to me. Rain is begging for it, and once again is a bit disappointed. A word to Dean Elgar, who's probably just signalled to him, well, it hit me on the thigh pad, mate, so I think it's a little bit high. He's definitely not comfortable against Rain, though, Elgar.
And it goes back to the point you said yesterday of why we love the county championship. Dean Elgar has been one of the best opening batters South Africa have ever produced, and has dominated the international scene and produced so many top quality knocks against some of the best bowlers. And he's playing now for Essex up in the northeast of England on a Saturday morning in April, and Ben Rain is providing him a very stern challenge. It's why we love the county game. It's why we love these stories.
There's Rain, and Elgar was tempted to push at that one. Just withdrew his bat. This is a wonderful battle. Don't tell Rob Key though; he wouldn't let anyone of Ben Rain's pace bowl in professional cricket. But you're absolutely right. I agree wholeheartedly with you. This is as valid a test of Dean Elgar's credentials as it is someone bowling 90 miles an hour on a flat track here. Ben Rain thoroughly enjoying himself. He'll be enjoying himself a little bit more if he can pick up the first Essex wicket. Oh, and again, it's almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Elgar just has a little prod and then withdraws.
The last three balls, one he got to nip back into Elgar, that LBW shot that looked high, and then the last two he's got that shape away to just beat the outside edge, and he's got to be so frustrated but also so pleased at the same time because he's getting what he wants out of the batter, and now he just wants that. He wants that cherry on top. He wants that outside edge, and he wants Ollie Robinson to be taking it into his gloves and jumping up in the air at the end of it.
This one does find the outside edge along the ground, though. One bounce into Colin Ackerman, who gathers safely. Keeps Elgar on strike, though. This is about building pressure. Durham have been very good at this morning. Ben Rain has bowled almost exclusively at Dean Elgar. He hasn't been able to get him away. There's been a couple of boundaries, but they've not been able to rotate the strike. And we had Ryan Campbell on yesterday talking about how important that was when Durham were batting. They did it brilliantly. Dave Bellingham in particular manipulated the field in the way that he wanted. Essex aren't able to do that at the moment. Again, watchful. End of the over. It's a maiden from Ben Rain. Essex are 33 without loss.
I think that over is exactly what Scott Borthwick knows he can get out of Ben Rain and what he wants to get out of Ben Rain every over. Testing the batter on both the inside and the outside edge, and just those two balls where he got the forward defensive shots but didn't quite get the outside edge. We'll just be hoping that eventually it will yield the rewards. Another good turnout to start this second day. Had a very good turnout yesterday. The North East very passionate about their sports teams, and Durham obviously being back in Division 1 this year. First game they've had here at Chester Street, back in Div 1 after week 1 against Hampshire, was weather dominated as Potts is in, back of a length to Sam Cook. I wonder if we might see a couple more short balls, maybe to start off the over, get Sam Cook onto the back foot, and then try and lure him forward onto the front foot and try and take that outside edge of Cook. These two might be going for England bowling spots in the Test team come this summer. I must say, as a cricket fan, I am very surprised why Sam Cook has not been called up to the Test team already, or at least been in squads. Kind of baffles the mind as Potts gets Cook playing at this one slightly fuller.
I think they'll both get games this summer. Potts certainly. He's got a central contract, hasn't he? They love Matthew Potts. I think Cook too. I hope so as well. And without meaning to be disrespectful, West Indies won a fantastic Test match in Australia very recently.
Shamar Joseph, the hero of that one.
But it is not as strong as, say, an Ashes. Some of the opponents this summer, it's not quite Australia or India. So it's a chance to give people...
This one, Cook opens the face, is able to beat Colin Ackerman at second. So they put a run down to Callum Parkinson down at third.
Give people that opportunity to see, because you don't really know if someone's going to perform at Test level. There are very few players that you can look at in the county game. You can be quite sure, you can think they look a class above, but you don't know until they play Test cricket. And if ever there are Test matches, you've got to look at which Test matches might be better to start people off in. Because some people can come in and flourish at the very top level. They can play against the Aussie attack and be absolutely fine. Some people need a little bit more time to find their feet.
We saw with, I know we're talking about a lot about Potts in England, but we saw it on his debut, fifth ball at Lords. He's able to get the outside edge of Kane Williamson, and there's not many better starts to a Test career at that. And this one is angling in towards Elgar's pads, but he's able to flick it away, as all left-handers love something that they can get away on the leg side. And yeah, you've got in that opening spell, I think, of 9 overs, he had 4 wickets of that New Zealand.
It's brilliant, wasn't it?
Of that New Zealand batting lineup, and then he jokes that he had to go off with cramp, and he was like, why is my body doing this to me now of all stages? So, but until then, he'd obviously had a very good couple of years for Durham, but that's arguably going from Div 2 to Test cricket is arguably one of the harder jumps to make, and he took to Test cricket like a duck to water. He's in again now, and Elgar now playing this one slightly wide of Graham Clark, who sets off in pursuit. And yeah, I think exactly the same with Sam Cook. You don't know, he's been, for lack of a better term, he's been terrorising Div 1 bowling attacks for 3-4 years and has not had a sniff. So you got to think if other guys like Josh Tongue, we saw come to rise in the Ashes last year down at Lords with that extraordinary passage after lunch where England bowled, I think 95% of deliveries were bouncers or short back of a length deliveries. These bowlers need a shot to show what they can do, as this one is prodded out to end the 12th over, Essex 38 without loss. And we've now seen it with Stuart Broad stepping away, and James Anderson. It's great they're still going at 41, but he won't be around forever. England do need to look to that next stage, and there are questions over Ollie Robinson down at Sussex, his fitness and his effectiveness in the Test level and in the Test arena. So open up these guys.
Ben Rain to continue from the Lumley end. Sam Cook on strike. A couple of slips wait. Nice looking drive from Sam Cook. I think they'll just get a single mid-off. Comes round, does pretty well there as well.
Cook,
has that hit someone?
That's hit Cook. I think maybe a shot to the side.
One of those where you go, don't rub it. Don't let anyone see you rub it, Sam. And he gets off strike, so we get to continue this fascinating contest between Ben Rain and Dean Elgar. Dean Elgar, who was recently, as a couple of months ago, was making 170 in a Test match against India. He's now in a battle, a very different battle, but a fascinating one with Ben Rain, who's around the wicket, 2 slips, short mid-wicket. Again, watchful. And he's been in brilliant nick for Essex since he started. 80 and 26 against Nottinghamshire, 120 on his home debut for Essex against Kent. Matt Parkinson got him out that day. Maybe it'll be a Parkinson double if Callum can have a little bowl at him. I think Durham will be hoping to get him out before Callum Barkington is required to bowl. 34, 79 and 18 not out so far, so he's been brilliant for Essex, and he is just pushing that to mid-off where Bryden Carts gets to test his limbs out, just coming around a little bit.
This is where the conversation comes in of how many overs do you now bowl Ben Rain, because when he's had Elgar in his sights, he's having a bit of a back and forth with Borthwick about plans for the field and some slight change, maybe a helmet will be...
That third slip again, is it?
Well, no, it's Ollie Robinson's going to come and stand up. Maybe they've noticed Elgar batting out of his crease a little bit to try and get to the pitch of the ball, and Durham are not having any of that. I want to keep him locked in, but this is now the conversation needs to be had over how many more do you give Ben Rain, because he has got Dean Elgar. He's getting into he's restricting him. He's getting into a bit of a battle with him. But you do need to look on the you need to look after Rain as well. Fortunately for Durham, they do have a week off next week, so maybe there's a bit more leniency in how many overs they're willing to push their bowlers this week, knowing that they've got no 4-day game next week, as Robinson now stands up and Elgar pushes this one, and Callum Parkinson takes a dive to no one. It wasn't too dissimilar to some of the theatrics I saw out in the football game earlier this morning. Callum definitely taking it onto the football field. But yeah, this is, I wonder as well, just, it might not even be that Elgar's been out of his crease yet, just they just want to keep him there, having Ollie Robinson stand up to the stumps. It's something you see quite a lot in the Blast. Ben Rain has Ollie Robinson keeping up to the stumps almost exclusively in the Blast. So
Paul Coughlin comes back across. He was on the leg side. He's now in at an orthodox point, and then there is a backward point. It's almost a fly slip. I think we'll call it a backward point. Rain around the wicket. It's the left-hander. Big shout for LBW. Ben Rain is begging once again. Once again, it's turned down. Ollie Robinson has his hands on his head, gives his bowler a little clap. Dean Elgar turns away.
I think out of the 3 or 4 LBW shouts, that was probably the one that had the most going for it.
It wasn't Ben Rain's most vociferous appeal.
Oh, I love that word, vociferous. It's an amazing word.
Ben Rain, this battle with Dean Elgar is absolutely fantastic. Robinson is still up to the stumps and leaves that one alone. Robinson takes it cleanly. End of the over. 39 without loss. Dean Elgar has 22. Sam Cook, night watchman, he came out for a couple of overs last night. Essex only required to bat for those 2 overs. Sam Cook is still there.
Just watching that back, I think the only thing, the major reason why the umpire decided not to give out is that it's him on the back pad, so maybe the impact being just outside off stump, but
close. It is close.
It is very close, and I'm not sure if that's Bryden Cast or the real Slim Shady, but it does say Cast on the back of his shirt. So Matt Potts has bowled his overs in his first stint, and we are going to get the first change. Bryden Cast will be into the attack. Who, as I mentioned earlier, he received a fair bit of tap down at Warwickshire, so he'll be looking to hit the money straight away. He's got Sam Cook in his sights, maybe a short one to kick off proceedings. He's slightly back of a length, but Cook is more than up to it. Again, we spoke about Potts into that test team. Bryden Cast will be in that conversation. England have made it very clear they've always liked his ability to, with his height, and be able to hit the deck and get that extra bounce off the pitch. In England's almost obsession with wanting to win the Ashes down under, you're going to need bowlers to in a similar frame and have a similar skill set. So something to watch out for in the future. Again, just defended off the back foot. I don't think Durham will be they won't be disappointed, but they also won't be happy either, because that wicket column still reads 0, and something that they want to change sooner rather than later. But Essex making a fairly solid start, and Sam Cook being able to see off this new ball will no doubt be thanked by Feroz Kushi and Nick Brown, who are probably going to come in at 3 and 4 for the visitors. This one's hooked down towards Graham Clark and Sam Cook. It's always a saying, isn't it? What's the best way to play fast bowling? From down the other end, and Sam Cook has heeded that advice.
I remember chatting to Bryden Cuss, I think it was during the COVID season, and he was just coming back from what had been quite a difficult injury, and he spoke really well about, he was very open, impressive, talked about how he had been in quite a dark place because of it. He was missing, you know, when you're used to being in and around the changing room, you get all that stuff, the friendships, the in inverted commas banter. He was living with Gareth Hart and George Harding at the time, who really helped him through what was a difficult period, and I think what's held him back has been his body, and he's a tall man now. I remember him saying that actually as a kid he was quite small, he didn't bowl quickly, it was only when he was 18, 19 that he suddenly shot up, and the body hasn't had that time to readjust, and that's what's held him back, because I think otherwise when he gets a test match he can stay fit. I think he'll play a fair few of them.
Got a job to do for Durham first of all in this one. Trying to tease a drive out of Dean Elgar. Wonder if it might be a double change. We now do see Paul Coghlan going through some of his stretches at catching mid-wicket.
That first slip's gone almost even wider. It is second and third slip, really.
Just one from Cars's first over of the day. Essex 40 went out loss. It's not quite time for Paul Coghlan yet. Ben Rain will have Sam Cook first of all in his eyesight, but I think they won't be too disappointed if a single was to occur off the first ball of the over to give him 5 more at Dean Elgar, who, as you mentioned, he's got into a fair bit of a tussle with.
Which you'd have to, if you were gambling this morning and say which way round would it be, who would he rather be bowling at, who would he be giving the single to? You'd imagine it would be Elgar he'd be giving 1 to try and get Cook out. But I tell you what, it's been fascinating. It will continue to be fascinating. Ben Rain, what was he into? Over number 7 of the day for him. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 15. One of those was last night, though. Ollie Robinson up to the stumps. That one's a little bit wayward. Ollie Robinson does really well there, actually, to get a glove on it. I always feel a little bit for wicket keepers here. You could see him look at the umpire despairingly, almost hoping for a wide, because that goes down in the byes column against the wicket keeper. But I think he did very well to keep that down to 1, because if he doesn't get a hand on that, he's running away for 4 byes. Nothing Ollie Robinson could do about that. Ryan Campbell spoke glowingly yesterday about how much and how hard he'd been working on his keeping as well, Ollie Robinson, over the course of the winter.
Yep, spent some time out with the Lions out in India as well.
Here we go. Rain to Elgar. Left alone. Clean take from Ollie Robinson. There was that. You remember Ryan Campbell so almost got him catching like an Aussie on the move, moving the hands. We're starting to see that.
Yeah, he was out doing some work. He's always in the before they get into their more team warm-up drills. Robinson's always facing some warm-up deliveries and going through his basics, getting him activated, I guess you could say. And yeah, he was doing some work out on the field during the uni game with I think Cole Pearce, the wicket-keeping coach, and he openly said, as this one's defended, he openly said that he feels in a better place with his keeping after putting in that work and the ability, as you say, to move. He already had very good range of motion anyway, and he now ditches the helmet and will go back to Ben Rain. But yeah, just he's happy with where his keeping's at, and I think the main thing is as well, he's just looking at this game. He's always looking at this game. He's never looking too far ahead, as much as we can talk about, and as much as the media can talk about. There might be something there for him as Elgar takes a quick single up to Cars. He's always just looking at the next game and how he can affect the result in a positive way for Durham. And I think that's a very important skill for any athlete in any sport to have, not get carried away too far into the future. Certainly 5 consecutive 50s to start his return back in Div 1 is not a bad way to go about your business.
Yeah, superstar to his summer. Right-handed Cook, he's on strike. Couple of slips. Keeps that one out. Nice straight back there from Sam Cook, straight to the fielder at mid-on. Here's the tall figure of Bryden Cast there. Plenty of long sleeve jumpers on out there. Looks like Colin Ackerman is going to come out of second slip and go into the eye line of Sam Cook at a short cover for that drive that just hovers a few inches or maybe a yard or two off the ground. So catcher in Cook's line of sight. Last ball of the 15th over. Cook opens the face nicely and he will retain the strike because that will be a single down to Dave Beddingham, who does the fielding down at third. Scott Borthwick signals I tell you what, so Durham's 12ers is going all the way back to the dressing room. If I was him, I might well plonk myself just there on the side of the pitch so I don't have to run up and down the steps, because I think that helmet is going to come off and on
and that
unless rain changes.
Might signal the end of rain spell. But we've spoken a lot about the Durham side of things. I think if Sam Cook, if you'd have told him they'd have got through the first 50 minutes of the day unscathed and adding 38 more runs onto the total, he would be quite happy. And yep, they have been under pressure at point, but they have got through those opening overs from Durham's bowlers, and now they can maybe look to score a bit more freely as Alex Lees makes his way over to the leg side, and looks like Graham Clark is going into, again, a bit more of a, not quite sure, we'll see where he ends up.
They're going to call for the helmet back on again. It's Graham Clark going in at short leg. I think he might be, yeah. They might need some pads as well, but yes, that I told you, didn't I? He should plonk himself down by the pitch.
Well, we talked about, you know, he's probably going to go in at short leg. We did talk about the junior player, and it is Dan Hogg, the 18-year-old, who's doing 12-man duties at the minute.
Well, that's fair enough. You're the designated 12ers, but yes, having just taken the helmet off, they've brought the helmet back on.
Well, from the S&C point of view, he's getting his steps in. He's that cardio, the resting heart rate, just getting it a little bit higher. I think Michael Jones is up there on the balcony with him for a bit of company as Bryden Carr sets off for his second over. That one, a good length, and he gets that bounce, and Cook moves the bat away. Well, that deficit currently sitting at just over 310, 315 after Durham were all out yesterday for 358. Colin Ackerman saying that he thinks that it's slightly above par, but as always, you can't really make a solid judgment until both the first innings have been complete. And again, Essex will be more than content with their start with the bat.
Yeah, they'll be delighted. They'd have talked about how important. It's a cliche, isn't it? I hate saying how, you know, the important first hour, but it is always extremely important. And to have survived unscathed, particularly with a night watchman in. Well, I say that they've got 5 minutes yet to survive, so maybe I'll talk prematurely about surviving that first hour. Commentator's curse and all that. Cast by far the longest of all the run-ups on the Durham bowlers. Did pick up wickets against Essex when these teams last met. It was Division 2 of the County Championship, what, 3 years ago.
This one arrowing in towards the stumps, and Cook does well to turn that one away. And they'll get 2 for it, so he will retain the strike. Graham Onions makes his way down from the dressing room to just on the boundary edge.
8 wickets for Carse in the Chelmsford match, and then 3 wickets in the second innings up here at Seat Unique Riverside. So he's got a history against Essex, Bryden Carse.
Turned leg side, but straight to Alex Lees.
It's lovely to see Graham Onions back. I think it was interesting what Ryan Campbell was saying about sometimes going away for a couple of years or a year or two is really important to go somewhere else.
I think it was Marcus North who was saying it, kind of obviously Graham leaving after the impact of 2016 and finishing off his career with Lancashire, but then going straight into coaching with the Northwest outfit.
Beauty. I think what you get there, sometimes if you're at one place the whole time, you never get to see anything new, and it's not saying it's better or worse, it's just a bit different.
It's a different experience.
And being able, particularly for a coach, to pick up ideas elsewhere and to have a slightly different environment before coming home, essentially, as it is. And I think Onions is on the black and white side rather than the red and white side, isn't he? I think he's one of few. So it's a red and white dressing room. 45 of Outlaws Essex, Sam Dowling and Rob Rush with you on the live stream. Any comments, please ping them in on Twitter or X, as I should call it. What are you on X, Rob? What's your handle?
Rob Rush 02, capital R's.
There you go. You can get hold of Rob that way. I'm at Sam J Dowling. Please do get in touch. Always fun to hear from listeners out there, and we are going to have a change of bowling at the Lumley end. Ben Rain, who bowled superbly without any luck. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. He is going to be replaced by, for the first time in this game, Paul Coughlin, who had a brilliant game down at Kidderminster last week, so he will be full of confidence. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Elgart. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket wait. Turned into the leg side Elgart. He's running that first one hard. They think about a second, but they don't come back. Alex Lees out there doing the fielding. Throws it in to Ollie Robinson over the stumps. So Algar moves on to 23. Cook to face Coughlin. He was superb, wasn't he, at Kidderminster?
He was indeed, and again, speaking to Ryan Campbell yesterday, having the awareness of knowing Coughlin's history and his body, and knowing that you can't. He's different, obviously, to Ben Rain, and the fact Ben Rain, as we talked about, his durability has been arguably his most impressive asset of his career.
Drive from Sam Cook. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be chased by Graham Clark, who might well get there if he puts a dive in, which he does. I think he's pulled it back. He's ended up knocking the advertising hoardings off the boundary rope, but he has saved his side. One run. They came back for free. Dean Algar is on strike. It's a lovely shot from Cook. Moves him on to 20. 7 wickets for 87 runs across 28 overs in that game down at Kidderminster for
and Campbell realising that you can't, like, the availability, you have to take care. You have to take more care of Paul Coughlin and be wary of how many games you play him in a row.
Into Dean Algar's pads. Coughlin is on his own in terms of appealing. Ollie Robinson wasn't interested. I think from that angle to the left-hander
coming over the
wicket,
the first thing you're always battling is that impact, is that pitching outside leg, and I think it's very rare unless you're able to get that inward movement of pitching it kind of on middle and off, and then coming back into the pads. Unless you can get that extreme movement, you're probably not going to get much sympathy from the umpire.
Yeah, it's got to be absolutely perfect. And if you look at where, I always look at where the keeper ends up, and Ollie Robinson was way down the leg side. 2 mid wickets, by the way. We'll see them shortly. It's Graham Clark in there with his floppy hat on. A couple of catches alongside Colin Ackerman. Just Scott Borthwick in at a kind of second, third slip, hands in his pockets at the top of your screen there.
Just finishing off on Campbell, I think he said something along the lines of, if he can play Coughlin for 2 games in a row, and then you might have to look at giving him a bit of a break for the 3rd one. So he played last week, he's playing this week. Obviously, no game next week, so that might count as his rest, and then brings into a selection debate. As this one is
by Elgar for, I think, going to be a boundary. It's going to be chased by Ben Rennie, who flips the cap off.
A lovely way to bring up the 50 partnership for these two.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Elgar. He looked immediately almost a bit more comfortable against the pace of Coughlin. That was a ball that was inviting him to hit, and he did. He stroked it away nicely, gets a round of applause.
Yeah, so it brings into that selection debate for the next game that Durham will play, whether do you stick with Paul Coughlin, do you go for the bit more of the bowling option and Peter Siddle? Obviously you have to see what the ECB say in terms of what Bryden Carson and Matt Potts can do as well.
Lovely to have options though. Mark Wood at some point might come into it. Maybe he won't play. Ben Stokes, it sounds like he will, but it could be a few weeks away yet as Coughlin is in, and Elgar opens the face nicely. I think they'll pick up a couple there. It's being chased by Callum Parkinson. Chased well.
It's what we talked about, the change bowlers just having that change. Coughlin didn't bowl badly in that first over, but it's gone for 10. It's just the ability of it's a different, obviously different bowler. He's choosing to come over the wicket to Elgar. Maybe Elgar favours that rather than Ben Rain, who came around the wicket to him and trying to angle back in and bringing both edges into play. Elgar obviously knowing that the LBW is probably not going to be as big of a worry for him. Maybe he's starting to play with a bit more freedom. And as we talked about yesterday, the Duke's ball, the lacquer sort of starting to maybe wear off a little bit, and Durham need to be on top of that, as I'm sure they will be.
Well, we can now say they've survived the first hour.
Exactly as they planned.
Yeah, not quite gone to the plans Durham would have been hoping to execute. They did their best. Ben Rain went mighty close to picking up that early wicket.
Clouds just moving a bit more towards over the pitch. I went up onto the gantry early this morning, and it was the ground was caked in sunshine as we had for longer periods of yesterday. Not quite had that so far this morning. That's an LBW appeal for Bryden Cast to Sam Cook, but umpire not moved.
Had a few of those this morning. Getting close. It's beautiful up there on the gantry. I popped up there. Hadn't quite appreciated it. So it's we're on the first floor, so 2 floors above. You can see all the way across Durham, Chesterley Street. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, the sky was a lot bluer when I got here at 9 AM this morning.
Still, the blue skies are sort of peeking through, but the Clouds are winning that one. They're winning that battle. Cars changing tack around the wicket to Elgar and zeroing in on the South Africans stumped, but he's up to the task.
Like it's raining quite heavily in Bristol. They're not even going to try before lunch. They're off a bad light at Leicester. We're doing well to get playing. They're playing at Headingley, Yorkshire. They missed their final session yesterday with rain. Root and Brook both approaching centuries.
Lovely shot by Dean Elgar, just able to glide that one through the point region. He picks up another boundary and moves himself on to 34.
Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge bowled out for exactly 400. Ben Duckett 218. 74 for Jack Haynes, I think the one to keep an eye on as well. 5 wickets for Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's another kind of unsung hero of county cricket. couple of wickets for Hassan Ali as well. Great to see him back playing county cricket. Big part of that.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire are struggling with some injuries and seeing bowling department. Chris Rushworth, obviously well known up here. I think they're talking of a period of up to 2 months without him due to a leg injury.
$18 overs gone then. Paul Coughlin, who's bowled just 1 over so far. 10 off it, so a tad expensive. There was a lovely drive by Dean Elgar through the covers. So we see Graham Onions wandering around the boundary's edge. Penny for his thoughts. I think he won't be too dissatisfied. He won't be pleased that they haven't taken a wicket, but they bowled pretty well. There's not been much loose stuff at all. There's been a couple of big LBW shouts. Dean Elgar certainly didn't look very comfortable against Ben Rain. It's a difficult one for a bowling coach because you're like, well, what can I say? We've done everything well. As Coughlin comes in, there's a third and a fine leg, a couple of slips weight, and Sam Cook is on the back foot. That was a lovely looking shot from Cook. It's slightly uphill towards the boundary where Graham Onions is, and I don't think the field is going to chase it. Graham Clark, valiant effort, can't quite get there. Sam Cook moves on to 25. I tell you what, I mean, Essex openers called Cook have pretty decent records. Captaincy, Sam Cook is looking in good touch here. And this will be frustrating Durham as well. This will really be frustrating them that Cook's on 25. They'd have wanted to have Feroz Kushi out there pretty early this morning. I'm looking forward to seeing Feroz Kushi bat, by the way. He's very talented. Good to see him getting a run in that Essex side. And then he's gone. That's the breakthrough that Durham have been desperately needing. I think it might have been a little bit of inside edge. Paul Coughlin pumps his fist. The bowling changes work. The commentator has cursed Sam Cook, compared him to Sir Alistair, and the very next ball is chopped on. Durham have their first wicket. Essex have lost their first. Sam Cook has to go for 25. 64 for 1.
Yep, just the inside edge there. The little bit of extra bounce off the pitch doing for Sam Cook. Just a little bit late on it and inside edge, and was not quite as aesthetic a cartwheel as Jaden Seals got down at Sussex a couple of weeks ago. But the end result was still the same, and that is, we did talk about the luck. Graham Onions, what he would, you do need that luck. Another day, one of those LBW shouts against Dean Elgar does get given, but they don't have to wait too long. But Sam Cook has served his job as a night watchman. He's done it more than capably. And you mentioned you were excited to see Feroz Kushi bat. You've now got your chance.
Yeah, I do. Strolling out to the crease, graduate of the Essex Academy. I remember seeing him. He made his debut in the COVID season, Bob Willis Trophy. I think he made a very aesthetically pleasing, given that you've used that phrase. We'll keep going with it. 40 odd when they won a game, might have been against Kent, and then he made 50 in his second game. And he's very highly thought of. He's swirling his bat like a helicopter to get those arms and wrists going. He'll have 4 balls of Coughlin's over still to face.
Getting a chance this year after another disappointing season from Nick Brown. Last year's in today because of Tom Wesley missing, but knowing a few Essex fans speak to them, they've been sort of touting Kushi as, well, we can't, as harsh as it might sound on Nick Brown, he can't do any worse. He can't do any worse, and Kushi now getting his opportunity. He has played some very nice innings. Been given some stats by Steve, one of the PA announcers here at the Riverside. He made a century here in the One Day Cup back in 2021, 109 from 111 with 7 fours and a 6. Up against a bowling attack that included Chris Rushworth, Paul Van Meekeren when he was here. Scott Borthwick was playing that day. Liam Travasky is now down at Leicestershire. There's a Duckworth-Lewis affected game, and Durham ended up coming out on top in that reduced fixture to 45 overs per side. But yeah, Paul Coughlin continues his good form for the season. He's now got Kushi in his sights, and immediately, it's a bit of venom whipping that arm action, just getting it down, and Kushi's able to jam down the bat in time, and that's exactly what Durham would want. Graham Onions probably, I can't see much change in his facial expression when he walks down below us, but I can probably guarantee he is feeling a bit happier on the inside.
Coughlin operating from that lovely end. Kushi's in good Nick, he got 53 in the emphatic victory over Lancashire down at Chelmsford for Essex last week. A couple of slips wait, and this time he's off the mark with a single. I think he was in control of that one. Runs down to Dave Beddingham at third. They think about a couple, but they don't come back. Yes, 45 he got on his debut. Caught out by a certain Ollie Robinson behind the stumps for Kent back in 2020. Has won first class 100 so far. Big 100 it was, 164 against Kent in 2022. Struggle for consistency, but I think he's going to be a very, very good player. Essex starting to look for the future, really. They got Feroz Kouchi, they got Noah Fain in there. He is very highly rated too.
They do seem to be trying to strike that balance between experience and youth in the side. It's that perfect blend. If you can have the experience as you do have with Dean Elgar, Sam Cook, Shane Snater, Jamie Porter, but then have these younger talents like Noah Thane and Feroz Kouchi coming through as well.
Elgar back on strike. Second slip comes out. Third drops down to the boundary. Callum Parkinson. 2 men out on the leg side around the wicket. Elgar is driving. That one's over pitch. It's a lovely shot from Dean Elgar. That is just where he wants the ball to be bowled at him. Puts it away, races away along the ground. Callum Parkinson chased it, but he knew from the very start all he was going to do was retrieve the ball and throw it back. Well,
Yeah, just too wide there for Coughlin, and Elgar does not need a second invitation.
Well, the thing is, so with Cook retiring, Elgar's the perfect replacement for that. They've got 3 years of him. They lost Dan Lawrence. Tom Wesley is 35 now, so could still play another few years. Around the wicket, Coughlin is in. Turn to short mid-wicket, but the signing of Jordan Cox was with an eye on the future. People wondered if they were going to be a batter-like. They brought Critchley in the last couple of years, and they got Feroz Kouchi's playing this one, and Robin Das as well, who will get his chance at some point. So
I do like the look of Matt Critchley.
Oh, he's great, isn't he?
I am impartial to a leg spinner and he can more than hold a bat as well. In at 5 in this, well, he was carded at 5 to start with in this Essex lineup. He'd be batting down at number 6 due to the night watchman. But certainly a bright future for him as well as the short leg helmet is sent back, and I think Dan Hogg has asked Michael Jones if he can take on some of that running to and from the dressing room.
I think that's fair enough. You've got to take it in turns, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I'm just waiting for Peter Siddle to be told that he's got to start running. He's got to start running that stuff out there. As Cast starts off with a bouncer to Kouchi that very sensibly ducks underneath and no attempt to hook. There is 2 men back out there. Alex Lee's at deep square leg, and Callum Parkinson has made the long trek from doing long. He's gone down to long leg, and he was doing the duties down at 3rd for the last over. Sam Dalling and Rob Rush on the Durham live stream for you. Essex 69 for 1 after an hour and 15 of play here in the northeast. As Cast, this one's fuller, and Kouchi just gets the bat in time, and just as well he did. Otherwise, there were two situations going to happen. One of them involves a cartwheel, and one of them involves the umpire's finger being raised for an LBW.
I'd have enjoyed it. They aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. The finger might have been raised, and then Bryden Cast might have done a cartwheel. Don't rule it out. I tell you what, I'm not sure the strength and conditioning coach would be too pleased to see
I think Sam Clark would be having a few strong words. Bryden Cast brings out a cartwheel, and this one's down the... Oh!
Stung the palm of Ollie Robinson. Are you thinking that might be a drop catch?
I think it might go down as well. I think the way Cast was running off, I think these Durham lads have taken Stuart Broad's Celebrity School and have passed with flying colours, because we've seen Matt Potts run away in anticipation of the finger being raised, and Bryden Cast was midway through celebration there as well before realising the ball gone to the ground. They have opened up one end. They're trying to get Kouchi out quick as Carson again, and just defended up to David Beddingham.
Oh, sun's out, Rob. Sunshine. Hurrah. Poking through.
Not quite Simpsons clouds in front of us, not quite. We might get there this afternoon. This one again down the leg side, and Robinson takes this one cleanly. Economical start from Cast, 58 runs from 3 overs and 5 deliveries.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra pace in the Durham attack now. Able to bowl those back over length balls, which seem to be carrying through to Robinson okay. Not flying through, but they're also not setting up to be hit.
This one is back of a length, and Kushi bears the brunt of that one. He tried to get out of the way, and it's been signalled no ball. He tried to duck underneath it, and I think has copped one right on the hip, and he's understandably in some discomfort.
Yeah, he does. He went down straight away, doesn't he? I hope he's all right. That could be nasty. It was a well-directed short ball from
He didn't
play it particularly well.
He didn't get up. I don't think it was obviously an attempted bouncer, but it didn't quite get up. And Kushi was obviously, you're ducking out of the way, anticipating it's going to go right over your head, and instead he cops one right in the side, and understandably taking his time as the Essex physio runs out, and hopefully it's nothing serious.
Yeah, hopefully it's an impact injury, as you say. The good thing is it hasn't hit him on the head, which we never like to see. I think he may well have a bruise or two, perhaps even a bit winded. Nothing on the fingers or on the arm, because that's the real danger for batters, isn't it? You don't want to. You can pick up some quite nasty injuries. Cricket balls they're hard. I know it goes without saying, but like, they hurt. It's sometimes if you take a step back and think about cricket, I think it's a bit odd. Why are we chucking these things that are very hard and quite heavy at each other at such pace? As Kushi starts some treatment. So I'm very lucky to be sitting in for Ashley Forbes. Is he off playing some cricket himself today? I think he's a Chesterley Street lad. I walked past the club a couple of times actually when I got to the station. It looks fantastic in there. I think they played some first class cricket. Am I right, Rob, in saying that Chesterley Street?
Ash is indeed away. He's been pulled away. I think he's captaining today, and that signals the start of the North East Premier League and Durham Cricket League as well. So best of luck to all our club cricketers playing. Hopefully there are no golden ducks for those of you who are in that top order, and hopefully no dropped catches either, and some fines that will no doubt have to be paid. What was the have you had any fines from when you were playing club cricket?
Yeah, it used to be fines, used to be drop catches. It was more drop catches obviously, but more misfields.
What was the can you remember the punishment?
I had to pay 20 quid once because I was in Bristol and I dropped a catch at long off, and the catch hit me. I'm just raising my cap just above the eyebrow, and I remember hearing the thud, and people were really concerned, and I was just embarrassed at having dropped a catch because it wasn't a difficult catch, and it split my eyebrow open, and I looked down and my whites had suddenly gone a very different colour. Unfortunately, the opposition had quite a senior surgeon in their team, and the option was 8 hours in Bristol A&E on a Saturday afternoon, or he'd pop home and get his medical kit and sew it up in the changing room. So we went for option B, and it was one of those old physio benches, like metal, rusty, and I had a full audience of both teams watching. And he got a massive bottle of vodka, and he poured a lot on the eye to sterilise it, and a lot on his kit. He gave me a big swig of it, and he stitched me up there. And I got fined for it, despite all of that, which is fair enough because I dropped the catch. But yes, that's I was a bit lucky though, because I've shown Rob, it's just above the eye, so a little bit lower, and I could have been in real trouble. It was actually David Graveney's son who was batting.
Fortunately for me, I've not had to endure any fines whatsoever from my time playing club cricket back when I was 15, 16.
Well, if you are playing club cricket locally or down in Essex or anywhere really, give us a shout on the live stream or on Twitter and let us know where you are, where you're heading to, and we'll give you a shout out. Keep us posted throughout the day. We want big scores, we want wickets, we want people who have waited all winter for a bat and nicked off for North.
Well, down at Yorkshire where we have this break in play, Derbyshire will be, I think, less than impressed with the ECB's decision to allow Joe Root and Harry Brook to play this one, as Brook has just gone to 103. Well, he's gone to a century of just 103 deliveries. His score of the is here your standard Harry Brook innings, isn't it? That's arguably slow for him. Strike rate of under 100.
Yeah, he's slowed down today, hasn't he?
Yeah. So Root and Brook both scoring runs for Yorkshire. Going at a decent lick. They're 374. For 3, and they've just taken, I believe, the second new ball at Headingley, so that is 3 batting points for them already as they quest to end their 2-year exodus from Division 1.
Good news, Rob. Good news indeed. Feroz Kushi looks all right. Taking his guard again.
Understandably, Durham have acted upon this, and Graham Clark has been suitably equipped under the short leg. I would bet I'd bet some money that this is going to be short. Of course, it's not. It's full. Good job that I'm not a betting man, otherwise I would have lost some of my valuable cash there. But thankfully, Kushi is all right, and that ends the 20th over. Just the no ball in it from Cars. 71 for 1. Sam Cook the only wicket to fall this morning after putting up stern resistance for the first hour and 15. Paul Coughlin in from the Lumley end, able to prize a chop on to Sam Cook's stump, and he had to depart. But he did his job as night watchman. He saw out, I think, 11 balls last night of the 12 that Essex had to face, and was able to stick around this morning to provide some support for Dean Elgar. And
Paul Coughlin is going to continue then from the Lumley end. Slip in. Graham Clark hands in pockets for the time being. Is it short catching mid-wicket? Dean Elgar on strike. Oh, and that's a fuller ball that Elgar manages to jab down into the ground and straight onto his toe, and that is a painful one from Dean Elgar. He immediately signals to the Essex dressing room to suggest he might need either some attention or a bat. I'm not sure, because he's going to carry on. He's in a little bit of pain, but he did signal across to the dressing room. Anyway, Coughlin around the wicket. Elgar keeps that one going. Rachel Hayhoe Flint is underway again today. Their Northern Diamonds are down in your neck of the woods, Rob. They're playing at the Utilita Bowl. Southern Vipers 169 for free.
I do not like the name change. I think overall it's
money talks.
It's always, for me growing up, it's always been known as the Ageas Bowl, but obviously those of you of an older audience will know it as the Rose Bowl, and probably will always refer to it as the Rose Bowl, and
I am one of those.
I will always know it as either the Ageas or the Rose. I can't get behind this new renaming to Utilita Bowl.
I know, it's the ground that's nigh on impossible to get to from
It is very difficult. It's not in Southampton City Centre. It is a bit out of the way, but Hampshire have recognised that. For T20 Blast games this year, they are doing free park and ride to the ground. It's been going on for, I think, the last 4 years.
Elgar this time. It's a bit of a false stroke there from him. Hand off the bat. I think he was looking to whip it in to the leg side.
Coughlin's found that line that we saw Ben Rain bowl, and I think Elgar fancies a bit of a bat change, giving his bat a fair bit of attention. But Coughlin has seemed to find that Ben Rain line. He started over the wicket to Dean Elgar, but has very quickly changed to come round, and he's just getting that ball to angle in, and obviously that then tests both edges of Dean Elgar's bat, with him being the lefty in this partnership.
This time Elgar pushes it out towards backward point for no run. The issue Durham have, and Essex will be delighted, is that Dean Elgar is still there. He has looked in a little bit of trouble against Ben Rain and against Paul Coughlin at times, but It's typical Dean Algar. He's gritty. Doesn't give away his wicket very cheaply too often. Even if you're not at your fluent best, and he has played some lovely shots, by the way, he's still there.
Ooh.
And he digs that one out. It's a well-directed Yorker from Coughlin, but he's turned it in to at least a couple of runs, probably 3. Just flicked away to the leg side. Dave Bedingham did his best to stop it at short mid wicket.
Graham Clark in short.
Graham Clark, sorry, yes.
Well, you mentioned there that Dean Algar plays in beautiful shots. I've just opened up a timeline to see Joe Root in. He's not gone to essentially in reverse scoop fashion. He has played a lovely reverse sweep to bring up the 3 figures. It's a very good shot. I am a big fan of reverse sweeps when using them off the spinner, and maybe Essex will have some of those in their repertoire for when Callum Parkinson comes on to bowl. I don't think we'll see him for long spells. I think maybe just that, as I mentioned at the top, maybe a token over or 2 just to offer that variety in that session, but he'll definitely have a bigger role to play this afternoon and into the evening if Essex do continue to bat out. And Dean Algar picked up 3 off that final ball of the over, and his reward is facing some Bryden Cast bowling. I think Feroz Kushi is definitely happy after the way Bryden Cast's last over ended, but we'll see what Cast has in store. Back of a length, not a bouncer, didn't also get up. It's that variable bounce again. Vic talked about he wants that variable bounce out of the pitch, that, you know, not all of them will go sailing over the batter's head. It will offer something for both, and got it there. Unfortunately, down at Warwickshire, they are off a bad light as well. Notts 400 all out. Warwickshire 17 for 1. So that opening partnership has been broken quite early, which will please Notts, but they obviously won't be happy with the fact that they can't make further inroads at this point. Maybe an early lunch taken down in Birmingham. This one's Fuller, and Elgar just gently pushes for a single. Surrey have lost their 6th wicket. Brad Wheel back in the side for Hampshire after missing most of last season with an injury. He's picked up another wicket. Kemar Roach, who just shared a 50 partnership with Rory Burns. Surrey have already opened up a 34-run lead. Brad Wheel able to induce an outside edge, most likely as Ben Brown has taken the catch, and Bryden Cast to Feroz Kushi is about to be reignited.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how a batter deals with that, having been hit psychologically. I know he wasn't hit in the head, but
very tellingly, Alex Lees has just been moved out, and an indecision all round. Feroz Kushi wasn't ready to face. Alex Lees doesn't know if he's meant to be right back on the boundary. He's in that middle position of he's not in on the single, but he's also not right back on the boundary.
Yeah, he's one for that one. He just wants to cramp Kushi for room and get him just to try and jab a pull shot.
Well, the field's placing suggests bodyline. You can see Graham Clark in under the lid, and Lees is about another 20-30 paces back, and this one is back of a length. But Kushi's able to get on top of it, and will pick up 3 for his troubles.
Yeah, decent shot from Kushi. He'll feel a little bit better, moves on to 4. They're going to be back out shortly down at Leicestershire, so the light is improving. No play before lunch at Kidderminster, sadly. They're taking an early lunch. So it's definitely raining down south, Rob, although not quite as far as the south coast if they're playing at Hampshire.
No, I think they're away at the Oval. Hampshire are down at... Sorry, not been a happy hunting ground for them, as a nice defend off the back foot, but a nice push out as well for a single.
But the Southern Vipers are playing there.
They are indeed. How are the Southern Vipers getting on?
They're playing Northern Diamonds. 3 down now. 173 for 3. Playing in Manchester as well. Western Storm against the Thunder. South East Stars are playing at Beckenham against Central Sparks, and the Blaze versus the Sunriders, with our mutual friend Dan on commentary, I think, for the Sunrisers there at Chelmsford. So if you're an Essex fan and you're watching the live stream, there is some live cricket going on. Get yourself down to Chelmsford, take your phone with you, and make sure you watch the live stream and some live cricket.
Carr's now instructing Clark to ditch the headgear, and he now sends Alex Lees back onto the boundary. This one's full and nicely dug out. Yep, Northern Diamonds. It's a no ball. Castle has to bowl that one again.
Oh, John Shenton is watching over in WA, is he? A cool 19-degree evening with a brandy. Didn't expect to have a brandy. What was your brandy of choice, John?
The Ryan Campbell effect.
I'm partial to a whiskey myself. Brandy, though, I thought that was only for Christmas.
Yeah, Ryan Campbell and Marcus North both from WA. Cars gets a defence as Ashthorpe quipped on commentary. West is best when during the university warm-up game when Campbell and North were walking down just below us.
Well, they've got a record, haven't they? WA, a bit like so Durham. Something in the water and the food up here produces fast bowlers. And WA, they produce top-order batters that can go on quite late in their career. People like North and Campbell, Langer, Adam Voges, Marcus Harris.
This one tucked away for a single, and Kushi will retain the strike. 82 for 1.
Some nice bouncy tracks over there, Bryden Cast. That's, as you said a bit earlier on, England. They've had a little circle around that Return Ashes series for a long time, and people like Bryden Cass,
Josh Tongue as well, after what we saw him do at Lords in the Ashes.
Just that little bit of extra pace on those bouncy surfaces. It worked both ways because the Aussies like that.
Yeah, maybe not even the pace, just the height. Having a taller bowler to extract the bounce, which, as you mentioned, the bouncy pitches. If you can have bowlers that can extract that out the surface, then. Yeah, but as you say, Australia are used to that. It is exactly what they've been used to for, ever since they rock up playing grade cricket. They rock up to their first nets at probably age 4 or 5. They used to, they have the kookaburra ball, and first thing their dad or mum or coach is telling them, then you got to play the bounce.
Fires a short one at them. Coughlin continues, deep square leg out and a long leg. Left alone by Feroz Kushi, that was a further one. I mean, there was a time where Coughlin was being touted as a potential international. I know injuries have hampered him, but he'd have played Lions maybe 2018, I think he went on a Lions tour somewhere. Brilliant to see. I know he's been back a few years, but I love how 2016 happened, and there was various players leave for various different reasons. A second slip comes back in, but it's almost like, as I think Nick Friend at the Cricketer calls it, getting the band back together. Up at Durham, second slip is Ackerman. Oh, and that was a well-directed shot from Feroz Kushi. It might have gone straight to the hands of a third slip had they been there. Just opened the face. Thought for half a second he might be in trouble, but it's just a single down to Parkinson at third.
Yeah, Vish at ESPN Cricket Info wrote a piece last game of the season last year, and about, you mentioned then Nick Friend of the Cricketer getting the band back together, exactly how Durham were able to return to Division 1, and I think the headline read something like it. He had a chat with Scott Wolf, and he said it now feels like a family club again, as it used to be.
Around the wicket to Elgar, who is pushing tentatively. I have enough syllables in there. I think I might have had too many. Anyway, gets bottom edge.
Error on the side of caution. Always go for more than you need.
More than, yeah, it's probably fair. Certainly true in terms of food. Don't know about syllables. Don't know if the same logic applies.
But yeah, I think one of the lines Borthwick gave Vish down at Cricket Info was, Durham has always been a family club, and we kind of lost touch with those roots over the last few years, and it was nice to bring it back last year.
A couple of runs for Elgar. Well, I've only been up here. It's my first time for a couple of years. I've been here a day and 3 hours, and you could feel it straight away, even from people like Marcus North and Ryan Campbell, who shouldn't be surprised, but you wouldn't always expect the director of cricket and the head coach to be so engaged with everything in the way that they have, and you can just feel it flowing through the club. It's lovely. Really is nice.
Yes, Essex currently sitting their run rate at 3.8. Again, just getting rid of that initial movement off the new ball before maybe trying to be a bit more positive.
Expansive drive from Elgar there, playing a miss. Head goes to the sky. It was a little bit too wide for him to be chasing after, but he gets away with that one. One ball left for the 23rd over. 3 bonus points each so far. Durham will be seeking their, or are seeking their first bowling point. More watchful from Elgar. Batting points start from 250. 5 available up to 450. So Durham picked up 3 yesterday for their 358. End of the over 85 for 1. Essex will be quite pleased with their morning's work, Rob.
They will. Maybe would have liked to score a bit quicker, but ultimately it's been a very testing spell for them. All of Elgar, Cook and Kushi have had their fair share of troubles facing their respective bowlers, and they'll just be happy that it's only 1 down, as obviously they top the table coming into this round, as Graham Onion's obviously happy with his bowling efforts from his team, and Matt Potts, after a 40-minute or so break, has fired himself back up, and Scott Borthwick has duly obliged and chucked him the dukes. Maybe sensing that they could do with a strike before lunch, a strike or two, and there's not a lot of better bowlers to throw it to than arguably your best option in Matt Potts. So he sets off away from us, continuing his earlier spell from the Finkel end, and immediately starts with a fuller delivery. Good defensive shot in there by Kushi. Elgar currently sitting on 45. Kushi just still getting his innings underway, 6 from 17. Back to the 2 slips. Ackerman reintroducing us to that slip cord, and that's an LBW shout. But again, the finger is not raised, and I think maybe that one's sliding a little bit down towards the leg side, but it's only taken Potts 3 balls to get Kushi worried about that. Might even be a double change. Might see Ben Rain thrown the ball as well, as Borthwick desperately looks for this second wicket before the lunch break. That would probably be fitting of the pressure that Durham were able to put onto Essex. They've not allowed them, while they've not got the wickets they would have desired, they haven't allowed them to get away either. This is back of a length and pulled very nicely by Kushi. Will just be a single down to Parkinson. Yeah, deficit now 272, so it's been hard work for Essex this morning, but as we mentioned, Sam, they'll be more than content if they can see through these last 20 minutes with these 2 still at the crease.
It's funny, isn't it? Because an hour ago we're talking about how much trouble Dean Elgar's looking in, basically unable to lay a bat on Ben Rain at times. And then you look at the scorecard and he's got 45 off 72 balls. So a decent enough strike rate for a red ball opener. That's just a sign of the quality he has. He's played some lovely shots in and amongst it. If he can get through to lunch in the last 20 minutes, I mean, it would definitely be Essex this morning.
There's that testing line there, just out that 4/5 stump, planting the seed. Go on. Dangle your bat out there, I dare you.
He was having a little go at them this morning, like early on, wasn't he? So any of the Durham lads, the second team players, the contracted players, or the academy lads be off playing club cricket today?
Well, they do have, the club do set up club, Premier League club contracts with some of the guys. I'm not too sure on names, but I'd imagine maybe people like Johnny Bushnell probably off playing some club cricket today, and it's great obviously to have that connection from the as the premier club in the northeast, the Durham are going all the way down to the club level. I think Baz DeLay got signed up on a contract as well last year. Played some club cricket, maybe Ollie Gibson, people like that. I'd imagine there would be a few. Ben McKinney. I mean, I think well, it helps when you have to obviously be. It's a slam dunk. You have to be obsessed with cricket in order to be a professional cricketer. But that willingness to just want to be able to just play cricket no matter what the level is, even if you are contracted at a professional club, just wanting to get out and play. And obviously it suits Durham as well, because that means they're getting the overs in. They're getting some overs in, and they're able to get their loads up, and they're able, if they're called upon to come into the first team at any point, they're not coming in exactly stone cold. No, I don't mean Steve Austin.
Talking to a certain generation of listeners there, I feel. Is Paul Coughlin continuing?
Lovely clip that. And yeah, Sam, our head of media and communications, has just managed to pull up some clubs for us. Holly Gibson's at Appleton today, playing against Shotley Bridge. Johnny Bushnell is at Hartlepool. Ben McKinney at Burnop Field, and Hayden Mustard, son of Phil, or Colonel, is at Benwell Hill. So very, very strong connections up in the northeast.
Just having a look through the numbers of last year's Premier League. Hayden Mustard playing alongside Kyle Kotzer last year. He played a fair bit of cricket for Durham. Captain of Scotland for a long time as well. I think he might be working today. He's probably down in Hampshire as the batting coach of the Northern Diamonds. Around the wicket from Coughlin to left-handed Elgar, who keeps that one out. Good line from Coughlin though. Just shaping in to left-hander. Ben Harmison, brother of Steve, still playing at Ashington.
Mitch Colleen's at Burnmore today, son of Neil Colleen, who's England. He's got a lead bowling role with England.
Around the wicket again. Elgar just has to get his bat down. Didn't quite get up. Pushes it to mid-on. Shake of the hands as well from Elgar. I don't know if he's feeling. But you know when you hit, sometimes you just catch the ball when you get those reverberations through the bat. Maybe because he hit the toe of his bat a little bit earlier on, Elgar. We did wonder if he was going to want a new bit of willow out there, but he's carried on. Again,
turns him into an S. Yeah. Turns him into an S.
Squaring him up there. This is good from Coughlin.
There is a bit of a feeling something's going to happen before lunch. Whether it's for Durham or for Essex, there's either going to be a bit of a flurry of runs, or there's going to be a wicket. There's just that feeling. There's just something there. Something there. It's just that period where Durham feel they're on top, but Elgar is ultimately still at the crease.
Again, pushed into the off-stride. Straight to mid-off, and over an 87 for one. 25 overs gone here. Day 2, opening session. Durham versus Essex at the Unique Riverside. I was going to say bathed in glorious sunshine. There is sunshine, it is glorious. We're not quite bathed in it because we're indoors and there's a lot of cloud cover. But if you are in the local area, do pop down this afternoon. There's a healthy crowd in, as there was yesterday. They're being rewarded as well. They were in the shade a lot of yesterday. It looked very cold over there. They are in that sunshine and out of the wind. Definitely pop down. Or go and see your local club. If you're not so local, go and watch some cricket if you can. Live cricket. Nothing better than it on a Saturday afternoon.
Potts is pulled quite expertly by Kushi, and he'll pick up 4. A lovely shot by the academy graduate. It's a tall bloke as well, able to get on top of that bounce. He's not, so probably, best guess, he's probably 6'5", 6'6", Feroz Kushi. Able to get on top of any bounces that come his way, bar the one that Bryden Cass managed to cop him, I think pretty, from the amount of attention he was receiving, it seems like he probably got him pretty square on on the hip, it felt like, but was able to carry on. Just defending this one out. I think Peter Siddle's having a chat with his buddy Marcus North up on the dressing room, and just as I say that, they've now decided to head indoors. Yeah, Marcus talking to us yesterday how Peter Siddle, I think, was pretty much the first person with speed dial that he called when Scott Boland was, when they realised that Boland was not going to be available for any longer of his stint, and obviously a big shame for Durham, but acted very quickly to get a replacement option in, and Siddle has provided that, but Potts is testing Cushy's defences out as Essex are 91 for 1 at this point.
He's played the short ball pretty well. Since we wondered, he was struck by that one from Carter, which didn't quite get up as quickly as he thought he would, but they've tried to test him a couple of times, Cushy, and he stood up to it as well. A couple of pull shots that he's been right on top of.
Again, just defended, and Potts almost chucks the ball back at Cushy. Again, defending. I think just finishing off. I think start of last year, there's now there's penalty points and suspensions in play if you do throw the ball back at the batter. There are a couple of cases last year in the North East Premier League of those instances. I think a fine and a couple match ban, I think, was the most common punishment for that one. And Potts again, just he's always got his brain in go. He's always wanting to tinker, and he's just moving Alex Lee. He's moving him in front of square, deep on the boundary, and instructing David Bellingham and Brian Cast to move round. In and defended again. He settled back into that line and length, just the boundary off the first ball of the over, which is off the slightly shorter delivery, and there's 26 overs gone in the innings. Just over 10 minutes to go before that lunch break, and I think Graham Clark, he was off as Southfield, he was off that over. He's equipped with some pads, but he's just dropped the helmet back off to Michael Jones, so maybe some more shortish fielding for Clark, but obviously not short enough that he needs the headgear.
Coughlin is going to continue into his 6th over. The only man to have a wicket for Durham so far in this game. Around the wicket to Elgar, short and pulled in front of square. There is a fielder out there.
Didn't quite get all of it, I think, off the top edge of the bat, and fortunate that just found a lovely patch of green grass to fall into.
I couldn't quite see. I've got an obstacle in my way on that. I'm pleased that you were able to step in, because I suddenly moved my head to the right and realised that's
I struggle with it as well, unless you can very clearly tell from straight away that they've either got all of it or the stumps are out the ground. It can be difficult to track the ball, but yeah, just not catching all of it.
Cushy takes his guard again, 2 slips away. On the back foot, pushes it into the offside. Clark does the fielding. Round of applause from Scott Borthwick. Ashthorpe is having a bowl. I forgot you can get live scores these days. So there's a Mustard in and out for Felling. It's Alan Mustard. Is that a relation? Do we know?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. The only one I obviously know of is Hayden.
Someone will know. Ashthorpe skippering Chester the Street.
Yeah, he was up in Edinburgh yesterday.
Cushy on strike. Looks like it might have kept a touch low yet to bring his bat down in a slightly unnatural way. No run. Chat going on between Ollie Robinson, Scott Borthwick, Colin Ackerman. Looks cricket related, you never quite know. Got to keep yourselves entertained out there. I reckon Borthwick.
Like I said, I do wonder sometimes. I might have to chat to these chat to them after the day. What conversations go on in that slip cordon?
Short ball, pulled by Kushi straight into the ground though. It's in front of square. There's a fielder out there who gets around, and they pick up a couple more. Kushi moves on to 14.
So you've got to find some way to keep yourself amused when, you know, there can be docile periods in the game, and, you know, especially when at this period of time where they still feel there's enough in it from Coughlin's bowling that they can have 2 slips in there. I wonder what conversations
Graham Onion
are
just
being had.
sneaking back out onto the side of the pitch. I wonder if we're going to have a chat.
There's Potts out there who's doing the fielding, so maybe just a quick word is something that he's maybe seen watching the live stream as well. Just always tinkering, always wanting to get the best.
Maybe it's something he's heard. Maybe it's something that Rob Rush has said on the live stream that Graham Onions has got running down.
Well, I don't think I'm in any position to tell Graham Onions or anyone in that Durham coaching setup what to do, but obviously Graham Onions' experience beyond his years, and he can impart that onto Potts for the game today. Short, and Kushi ducks onto this one and isn't hit by it. Just a 3 off that over. Essex 94 for 1 as we tick down towards lunch on day 2.
Plenty of cricket going on around the country. That's the beauty of the County Championship. It's the first week where some sides have rest week. Unfortunately for Derbyshire, Harry Brook and Joe Root continuing to go rather well. 200. It was always going to happen at some point. I think teams that were playing Yorkshire would have gone, oh, I hope it's not the week that Brook and Root get runs.
I think
413.
I think the teams that are going to be most happy are the ones that have Yorkshire after the first block of T20s. So I think that's when Brook and Root's eligibility for Yorkshire comes grinding to a halt.
Root has fallen though to Zach Chappell, bowling leg middle there, off stump out the ground even.
Potts is not able to do the same, but he does get a full shot out of Elgar that goes through to Robinson, and I guess would you describe this, Sam, as almost I don't know. I don't want to pigeonhole Dean Elgar's career into an innings, but having watched him for South Africa and now here over the last hour and a bit, would you say this is a bit a typical Elgar innings of just staying in the fight, just not just staying there? As the commentator has cursed at Matthew Potts has his first wicket. You have to say it was coming for some point. Dean Elgar had been in fights with Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin, and Matthew Potts just decides, oh, you know what, lads, I've got this sewn up, don't you worry. The ball before had him prodding forward to it, and Elgar kicks one of the previous squares in frustration. He falls for 46. Ollie Robinson takes a straightforward catch behind the stumps, and yeah, Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin, I think, laid the groundworks, and as often it turns out to be, Matthew Potts coming back on for his second spell. He's gone, lads, simple. I'll just get him out. Simple as.
Well, I was about to agree with you. I thought I'd just let that ball play out, and then I'll say, yes, it's been nuggety, it's been gritty, there's been some nice shots, and that is still true. That innings has come to a close. I wonder what Graham Onion said to Matthew Potts, out on the boundary a few seconds ago. Is that a fine? Should we start a fine system?
Well, it must be strike 1. I think I can let you off yesterday.
Yeah,
I can let you off yesterday because you're obviously brand new, but I think that must be strike 1.
Well, that's fair enough.
Does mean that Nick Brown comes to the crease, and we've spoken a lot on the stream about opportunity. Someone on Nick Brown who's lost his place at the start of the season, but in for this game because of Tom Wesley being with his family at the time of him and his partner having their second child. Congratulations to them. But you don't know how long, if that'll go on for just this week or maybe next week as well. But Nick Brown, this is a great opportunity for him to try and get some runs under his belt, because I think it's safe to say last couple of years runs have been scarce to come by.
Yeah, tough summer last year. Averaged just 23.95, just a 100. Did all right in 2020. I mean, he peaked, Nick Brown, 2015 to 17 when Essex got promoted and won titles. He was scoring 1,200 runs a summer. Hundreds for fun, really. but it's just not quite happened for him. But I still think there's value in Nick Brown. Having him in the squad, maybe he won't play every game, but when you need an experienced player to come in, it'll be great when he's playing for the twos. It'd be good for the lads to learn from.
He'll probably take on a leadership role for that second 11, but he's got to deal with Matt Potts and good leave. It's a good leave because the timber's not been disturbed, but it was right on the money from Potts, who's I think safe to say amped up.
Yeah, and Brown's just doing a little bit of gardening. No, what I should say is we shouldn't write Nick Brown off. He's only 33. He could score 100 here or in the next game, go on a great run, score 1,000 runs and be at the top of the Essex order for the next 5 years. You just don't know. He's had a lean spell. He's shown before he has the ability to stick around and score runs.
Potts gets him turned into a bit of an S, but it is going to run away down towards Callum Parkinson. So Brown is off the mark, second ball. Did see just before that wicket, Parkinson was going through some stretches.
I think he might get one.
I believe he'll probably come on at the Lumley end for that last over before lunch, but before that, Feroz Kushi's got to deal with Matt Potts, who's as always, him and Ben Rain as a mid-off combo, where they're normally at mid-off to each other. Just always talking, have a great relationship, a great friendship, and I think if you ask Potts, he'll be one of the first to say that Ben Rain has been a great friend to him and a great teammate and someone that's helped him develop into the cricketer that we see today and will continue to see over the next few years. He's in now to Kushi and just defending this one. Colin Ackerman's moved out from second slip to, as you can see on your screens, that very short mid-on. I think Potts is really targeting these stumps just before the lunch break. I'll have one more ball to try and prize another wicket and bring up Durham's first bowling bonus point. And we said it at the top of the stream, Sam, about this game being very evenly sided, very even, as this one's defended off the back foot and it'll be 95 for 2. I'd go again to say that it's another even session.
Yeah, that wicket. Yeah, I suppose they've got two, Durham, one of whom was the night watchman, and Sam Cook came back. Yeah, getting Elgar was massive for Durham. And you're right, Rob, we're going to see a little bit of Callum Parkinson. It's 2 minutes to 1. This will be the last over before lunch, and they're just going to try something a little bit different. Sometimes I wonder if it's the only way you can squeeze that last over in as well. But Callum Parkinson, left arm spinner, is going to come into the attack. I don't know if we'll see him immediately after lunch, but he's certainly going to bowl this over. It looks like Colin Ackerman is in at first slip.
Yeah, I think he's yeah, as the gun slipper, as Ryan Campbell called him, I think he's pulled that one and said, no lads, I've got this.
There's a short legging under the helmet.
I think it's Graham Clark with the floppy cap sticking, which I thought maybe David Bellingham had been asked to go on a lid, but it's not. He is Graham Clark.
He's turning it in towards the left-handed Nick Brown, who is turning it into the leg side, and Alex Lees is doing the fielding out in the deep. Callum Parkinson of the Parkinson twins. Matthew was on loan up here last season. Callum signing a permanent deal, joining from Leicestershire. He's into Kushi, who's just pushing it back to him. 96 for 2. Only objective really here for Essex is not to lose another wicket. His bowling's come on a lot actually in the last couple of seasons. Callum Parkinson, he went on a Lions tour in January as well. He was in India with Ollie Robinson. Take a single.
Very strong Durham contingent on that one. Neil Clean being head coach. Alex Lees, Ollie Robinson, Matt Potts, Bryden Cars and Parkinson going on that trip out there. Also featured some other Test hopefuls like Josh Bohannon from Lancashire.
Gets in behind that one, Nick Brown, so he's unbeaten on 2. Kushi's unbeaten on 15. Alright, we've got one more ball before we're going to have a spot of lunch. Delight to be with you all morning. Sam Dalling alongside Durham's very own Rob Rush, as Brown successfully navigates that. It's been a fascinating morning's cricket, Rob. I'll leave you to sum it up.
Very evenly poised. I think you know, Durham will be happy that it's taken them longer than they would have liked to get rid of that opening pair, but they will go into lunch knowing that they have sent both of Elgar and Cook back to the sheds, and there's not been very many bad balls. You probably count maybe 1 or 2 that have been bad from Durham's perspective, but overall they'll be happy with their work. They're 1 wicket away from that first bowling bonus point. Essex will resume after lunch on 97 for 2. Matt Potts raking Dean Elgar to distance about 5 minutes before lunch, as the players are walking off the field, and we will leave you as well, but we'll be back just about 20 to 2.
South Africa cap 357. It's got to feel pretty special now.
Oh yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got that first phone call that you were going to be included for that India series? What were your emotions there?
Well, I was actually playing for the SAA side against the West Indies, and the test coach was coaching the SAA side. So he actually didn't call, he just called me into like a room, and I thought I was in trouble almost. And then he just said, "Well done, you've made the India test squad," which was quite surprising. I mean, I've spoken to him about it before, but it was still quite a shock. The first people I called was definitely my parents, because I think they've done a lot for my cricketing career. So yeah, quite a proud moment, and yeah, I'm glad it happened.
And then obviously you go on to you get a 50 on test debut. Not a lot of people get able to do that, so that must have been as well like a special feeling. How difficult were the conditions out there?
Well, I think honestly, because we won the toss and bowled, and it was almost overcast like this, maybe a bit warmer, and we bowled them out for maybe like 220, and then the pitch settled down to a degree, but I think our openers and number 3 did quite well. So when I came in, it was a bit flatter. I'm not saying it was easy, but it was definitely a bit flatter. And then once I got off the mark, the nerves kind of settled, and I could actually just enjoy the occasion.
And then you came out of that series with a 1-1 draw, and then due to the SA20 going on, you were one of the more senior guys after 2 caps going down to New Zealand. You've mentioned in previous interviews you pulled yourself out of the SA20 auction or to be considered for New Zealand. Was there any sort of hesitation there, or was it just you've now got a chance to play Test cricket again for South Africa? You want to take it?
Well, I think so. Like that conversation happened, I reckon, August last year. So before the draft obviously happened, before the India Test matches happened. So like the coach called me and kind of said, "Look, if you don't put your name in." So like everyone thinks like I pulled out like I was dead certain to like get into the auction or get into the SA20, but like I just thought, like weighing up the pros and cons, I thought to play a test match for sure for your country, I think overweighed the chance of playing in the SA20, yeah.
And then you go down to New Zealand, first test, you don't get the big century, but the second test, second innings, you finally get to that 3-figure mark. Can you talk us through, once you got past 50 and kind of that second part of your innings, and then obviously the elation when you do get that first century for your country?
Well, I think in the first test, I got so many messages after the test match saying well done, but also saying how silly I was to try continue the 6 hitting and stuff like that. So like when I eventually got to that mark, I tried to just stay sensible and calm, which luckily I did. And yeah, it was obviously quite special. I knew back home, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning back home in SA. And I knew from speaking to guys days before that they'll be up watching regardless of what time. So I knew that my family, my friends would be watching. So I think just having that was quite special. I mean, New Zealand's miles away, so no one was really there in terms of like SA and family and stuff. But it was really special to know that they were watching and stuff like that, yeah.
Did you get a sense, was there a feeling of vindication because you obviously left South Africa to come over to here and play for Durham, and everyone was kind of talking about the time that you were putting your South Africa ambitions on hold and there was more chance of an England call-up, and then you obviously reversed your decision and you made yourself available to South Africa. Was there a sense of vindication over the winter getting those test call-ups and those test opportunities?
No, I think I'll never regret coming over here. I think I owe Northie and Durham a lot because I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person and as a player. So like I think so because like coming through and watching guys play, getting like not jealous but just like knowing or maybe thinking that I could do the same job playing test cricket. So it was quite cool eventually making the step up and then doing okay as well, because I always think the biggest thing about test cricket I always think is like before you actually do it, it's like believing or thinking, can I actually do it? And I mean, I've only played 4 tests, so it's a small sample size, but like playing against those Indian seamers in tough conditions, I think getting through them and doing okay, just like it almost gave me a lot of confidence going into like New Zealand, also playing
a good attack, but obviously on flatter wickets. So like coming like across like Bumrah and those guys on tough wickets definitely made me confident to go out and score runs in New Zealand, which was quite cool.
And then looking ahead to the season, obviously we're kicking off on Friday against Hampshire, so the club season comes first for you, but that the international scene will now be always in the picture. How do you balance the two? Is it a case of just you put your best foot forward with Durham first and then South Africa will take care of itself? Is that the mindset?
Well, I think firstly, I've looked at the schedule, so if South Africa continues to happen, I don't think I'll miss, especially 2024 this season and next year, I don't think I'll miss. I think I maybe miss 1 or 2 Champa games, which is obviously lucky. And secondly, I think every game is a chance to score runs and do well for Durham or South Africa or Western Province. So I think I'll take it game by game and try to do what I've been doing for Durham for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's score runs and try win games. Yeah.
John, let's start. Great news coming out of Durham this week. We've been awarded a professional women's team. That's great news for the region, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, really pleased for them. Great shot in the arm for women's cricket, great shot in the arm for the club and everyone involved in it. Massive amount of work behind the scenes, and to see it bear fruit, it'd be just so good for if you were a young female cricketer in the North East now, you know you've got a pathway just exactly the same as the men have, really.
Let's go back 30 years. I guess it's exactly the same situation as the men's waiting 30 years ago, isn't it?
Oh, it's the similarities are stark, really. It's absolutely the same process, the same. See a professional side close up. It's just brilliant. They got the chance to follow in their footsteps and make careers out of it.
Let's move on to the men's and boys academy side of things. Season's here again. It's come around pretty quick again, hasn't it? It's an exciting time of the year for everyone involved.
Yeah, it's class. Lads are chomping at the bit to get going and get outside. If it ever stops raining, we'll be ready to go. Yeah. So just nice to get out the indoor school, and seems like we've been in for a long time, but yeah, it's just about here now.
Touched on the indoor school. How's pre-season gone for the academy and pathway sides?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, it seems a long time. They've done started in November. Really long block, 3 6-week blocks of practice. Yeah, they're ready to go. They're absolutely class. Look, fit as they've ever been, strong as they've ever been, champing at the bit, ready to go.
Just give us a sense of what they've been doing over the last few months in terms of getting ready for the season.
Sort of skills blocks for first couple. Lots of running, strength work in the gym. They've worked incredibly hard, and then latterly just sort of sharpened up with some nets.
Dubai. The guys went to Dubai in January. Just tell us a bit about that experience for the younger guys in the squad.
Yeah, we had a super time. It's unbelievable pitches, like class opposition. Just set the whole thing up beautifully for them. You know, to see a different style of cricket, like you see on the telly with the IPL. Really, the fellas hitting it that you don't necessarily get on the northeast pitches here. Then, yeah, they're different, like chalk and cheese with their practice. Beforehand to after, they're trying to take the game on. It's much more like you see on the telly now.
Let's look ahead to this season. There's been a change of structure within the ECB recommendations at the younger age groups. Just give us a sense of what's going on and why the reasons behind that.
Yeah, just to postpone the start of the county age group cricket to give everyone the best possible chance of staking their claim, rather than just picking the team out from the kids that have been fortunate enough to play hardball cricket at a young age. There's you know, trying to move that first selection to later. They get such a good deal now when they get into the county age group squads that you want to make sure that you've got absolutely the best players from the broadest possible backgrounds, the broadest possible exposure to cricket, really.
Let's look ahead to the academy season. Without naming names, how's the squad looking ahead of the new season?
Yeah, it's an exciting team actually. It's an exciting squad. We've got good pace. Exciting batting, yeah, and good spin. So Hayden with the wickies just got into the first team, and Robbie Bowman be short, pretty quick behind him, I think. So yeah, all bases covered. Just looking to get some good match practice or some good matches, and fellas can start staking a claim for the second 11.
Just give us an overview of the structure of the season. What does that look like from an academy point of view?
Academy, we get a few early season matches just friendly, get them up and running. Then we go pretty quickly into the 2020, which is designed to precede the second 11 T20. Then exam time starts, and then we sort of reconvene again in July for long format cricket during the summer holidays.
You touched on pre-season friendlies there. The weather's hit the northeast hard, hasn't it? Well, all over the country. I guess you start next Friday against Cumbria. Just tell us a bit about that fixture and how much you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, we're really lucky. Sedbergh School are hosting ourselves and a Cumbria development side. We're going to have a 2020 round robin day, so that looks like the first. That was designed to be so, like, after we've played a few matches, the local friendlies have been hit by the weather, as have friendlies against other academies that we would normally have played in this time of year to get us up and running. So we're just straight into 2020, unfortunately. But yeah, the lads will be ready for it.
You touched on the academy players making way into the second team. 9 of the academy graduates playing for the seconds this week at Lancashire. That must be really pleasing for you to see these guys progressing from the academy into the second team.
Yeah, they're ready for it. Really, it's a nice pathway through. So it's great that the club backs the local talent, gives them the opportunity. And second team cricket, when you're playing with and against seasoned professionals, that's where you really test your mettle and show your skills.
You touched on Hayden Mustard earlier. He's been part of the England under-19s team over the winter. Sebastian Hughes-Pinon was with Spain and Jack Brassel with Namibia. You must be really pleased to see these guys now making their way at the international level. Yeah,
it's class to see them in the international game. Just always been quite keen on trying to put Durham on in the international footing and see fellas making their way there. So those 3 lads have done superbly to get recognised by their countries at whatever age level that they've played, and it's nice when they come back to the rest of the group and they've had a bit of success, that it just lifts the whole spirit of the squad, really.
And finally, academy graduate in Matthew Potts got 149 last week against Warwickshire. You've obviously worked with him throughout the pathway. Was his batting something which you always thought he could do?
Yeah, he was always a frontline batsman for us. It was his bowling sort of came on about 16, 17 when he started to grow, but he was always a class batsman. It's always surprised me a bit that he hadn't done better with his batting. So he scored an unbelievable 170 at Hartlepool against Cheshire, and at that day you thought, yeah, he's definitely a frontline batsman, but probably put all his eggs in the bowling basket to date. But fabulous that he saved the game and showed his class with a bat.
about Matt Potts as he strides in for the first ball of the afternoon session, and it's met with the face of the bat from Feroz Kushi.
I did wonder how he was scoring and sorting out lunch on the same day.
No,
it makes more sense.
It's William Hobson who's the first team scorer for Durham, so he goes with the squad wherever they are, and Graham takes on the second 11 scoring duties. I think he was over at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago for their game against Lancashire, the one where Rocky and Corey Flintoff.
Ah, yes.
Were playing. Obviously, a very familiar surname to everyone associated with cricket, and I believe Rocky went to a century for the second 11 last week against Warwickshire.
The thing with the videos, you've probably seen them on social media, it's uncanny the way he plays the pull shot. I know he'd have spent a lot of time with his dad in the nets, I'm sure, but wow, it takes you back.
Ben Rain going through some stretches. I imagine he'll be first on at the Lumley end again, as first runs of the session are a flick off the pad from Kushi, who's played reasonably well. He's obviously got a lot of talent, very well regarded in the Essex system. Did cop one on the hip from Bryden Cass, trying to duck for a short ball that just didn't rise up as high as Kushi was expecting, and did go down for a fair bit of treatment, but is all good now.
Played the short ball quite well after that as well, didn't he, actually? We wondered how he would stand up to the test. We knew they'd test him. They did, and I think he came out on top. For a nice pull shots. Deep square leg and long leg out. Looks like second slip is going to come in on the drive as well.
Colin Ackerman comes out of second slip as Potts is into Brown, and another watchful leave. Yeah, we were talking about before lunch, this is a big opportunity for Nick Brown, losing his place to his partner at the other end over the winter and at the start of the season, and getting an opportunity now because of Tom Wesley not being up in the northeast, excuse me, as him and his partner await the birth of their second child. This one keeps low, and Brown does well to get on top of it.
All cricketers need is an opportunity, or any sports person really needs an opportunity. Doesn't matter what age you are, don't have to be a youngster. Nick Brown could get runs and could be in this Essex side for the rest of the summer. Who knows? That's the beauty of it.
Potts to complete the first over after lunch, and it's turned away by Brown, who will retain the strike. Just a couple singles to open up the afternoon session.
I wonder, will we see Callum Parkinson? I think probably not. In fact, I know it's not going to be, because I can see Ben Rain with his jumper off. Should have pondered a little bit earlier, shouldn't I?
I think obviously it's still a little bit early for Callum to be brought into the attack, the foot mark. So we did see opening up a little bit yesterday. Vic and his ground staff done a beautiful job overnight, and this morning just getting the pitch, making sure they aren't quite as visible or as big today. And I did say, I think probably as we saw Sam Cook do with Harmer and Critchley yesterday, I think as we head towards that second hour of the afternoon session, I'd imagine that's where Parkinson would come into the game a bit more. Campbell talked us through his plans if he wants to be able to plug his spinner in at one end and rotate the big boys from the other end. And speaking of the big boys, it's Ben Rain into the attack.
Nick Brown shouldering arms. We saw how well Ben Rain bowled this morning against
arguably, according to Graham, should have the wicket of Dean Elgar in his back pocket, but didn't quite get the favourable decision making from the umpires.
Yeah, there were a few in the press box suggesting there were a couple of quite close LBWs. Watchful from Brown. Scott Borthwick is in its slip. Colin Ackerman, a short mid wicket. He's quite straight. He's just there for that Brown push that pops up. little bit of unpredictability in the surface. Nothing too drastic. A couple are kept low. A few bounced a little bit higher than you might have expected. There's something in it for the bowlers.
You got Alex Lees chatting away with square leg, trying to imagine chatting his ear off about something. Maybe.
Well, there's one thing he could be chatting his ear off about.
Well, there was. When getting here early this morning before Lees went off for a hit in the nets, I think he was having had a about a 10-minute, I'd say, conversation with, I believe, the match referee. And he made a very clear point of showing his bat swing and what's normal for Lees. As I think it's safe to say he was not happy with his dismissal yesterday, but the game has moved on. Have a chance in the second innings to repair the damage.
Solid from Nick Brown. You could do with a score here, really. Just the 1/2 century in his last 21 first-class innings. Big 100 against Kent last April, just over a year ago. 159 he made back on the 20th of April last summer, and just the 1/2 century against Middlesex since then. Onto that front foot. A little bit less tentative than Elgar was.
Graham Clark is joined in the floppy hat community.
David, there you go. Welcome.
David Bedingham has replaced his Durham representative cap for a Durham floppy hat, and you can get them in the club shop.
So Stuart Broad was big on them. Remember Andy Caddick used to wear a floppy hat. Gillespie.
I think, speaking from when I've seen Graham Clark, I think I can't easily remember the last time I didn't see him wearing a floppy cap. So
just on a cricket pitch or just in general life?
On the cricket pitch.
Right.
On the cricket pitch, he was lads having a bit of a overview, just a breakdown of the day's play yesterday at the sticky wicket, and he certainly wasn't wearing a floppy hat there. If you want to get in touch with us on the live stream, at Sam J Dalling and at RobRush02 on Twitter or X. I refuse to call it X.
I know, and you can't, because if you call it X, it was a maiden from Ben Rain, by the way. If you call it X, are they X's as opposed to tweets?
Well, they're posts.
Posts,
is when
right.
you go to post. Certain man has changed it from tweeting to posting, and you can't quote retweet anymore. You quote post someone.
Right. If you want to tweet us.
Yeah, we'll call it Twitter. It will always remain as Twitter, as Potts is steaming in. As hopefully Durham fans will see him many a times, not only in a Durham shirt this season, but in England shirt. And actually, if you are a Durham Cricket member, we believe that there's still some discounts for you available for some England tickets. As you can see, before Potts bowls this delivery, as he's in now. This one's played off the back foot, but for no run stopped by Ben Rain. Yeah, as you saw there, Mark Wood, as always, he's always up for a photo shoot, is Woody. You've got England women v New Zealand women here, 26th of June, and England men v Australian men, 24th of September. Discount runs out on Monday morning. After that, there is no more. So if you're a Durham Cricket member and you haven't sourced your tickets yet, and you quite fancy, who knows, you might be able to get to see Matt Potts in that Australia fixture. You might see Bryden Carter in that Australia fixture. Go get your tickets now.
What is said discount, Rob? Is it a £5?
I believe it's £5. I believe it's £5 off every ticket, but if not, Sam will no doubt be frantically on.
And I think there's a deal about if you buy 2 tickets.
Ooh, again, that variable bounce is keeping low, and Kushi does well to dig it out.
So it's £5 off if you go for one game. If you buy both games, it doubles up. So in total, you get £20 discount, and you get to see England twice at the Seat Unique Riverside.
Hopefully
you can't say fairer than that.
Hopefully some of the Northern Diamonds lasses are in that England squad, and obviously news coming out last week that you were able to see Durham have a Tier 1 women's franchise here next year. Marcus North making it a clear point in Durham's proposal as another testing line from Potts, but North, or Marcus, is to us making it very clear that he wanted the women to play most, if not all, of the games here at Seat Unique Riverside, and I imagine the ECB quite liked that idea, and last week came out with slightly prematurely. I think Marcus was slightly caught off guard in his office when I think his phone probably started blowing up with some congratulatory messages from journalists writing for various newspapers as Potts finishes off another maiden over 1992. Yeah, I think the Telegraph, the Cricketer, the Times, they were all on it very quickly that Durham had been awarded Tier 1 status, and 7 others as well: Hampshire, Surrey, Somerset, Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, I believe Warwickshire might be in there as well as the 8 who have been given Tier 1 status for next year. And I think the ECB have been very impressed with the growth of the women game and also the bids as they are bringing forward, bringing it to 10 teams in 2026.
Rain is in, turn into the leg side. They won't get a run. Kept a little bit low, that one. Yes, Yorkshire and Glamorgan will be joining the party in inverted commas, won't they? Potentially more to come. It would be lovely if one day there's 18 professional men's counties and 18 professional women's counties. That's the dream. Scott Borthwick is just limping at slip there, just holding his right knee, giving a little bit of pain. I don't know if he's jarred it in the ground. We'll keep an eye on that. Cut away by Brown, but he can't beat the fielder. It was a nice looking shot. It was straight at Graham Clark. I have to be careful now. I have to wait for the fielder to turn around because I'm not as familiar with the Durham players as you are. And in my head, I've got Rob Rush telling me Graham Clark is the sole member
well,
of the floppy hat.
Well, to be fair, you won't need, if it's a floppy hat within your kind of field of vision as you look out, you can probably be 99.9% sure it is going to be Graham Clark. But if it does run down to third, David Bellingham will want you to get his name correct.
Defensive shot there from Nick Brown. Yes, Bellingham seems to be a man who's often down at third or fine leg, grazing.
That's where he's been this game. As I mentioned earlier, he's been in the slip cord and he's been under the lid. He's been a bit. He's got around on the cricket field, and it kind of, I guess it's a big help for the team when you've got a guy who can go in under the lid, can be in the slips, or can be one of your outfielders. I believe Callum Parkinson's probably the one patrolling the boundary, as this one is turned away nicely past. I believe it's going to be Colin Ackerman who's in at short mid-wicket, and that will be chased down by Alex Lees, but the ball wins that particular battle, and Nick Brown has the first boundary of the afternoon session.
Boundaries brings up the Essex 100. 100 for 2. So a bit like yesterday, all looking pretty even. Hard to split these two sides, as you'd expect, two of the top sides in the country. Now Ryan Campbell has openly said and written about wanting to be the very best. Essex have been the standard bearers for a couple of years, then Surrey the past 2 summers. Brown again, taking that one to the leg side. This time it's straight at Lees, the fielder. Kept a little bit low, perhaps. Brown did well to jab his bat down.
Unfortunately, there is only one Div 1 game that has emerged after the lunch interval on time, and that is down at the Oval. Surrey lead Hampshire by 67 runs in a minute, 218 for 7. Warwickshire and Notts are still off for rain, and I believe Worcestershire and Somerset haven't got out either as well.
Yeah, that's still stuck where it was overnight, as is the game at Bristol, raining in the West Country. 2 mid-wickets now catching, and he turns it to the leg side, but away from all of the men along the ground. Callum Parkinson is out at deep square leg. Scrambles round. Does really well there, Callum Parkinson, actually, because he had to come. He's left-handed, and the ball was to his right, so he had to come right around it, turn his body, get the throw in. They fought about a second. They decided, no, Callum is already there. 104 for 2.
It's a very big Bolton Wanderers fan, is Callum.
Ah, yes, of course.
Very big. very big Bolton fan.
Is it a big day for them today? Derby can go up, can't they? I know we're
I think I spoke to him yesterday before play. They have Peterborough, I think, either today or I think they're locked into playing Peterborough in the playoffs. And Bolton can't go up automatically, but they are guaranteed to finish third. So you'd imagine they're one of the favourites, if not the favourite, to go back up to the Championship throughout the playoffs. Obviously, spent many a year in the Premier League at what was the Reebok Stadium, and has gone through multiple stadium name changes since then. And you'll obviously be keeping a keen eye on proceedings.
Looks like a decent game. 2-2 down at Peterborough. Third versus fourth. Neither can go up automatically, though.
Potts, as always, just tinkering with his field. He won't set off until he's got it exactly how he wants it. Always in conversation with fellow Sunderland supporter Ben Rain away to his left-hand side.
And they're currently playing. They're about 70 minutes into those games. So Derby are winning. They're going to get promoted automatically. At the moment, Callum Parkinson's side will be facing Oxford United as it stands. Not that anyone probably really wanted to know that, but I've told them.
You might want to tell them what's going to happen after this delivery, as it's just a gentle push out to the offside. Yeah, David Bedingham has now been removed from his boundary patrol and stationed himself in at short mid-wicket in a catching position. Alex Lees is your more traditional mid-wicket fielder, maybe extra mid-wicket. You got Graham Clark and Paul Coughlin patrolling the boundary on the leg side, as this is short, and Brown does well to get out of the way, and good take from Robinson behind the stump. So yeah, Scott Borthwick in his first slip. Callum Parkinson at backward point now. Colin Ackerman out into the covers, and Bryden Cast at mid-off as Baz DeLader and Will Goodman finished up their lunchtime net session and walking back round. Baz just working through a slight knee injury that's ruled him out of this game, but should all be good for the trip down to Hampshire in a couple of weeks, as this one's defended. And Ryan Campbell's been very open and honest about how he values Baz DeLader and turned him into a red ball cricketer, obviously not having played much, if any, red ball cricket with the Netherlands, with them not being a professional enough test side. He's obviously had some fantastic ODI experience with the Netherlands, but not a lot of red ball stuff. And coming to Durham, made his first class bow last year and played last week down at Worcestershire, as this one is just defended. So yeah, he's in a bit of a, I wouldn't say a difficult situation, but he is one of those, he's going to be needed in this next spell of 3 games for Durham after their bye week. As we mentioned, Carson Potts being on central contracts, there's always the potential of them being pulled out, and DeLader will be required. And Potts is he's decided he's had enough of coming around the wicket to Nick Brown. He instructs Feroz Kushi and David Bedingham, you need to move to your right hand side, lads. He's going to come over the wicket to Brown. 2 balls left of this, and this is driven and all on the ground. It's just as well, because David Bedingham is right there for a catch. If anything, it is airborne. And again, tinkering, moving Graham Clark further behind square. Very well kept out by Brown, testing a couple of overs from Potts post lunch, and that one is a maiden as Essex sit on 104 for 2.
He looks solid, Nick Brown, isn't he?
It is early days, but it is as promising as you could want from a guy who's not played a first team game this year, and kind of been. I'm not sure how late notice that Tom Wesley dropout was. You'd imagine, obviously, the club would have been aware, but Essex obviously coming up on the Wednesday to, well, they came up on the Wednesday. I think they stopped overnight midway somewhere before making the further trip up.
It's a long old poke, as they'd say. I think he was playing twos somewhere. I think him and Robin Das might have been playing a twos game the day before. Ben Rain is going to continue from the lovely end. 10 overs, 2 aids, 0 for 22. Short mid wicket, short mid on, and a slip. Kushi is pushing it to mid off, who sat quite deep there, Bryden Cast, inviting Feroz Kushi to take the quick single. I think for all Nick Brown's strengths, running between the wickets isn't maybe one of them. So quite happy to sit a little bit deeper and say, go on then, you try and scramble through. We fancy ourselves to hit the stumps. Who's that coming back around? It might even be Robin Das.
I believe it is.
He's having a hit in the nets around the back as Feroz Kushi keeps that one out. Is that the Durham stand in to our right?
Believe so.
Sam will let us know.
I will admit the stand names are not my strong suit with this ground.
It's a wonderful ground. A bit of wind around. Here's Rain then. He deserves a wicket for his efforts this morning. He hasn't got one though. Kushi pushes it back at him. Tries to stick out a boot, Rain. Trying to deflect it to the non-striker's end just in case. Nick Brown was well back there. What are we, 2 o'clock? So there'll be some clubbies playing that will be in and out by now.
Neil Clean was up in the press box over lunch, and his son Mitch was batting number 4, and unfortunately he'd already been in and out by the time we got up there to have our food. Yes, if you are playing club cricket, any funny stories, any funny things happen in your games, please do get in touch, and we'll keep an eye on it as the afternoon progresses, as well as keeping you all up to date with what goes on here as Essex look to trim this 254 run deficit into something a lot more closer to Durham's score of 358. Haven't seen many quick singles, or they haven't been able to manipulate the strike as well as their opponents yesterday, Essex, but probably testament to the bowling. As I say, that's a lovely clip through mid-wicket, but Graham Clark is right there.
You can see that Durham field happy to invite the quick single. They're pretty confident Essex aren't going to take it on. They did it beautifully yesterday. I've talked about it before. I wouldn't get tired of saying it. Just that pressure. Who have we got warming up? Paul Coughlin in at short mid-wicket. Just doing a little bit of stretching, touching his toes. And again, a nice looking shot from Kushi, but again it's driven straight to Bryden Cast at mid-off. End of the over, 104 for 2 here at the Seek Unique Riverside. Say that 10 times quickly, I tell you what, that's hard work. I think I struggled to get it out once. I have to really think about it. You know, when you're on commentary, sometimes the word flows. Other times I just have to sit here and go, right, come on Sam, you can do this. And Seek Unique Riverside is one of those.
Add it to the list of tongue twisters.
Oh yeah.
Now what will Potts be doing here? Is he changing back around to Nick Brown? It looks like it. He is indeed going to come around to the batter, and that's ideally what he wants. He wants Brown playing that sort of shot, so it brings both. Well, it brings, I guess you can have 3 sources, which you could have an inside edge onto the stumps, you could have the outside edge through to Ollie Robinson or Scott Borthwick, or if it does enough off the pitch, you have the LBW brought in as well. Derbyshire certainly not enjoying their game against Yorkshire. I think this one's flipped away for a single, I believe. That's Graham Clark doing the fielding down there. It is indeed. I can see David Bellingham's number 5 staring at us.
It makes me feel better that you had to check too.
Yeah. I think they're very similar height, so when one of them is down at the far end from where we are, and everything it does. You do require a double check, as I think Yorkshire have racked up 450 for 5 and decided we've had enough. We'll have a bowl, please.
We could be in trouble. The boss is here. Pulled emphatically by Feroz Kushi. He's going to get a boundary in front of square. They keep trying to test him on that shorter ball, having struck him a little bit earlier on.
After going through the morning session, just with our two voices, if you are yearning for some further insight, you are in luck. Durham's newest addition, Peter Siddle. He's going to hop round and join us on comms. So if you do have any burning questions you would like to ask the former Australian international, save them for 2:30 and get them in on the live stream, or tweet at us, and if we get some good ones, we will put them to him. He's a very nice guy to talk to, Sam, as you'll know from his time down at Somerset, as this one's defended. And we'll do a quick read of the North East Premier League scores.
Well, that'd be nice.
Eppleton currently 140 for 5 against Shotley Bridge. Ollie Gibson from the Durham side is in for Eppleton. Gateshead fell. Marcus North's team not having the best of innings. 97 for 7 against Seaham Park. Seaham Harbour, CC away at Lanchester, 176 for 4, so they're going all right. Unfortunately, we have lost a game to the weather, I think, as this one's defended. Sacriston and Crook, unfortunately, won't have a game today.
Get yourselves down to the Seat Unique Riverside, lads. Bring tea with you.
Hetton Lions against Whitburn at Whitburn. Hetton Lions batting first, they 181 for 4, and Philadelphia 152 for 4 away at Wellington CC. As we said, if anything funny happens during our game, any worthy stories, get them in and we'll give it the attention it deserves. Kushi gives that one some drive attention, but Ben Rain makes sure it doesn't go any further, and 5 off that one. Essex 109 for 2 as Michael Jones, after me and Sam did a walk, not you Sam, but the big boss Sam. We did a walk round of the nets, and Michael Jones is already thinking about the blast. He had his yellow pads on. He was using a white ball with Jimmy Hilditch, lead batting coach, and was striking them very sweetly into the net. As Campbell mentioned yesterday, unfortunately for Jones, it doesn't look like he's going to get much Durham action so far in the county championship, but blast games are around in about a month, and it looks like Jones is going to have a role to play in the T20 side.
And you never know, though. Things change quickly in sport. Rain is in. He is the one constant in this Durham side for the last 4 or 5 years. Constant both in appearing and his quality. And he's searching for his first wicket of this game. 2 mid-wickets in. Again, yeah, look forward. I like Michael Jones as a cricketer. A lot of time for him. Shame not to see him in the red ball side. But as Ryan said, it's understandable. He was given the opportunity. Didn't quite get the runs. And that's professional sport. There's always competition for places as the sunshine comes out. Beautiful here. Oh, short ball from Ben Rain. A well-directed short ball as well.
He does he does have it in his locker, and because he's not the fastest bowler, and this is not a detriment to, this is not me insulting Ben Rain, but because he's not the fastest bowler, he can use that to his advantage in terms of he can take the pace off, and sometimes the batters are caught out not by how quick it is, but how much pace has been left off, and sometimes that leads to him getting wickets due to batters being early through the shot.
Nick Brown right on time with that shot. Shout out to a friend of mine, Annie Chave. She's the editor of a magazine called County Cricket Matters, so she's well known on the county circuit. She said she's listening in from Somerset. I'm glad she's in Devon, actually. I'm glad that she stayed at home, though, because she and a couple of friends, including a lad who does some freelance stuff for the BBC and for Somerset, Harry Everett, they tried to go up to Kidderminster yesterday, and they broke down on the way.
It's never ideal.
Rain is in and pushing to the offside, and they stood by the side of the motorway for a few hours, and then they went to a cafe. They were taking while their car was dragged away, and eventually they got home. So I think they had about a 15-hour day, didn't get anywhere near Kidderminster to watch any cricket. I felt for them. They posted pictures yesterday of their various magazines and books, but yeah, that is a long day. I'm glad they didn't try again today, because
it would have
raining.
been same result.
Oh dear. Oh, that's why we love this game. Short mid wicket, and now a short mid on, just taking a step to his right. Colin Ackerman. Oh, there he is, in screen, in the game. Feroz Kushi is just sort of peering between the two of them to try and see what's going on as skipper Borthwick. He's seen something, he's got an idea, and he's run to whisper it into the ear of Ben Rain. Oh, and now he's lost his sunglasses on the way back.
At least they aren't shattered. I've seen that one a couple of times. There's a infamous one during the Ashes, I think back in 2013, where Australia racked up something like 400 on the first day, and gone so badly for England, a throw came in, and I think it was Graham Swan's sunglasses got absolutely blown to smithereens. Well, all you can do in that situation, when the day's not gone your way and that happens, all you can do is laugh.
Not cheap to replace those either. Helmets coming on, so perhaps Borthwick's idea involves either a fielder in close or a close slip. I think it's going to be Graham Clark that goes in at maybe short leg. We did see a short ball. So there's 3 fielders in close on the leg side, or is actually someone going to be sent away? Yeah, Dave Bellingham's being sent to a more orthodox square leg.
We haven't quite reached a stage where Warwickshire, I think, last year played with all fielders, bar maybe a slip, right in front of the batter. I don't think we've reached that stage yet. We're getting there. We are starting to get there now, and it's still only April.
Brown is solid in his defence. Borthwick's obviously seen something. I fancy the catch popping up on the leg side. Not going to happen this over, though. 109 for 2. 37 overs gone.
I remember against... would have been against Worcestershire here. First home game of the season last year. Late on day 4, and Matt Kuhneman was bowling the Aussie left arm spinner as Graham Onions goes for a sit on the tractor. Yeah, it was from this end. It's quite apt to talking about a left arm spinner that used to play for Durham, and a left arm spinner that's currently playing for Durham is about to come into the attack. Callum Parkinson getting some early looking. But yeah, we were down to the last wicket partnership. They've been there for about 35-40 minutes. And I might have the photo somewhere in my phone, but it was a beautiful image of a leg slip, a short leg, a silly mid on, a silly mid off, about 6 helmets, including Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. It was absolutely beautiful. Just the 2 men in the field with helmets for this one, as Callum Parkinson's first ball of the afternoon session is nicely timed by Feroz Kushi through the leg side. He'll pick up 4. Very nice shot. Yeah, this is why it's one of the other reasons why we love the game of cricket. You get these very funky fields, and I don't think there's, personally for me, in a very close game, end of the game, day 4, spinners on, lights are on, and you've got pretty much, I think there was no one back on the boundary, but every single fielder, bar your orthodox first slip and your bowler, have got a helmet on. It's lovely as Parkinson is looking for some drift and some turn.
Looks like a very strong leg side player, Feroz Kushi. His trio of boundaries have all come over on that square of the wicket.
That one pushed through past Paul Coughlin as attempted dive, and Ben Rain, after kicking off the afternoon session from the end, having to make a diving stop to save the boundary.
Is there anyone who could bowl little bit of part-time spin in this Durham side. Saw Essex use 2 spinners yesterday.
There are a couple options. They're both members of the top 3. Colin Ackerman with his right arm offies, and Scott Borthwick as a right arm leggy, which, having spoken with Ryan Campbell on previous occasions, to the points last year, he believes that Scott Borthwick underbowls himself. Maybe it's just trying to get that balance between being, you've got to rotate your other bowlers, you've got to captain the side, and then also he's got the added responsibility this year of being asked to open the batting, so maybe he'll save it for when Durham are in a lot weaker position than they currently are here. But Parkinson's second over, so slightly more expensive. That one, 614 for 2.
The beauty that Borthwick's had is his first and second change seamers have offered far more control than Sam Cook had. He had Cook and Porter, but Snater and Fane only bowled a couple of overs, just didn't quite get it right, and so that's why we saw that first new ball, almost half the overs were bowled by Harmer and Critchley yesterday. But the Durham seamers as a whole attack, as a unit, have operated brilliantly. Not had their rewards yet though. Kushi on strike.
Another reason why we love the game of cricket. Rich Ray down at Leicestershire v Northampton has had the great honour today of interviewing Sir Andy Roberts.
Oh wow. Yes, there's something going on at the moment, isn't there? There's a tour or some events going on. I've seen pictures of Viv and Joel around. They were down at Headingley. But yeah, that'd be quite an interview. Sorry, you got stuck with me. Poor Richard Ray gets Andy Roberts and you get Sam Pelling.
It's been mentioned to management, and we'll see what can be done for the Somerset game in just over a month.
Oh, a slight misfield there, and fair play to Colin. Is it Colin Ackerman or Paul Coughlin there?
It's
Ackerman. Couldn't quite get a hand on it, and then was very good at not stepping on the pitch. He went, "Oh no, I can't move. I'll keep my balance." Anyway, take a single. Kushi on to 26. Brown has 9. I'll keep you up to date of all those scores around the ground and in the North East Premier League throughout the afternoon, so you don't need to go anywhere. Some football going on down the road, and then Newcastle are at home. Sunderland, will they be away somewhere, presumably?
They are at Watford for the final away day of their second championship season, and they'll be back for a third next year.
See that field again. Short leg and a catching mid-on. Oh, big shout for LBW. Ben Rain really likes it. He's liked a couple already today, and not for the first time. It has been turned down. The half teapot is out. Ben Rain with a grin. I don't think is he going to look at the umpire? I don't think he is.
I think it's safe to say if we had DRS in the county championship, all of Durham's reviews would have been used solely on Ben Rain LBW decisions.
The ones this morning were mighty close. That's where they want him, though. Ben Rain, a master at that. That's where they want to get Nick Brown.
Right, just talk to him, see how he's just mastered this craft over the years. It'd be interesting to get his take on it.
Brown again, solid in defence, though.
Obviously, you would have spent a lot of time with Neil Killeen, and then more time with Graham Onions as well. As we see Bryden Cast at the far end, going through some bowl throughs, and I do wonder maybe Scott Borthwick might employ some of that body line tactics. Just as another switch up. I mean, he's got the option to do it. Essex still 243 in arrears. Run rate only at 3, whereas Durham yesterday were coasting at 4.5 to 5 for the vast majority of their innings. As
driven into the ground, and Ackerman gets a hand on it. There'll be no run. There is Cast going through those stretches. I think it's a decent tactic. He bowled well first up this morning. Looked by far the quickest of the bowlers on the ground. What are you grinning at?
I'll wait for this ball to be bowled.
Cut. And they're going to take a quick single. He didn't quite time it. It was an attempted cut. It went to mid-off. Head in hands for Matt Potts, I think it is. He was scrambling around from mid-off. Had a shy at the non-striker's end. Brown keeps the strike. He gets a single. 116 for 2. I can't wait to hear what Rob Rush is going to say next.
So obviously, we mentioned that Peter Siddle was going to be coming on commentary, and if you've got any questions, obviously tweet them at us. And there's a couple that I know of. There's been some fairly important ones that they've been asked, but there's also been some.
OSC. We're in that territory, right?
We are indeed. So
I'll probe no further.
Yeah, your imaginations can do the rest. Parkinson in, and first bit of variable bounce we've seen from the spin. He's had a change of ends. He bowled that token over before lunch from the Lumley end. He switched to the Finkel down in front of us, and he's hoping to pick up his first wicket at home for Durham. Got Graham Clark in under the lid. Fairly moderate start to this afternoon session, wouldn't you say, Sam?
Yeah. What I'd expect, though, I think. Brown is... We know how Brown's going to approach this, and fair play to him.
It's a very lovely drive, and he'll pick up 4 for it. Textbook into out cover drive from Nick Brown, and he moves himself onto 14.
Yeah, good use of the feet there from Nick Brown. Good to see him setting himself that strike rate at 30, but nothing wrong with that at all.
This one into the ground and pops up onto Graham Clark, who doesn't shy away from that, and it's just that lovely drive from Brown is the only runs off the over. 120 for 2.
QC 26, Brown 14. Durham will be looking for a cluster of wickets, and the man they're turning to is Bryden Cars, who's actually taking all his tops off. He's taken 2 off. The third layer is staying on. That would be something a little bit novel, actually. Bryden Cars just bowling in skins. Proper intimidatory fast bowling, that.
Throw back to the olden days of that.
Don't know if we're going to have a... Yeah, we are going to have a slip. I think Wolfick is going to go back up there. He's just down having a chat to his bowler, Bryden Cass, who bowled well this morning back into the game. He's the man that Durham have turned to. 5 overs, 0 for 18. He's going to bowl it for Rose Kushi with a deep square leg and a long leg.
Ooh, good start.
Just kept a little bit low, that, from... Cast. Kushi shouldered arms, left it. It did nip back a little bit. It did nip back. There he is. Just entered the back of the box. Sam Blacklock.
And just like that, Peter Siddle walks back out the room.
He's a man who knows a thing or two about fast bowling, driven by Froze Kushi. Peter Siddle, very nice to see you again. It's been a while. How's the hand? Last time I saw you, you were walking off a pitch at Hampshire with your hand in a bit of agony.
Yeah, no, it's all good now. Well, it feels all right. Doesn't look great. Hasn't really healed that well, but it's all fine. Yeah, just excited to be back over here in England and enjoying this nice warm weather that we've got up here.
It's a bit warmer than when you were in on Wednesday and we did that first interview and you had to do your headshots.
Yeah, it was, I think it was a bit of a surprise those first couple of days. I think yeah, even though I know what to expect when I come to England and arrive, there's definitely I haven't quite spent a lot of time up north, so I think those first couple of days, the chill factor's a lot different than down south. So it was a bit of a shock, but it's nice to see the sun out today and enjoying that little bit of sun.
Yes, there's Somerset and there's Essex, and then there's the northeast, which is slightly different. You bring your bike with you?
I did, yes, as always. Yeah, the bike's the first thing that gets packed, so cricket gear second. Worry about that first.
Ooh, that's a beauty from Cars. Just chops his back down on it. Kushis could have gone anywhere. They're going to pick up one. Think about a second. Never run on a missed field though. Graham Clark does the fielding. I remember talking to you a couple of summers ago down at Taunton. You were training for an ultra marathon or something like that.
Yeah, for an Ironman.
Ironman.
Yeah.
Was that your first one?
It was. I didn't end up getting to do it in the end. I was fully fit, ready to go, and it ended up getting cancelled, which was disappointing. So, yeah, shame. I put in all the work and I couldn't do it. So that was probably about 3 years ago now, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was.
So just more the riding now. The running and swimming ain't quite as fun. A bit more enjoyable being out on the bike, especially over here in England, the countryside, the farms. It's beautiful.
Back of the length from Cars Brown, patting it into the ground. Ideal, they've been tapping into your ideas. You know these Essex lads well. You're a very popular man. I'm sure you've caught up with a few old friends.
Yeah, I have. It's when I obviously had started the discussions to come over and replace Scotty, and I did check the schedule and see who'd we'd be coming up against. And
was it the red pen, the red circle?
Yeah, it worked out all right. There 2 games against Essex and 1 against Somerset. So. I was very happy with that. So, it's been good to see the boys and spend a bit of time with them.
Brown turns it into the leg side. Nice to see Nick Brown back out there. He hasn't played. He didn't have a great summer this year. First game this year, but you played with him for a couple of seasons. He's a decent or a very good county cricketer, isn't he?
He is. He's a class player. I think he's sort of one of those type of guys, a bit different than how English cricket are trying to play their style of game at the moment, but. He just toughs it out. He's obviously good mates with Alistair Cook, and you probably watch him play out there. He looks very similar. He obviously has taken a lot from the time that he spent batting with him, and I love playing alongside him. He digs in, and then when he gets in, he can produce some big scores. So. Hopefully that's not the case now. He's enemy now, so hopefully not today.
Give him a new jumper and he changes.
Like I said, not even in the North East a week, and he's already going to bat for his new side. What would I'm going to say? This isn't quite Doha. I think is where you were. This isn't quite Doha. This isn't 35 degrees. So this is what you get used to over the next 6 weeks. Flew in at very short notice, as this one's defended. Did Ryan have that chat with you about maybe that's why you weren't going to be picked for this game?
Yeah, we did. Obviously, I've lucky enough had been bowling and preparing and obviously still fit and feeling good.
This one's whipped away. It'll probably end up being 2. They got the first and they'll come back for the second. Alex Lee's doing the fielding.
Yeah, so obviously I felt good, but as good as you probably feel, I think Ryan and obviously Northie were a little bit hesitant after obviously Scotty going down after getting off the flight and didn't want a reoccurrence of that. So
is that a bat pad? Is that caught? Umpire is not convinced. That is the line and length. Callum Parkinson does want to bowl. He wants to get that short leg into the game. It is Graham Clark still under the lid. And then so it's worked out pretty well that you'll have a week to go over the jet lag because with you boys not playing next week. This one was turned away for a single. Got any plans for that? Any plans for that? Are we going to take the bike out somewhere?
Probably not yet. It's still a bit fresh for the bike. I've got I've got all the gear, but it doesn't matter how much gear you got. It's still fresh.
This is it, though,
Sid. We'll see how we go. But like you did say, I obviously had that chat and nice to have the week off now. I had a good bowl yesterday, felt really good. So, but missed this game and then get next week off. It gives me a good 2 weeks to prepare.
This one's just fun. Now, see, you've already fit into the culture brilliantly in the fact that you give it all in the football game in the mornings. How do you fancy yourself a decent footy player?
Yeah, I was lucky. I played a little bit when I was a young kid. So that's something that I have played previously, and the teams I've played for, Essex and Somerset, are both both teams that love playing their football also. So I've had plenty of opportunity to, you know, keep up the skills over the years, and no, I love it. I think it's something like that that's, you know, especially during games when you're a bit sore as a bowler and you don't really want to warm up and it's hard to get going. How competitive we all are. It is the easiest thing to get any fast bowler up and about is, you know, put the football down and let them go.
Cars around the wicket. No ball overstepping, and I think it's going to be a single out to deep square leg. There's a short leg and mid-wicket. I've heard Callum Parkinson is the man to stay away from. If you're on the ball, you don't want to be anywhere near him.
Yeah, I think they're definitely not rumours, those ones. Yeah. I arrived the other day and had a couple of games of football, and he spends a lot of time getting red cards and off the pitch. So yeah, there was he's under investigation from the FA about his performances over the past week. So I think he's got to, you know, he's on his good behaviour now, and hopefully pull his head in.
Cast is in, driven. They think about a single, they don't take it.
We got
Bryden Cast. Oh, sorry.
We got Bryden Cast bowling in a real Slim Shady kind of look like. You, of course, are not adverse. You've not been adverse over your career to have a change of hairstyle. Are you annoyed that Bryden Cast has nicked the blonde tip from you?
No, not at all. I was actually the first thing I thought of was, yeah, where'd you get it done, and when are we going for a touch-up? So I did find out it was his sister, so it's going to be even easier to get the hair.
Ooh. Pull shot. Doesn't get any bat on it, I don't think. It's gone through Borthwick. They're going to pick up a couple of leg buys, I think it's going to be. They're going to come back for free. Good bit of running there. Nick Brown calls them through. Graham Clark doing the fielding. Leg buys.
It didn't quite get up, that one, did it? I think that's what we've been waiting for all day. Yeah, to see if this pitch maybe has a little bit of variable or something there to help us out to get a wicket and the fast bowlers. So hopefully there's a little bit of this afternoon from now that does give us something.
We had Vic on yesterday, head groundsman. He kind of described what his ideal pitch is, and he wants it perfectly balanced, as all things should be for both batting and bowling. As Brown is defending this one from Cast. As a fast bowler, obviously growing up in Australia, you're used to your bouncy decks, and you're able to get a fair bit of whip through the pitch. Would you say that's your ideal style of pitch for you to bowl on, or have you had to kind of readjust what your ideal pitch is since playing more overseas?
Yeah, I think any fast bowler does want a little bit of sideways movement and a little bit of pace in it, but I think it comes with the conditions, doesn't it? And and what you've got to offer.
Turned into the leg side, but for no run.
Yeah, so obviously, at the minute the poor fellows, they haven't got much to work with, have they? Obviously, you get the rain and the wet weather up here, which helps. But if you don't get the sun to go with it, it doesn't really help with the grass grow. So I think as much people probably watching on during this week and looking at the wicket and seeing that there's not much happening off the wicket, you can't really judge them too harshly in the fact that they can only work with what they've got on offer out there. And at the minute, it is hard to grow grass, and I think that's showing in the games that it's hard to sort of make that an even battle between bat and ball. So ideally a little bit more grass, and pace not so much an issue as much as you want to bowl fast. That's, I think, in England they're never as quick as you probably get in Australia, but I think if you can get flat wickets like these but have a little bit of grass where you can get a little bit of sideways even when it does die off in those day 3, day 4 late in the game, it keeps you interested. And I think that's all a fast bowler ever wants, just something to offer a little bit of assistance throughout.
Left alone. End of the over, 131 for 2. You might have watched on, you might not have done. You might have seen the scores. We had the Kookaburra ball for the first couple of rounds. Probably quite glad you weren't out here bowling with that. But you love the Duke's ball. You love coming back over here. What have you done? 4 or 5 counties now and done brilliantly. Like, it must make such a difference.
Yeah, it does. I do. Yeah, I do love the Duke's ball, and I just like how it feels in the hand, and obviously what it has to offer as well. But I think that goes back to, like we were just chatting about, is the condition of the wickets. And I think over in here in England you get a few more favourable venues where for a fast bowler especially in the temperatures and the early season, that you can play on some pitches that are very favourable. So that makes it enjoyable as well. But yeah, I was interested to follow how the Kookaburra did go, and I did see. I don't know if it was advised to have the pitches a little bit flatter as well for the Kookaburra, but yeah, they look like hard work, and obviously a very big benefit to the batters throughout those first 2 rounds.
It's a challenge, isn't it? I heard you say before that some of the younger Australian bowlers have come over, and actually it is a big difference bowling in England, and you found that when you first came. It could take a bit of time to get used to. Like, it's not always going to be as easy as it might look.
No, that's right. I think everyone gets caught out here. Like, you could go through all the Australian fast bowlers over the past few seasons that have done very well and been successful, and then struggled once they've got here.
Just turned away into the offside. Coming back over to England, but coming up to the northeast and coming into this dressing room, how much banter has already been flying around between yourself and guys like Matt Potts and Ben Rain? How much has been flying around in these last couple of days as this one keeps low, which keeps Parkinson interested, but kept out?
Yeah, there's always plenty. I think, you always, the overseas, there's always, stories and stuff they want to hear about, or people they want to know about. But yeah, this team obviously has, Better's big international cricketer now, and so there's plenty of. You got Jonesy with Scotland.
Quick single going to be taken here, and it's a shot at the stumps from Bryden Cast, and in the end Callum Parkinson has to do his best hurdling at to make sure he's not collateral damage.
You need to be careful, Sid. Within 6 weeks you'll be in the Dutch side if you spend too much time.
That's the other thing. Yeah, we got obviously the ex Dutchy coaches here who are Australian as well. So it's it's a good mix. But so I think there's plenty of banter around because of the international presence from different countries, and but yeah, it is good listening to Ben Rain and the banter with the boys. It's a really good dressing room. It's to be able to come in and fit in and feel comfortable straight away. It's definitely one of those. And to be fair, I've been lucky enough to the counties I've played with have all been very similar in the fact that good bunch of guys, great time spent in those change rooms. So enjoyed it already, and I look forward to getting out in the field and having a bit of fun with them.
Have you been thrown a Northeast dictionary yet to pick up on some of these slang terms that are used up here as Cast is in? And this one's driven brilliantly by Feroz Kushi through extra cover. He'll pick up 4 for that. Very good shot by the academy graduate. He moves himself into the 30s. But has someone like a Potts or a Rain thrown you a Northeast dictionary and gone, get your head around this? It's
No, not yet. There's obviously some words that pop up every now and again that I'm a bit unsure about, but I think the big ones, it's probably not so much the younger guys. I think it's some of the old boys, around the club, or even the fans and stuff like that that come along and support. They're the ones that I think I struggle a little bit with. They got that hardcore northern accent that I don't quite understand. You sort of you're really having to concentrate to take it all in. So I'm sure I'll have to learn pretty quickly. Or else I'll miss out on a lot of the fun banter. But the boys don't quite have. It's not as hardcore as some of the local supporters. That's for sure.
Now something on Twitter that's kind of taken off. Sam, you might have seen this cricket nosh about what goes on, what gets served in the press box. Like, we've submitted stuff over the last couple of days. We don't get, we found out from Ryan Campbell on day 1 as this is pulled by Kushi exquisitely off Bryden Carson. Alex Lees will make an attempt to try and stop it, but can't bring it up inside the rope. And there's another 4 to Kushi. He seems to be going through the gears here, sort of settling into his stride. But what was on the menu for lunch today is what a lot of our fans, what the guys have asked him, what was on the menu for you guys today at lunch?
What did the boys have? I think there was some meatballs. There's usually a meat dish, a fish dish, and a veggie dish. So it was meatballs today. There was a salmon dish and a chickpea coconut curry with the hot meals, and then we had some vegetables and a salad and rice on the side to add to that. So we have to be fair, we get looked after a lot. That's lunches are always quite nice, and I think being in England I'll probably enjoy them a little bit more. when the weather's a bit cooler, a nice warm lunch is something that you enjoy. So yeah, there's always that on offer. There's always a nice soup available also, and then if you're lucky and if you feel like you deserve it, there's a dessert on offer also. So yesterday, my first day here, it was my favourite too. It was sticky toffee pudding. So I got spoiled from day one, didn't I? I think they were looking after me. But yeah, no, we're very lucky, and especially on these cold days, a nice warm lunch is very inviting.
Yeah, hot pot probably doesn't quite cut it when it's 35 degrees at the Wacker at lunchtime.
That's right. The old warm curry on a 30-degree day doesn't. You're happy to have the smoothie and a little bit of fruit, but yeah, definitely when the temperature's a lot lower, England's great for that.
Brown on strike. Passes in, pushes it. Nice looking shot that from Nick Brown. That I think might well have the legs.
Not if Potts has got anything to do with it.
Good bit of fielding. They come back for 3. End of the over, 141 for 5. Can I ask you a little bit about Feroz Kouchi? I know he wasn't in the first team when you were there. He looks very comfortable. He got hit by that short ball, and Durham have tried it. He looks very comfortable. Was he the kind of up-and-coming star when you were at Essex?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was sort of like himself, and they had Rishi Patel there before he obviously left, and now has had been very successful at Leicester at the top of the order. So they were sort of probably the two younger batsmen at the time when I first went there that were around. Rishi got a few opportunities. Feroz was doing well in the twos, just never been a spot for him. So he's always been a constant around the group. And yeah, I spent a bit of time with him this year. He was out in Oz playing just club cricket, and a few of the Essex boys come out there and do a bit of training. So
that one turned away for a single.
Yeah, so I've spent a lot of time with him. He is, a very positive player, as we've seen. I think not so much today, but in those earlier games this year, how he goes about it. He likes to take the ball on. I think, as you said, he does like the pull shot. So obviously we've given him a few bounces throughout, but he's always been a positive player, and I think someone that they do speak highly of him and like the way he plays, and I think that goes back to Brown. He came in and took his spot. Someone that's been in that constant in that lineup at the top of the order. For him to come in, they obviously see a lot of promise in him, and I think he's backed that up a little bit this year. He hasn't made a big score, but he's definitely alongside Algar has got him off to some good starts.
One thing I did want to ask you about that's come to mind since I last spoke to you on Wednesday. Everyone obviously, or most people, remember you for tearing through England's top order and taking that hat-trick down under. But that 2019 Ashes tour, your last one before you announced your retirement as this one's defended, were you, I think from a fan point, from an English point of view, it was a little bit more of a surprise that you were in the squad and then you get picked in the team to play, I think, 3 out of the 5 tests. Was that a surprise to you, or were you kind of assured in your own ability that you knew that you were one of the best 4 Aussie seam options at the time?
Yeah, I think that was, I just knew that it was pretty much the previous few years. I wasn't as fussed about playing for Australia. I wanted to play for Australia, but I knew that.
It's a single here from Kouchi down to Bryden Cast.
With those younger guys, how good they were, that, opportunities in different countries didn't quite suit me at my age and where I was at, but I'd had, a lot of successful summers here for Essex at the time. And when JL took over, there was a lot of messages back and forth about, just keep taking wickets, keep performing there.
Ooh, just turned around the corner from Brown, but wide of Clark, so he gets away with that one. Just the 2 singles from that one, 146 for 2.
And so it was always a goal of mine, knowing that I didn't have long left on the international arena, was to try and push for that Ashes series. And I think, those couple of summers previous to that definitely set me off in a good place to take part in that. And then, had a really successful start to the 2019 county champs season with Essex, leading into that summer. So I probably knew that I'd end up being on the squad. But yeah, probably didn't know how many games I'd play. I thought it might have been, probably more just that senior role, mentor, be around the group, good backup if needed. But yeah, obviously, I was bowling really well. Knew the conditions well. Different venues suited me very well. I had a lot of success pretty much on the 3 venues that I played at.
Cast continuing. Cushy's on the back foot again. It's a lovely shot out into the offside. It's going to be chased all the way to the boundary. It's going to be a bit of a race. It's a good effort, but I think I
think the ball won that one, but
yes.
So yeah, I think the way Callum's walking back, I think Callum knows as well that he hit the rope, and it has been signalled as 4.
Yeah, so it was nice to play the part in that series and be a part of it, because I knew it was going to be my last opportunity at international level, and I think my love for England and coming over here and playing, and just even the people over here, I've always been supported well. I think just from playing so much county cricket that I did get good support at all the venues, even though I was the enemy. So it was fitting to sort of finish up. As much as you'd like to be back home in Oz and do it, if there's anywhere else I'd rather do it, it was definitely over here.
Short ball well directed and well ducked under by Cushy.
Something as well, I noticed you've got some tattoos, you've got some numbers on there. Can you talk us through what their significance are for you? I'm guessing one of them, the 408 on your right hand, is that your baggy green? Is that your Australia number? Or?
No, so 403 on my left is my number, and then 408 is Phil Hughes, so obviously we're close mates and spent a lot of time playing together, and Northie actually debuted in the same game as Phil in South Africa, so just something just wanted to get something to sort of remember him of, and always wanted to get my number anyway, and him and I had a thing where we'd drink a lot of coffees together whenever we were away on tour and stuff like that, so I think just having it on my hand, just when I hold the coffee cup and stuff like that, I can see it. Nice. So it just sort of, it was like when I was going to get him, I was getting him somewhere, and I think, it just sort of symbolised that well. So, got a couple on there, and got a few stars on my back off our Southern Cross, the Aussie flag. So I got a few little ones scattered around. But love the numbers on the hand.
Cast around the wicket to Brown. Left alone. Yeah, it's a lovely tribute. That, Peter.
Who gave you your baggy green on debut, and can you talk us through that kind of the first call ups to the squad? You're going into your first nets, and then those first conversations of you could be in the 12 and 13, and then you find out you're playing, and then who gave you your baggy green? Yeah,
mine was sort of weird when I was it was in India. I was young, and I wasn't. I thought when I initially got picked in the squad, I thought, this. You're just going get some experience. You're not really going to play a part in it.
Be a bit of a harsh term, but a specialist net bowler in a way.
Pretty much. They're like, and they knew that I'd charge in and bowl fast and have a crack in the nets at them. So I thought that's what would be the case. So pretty much that's how I started out. I'm doing that in the nets, but then you could play the extra player in the tour game, and I played in that in the lead up, and I thought I didn't know whether it was just for experience or. But in the end, it sort of it meant I was a little bit closer, because Stuart Clark got injured after the first test and had a fitness test before the second, and it was pretty much the day before at the last training session that I was sort of out there watching and seeing how he got through and if he got by or whatever, and it was pretty much just waiting to see what happened, and then Punter just said came over, tapped me on the shoulder and said, hope you're ready to go tomorrow, and pretty much just walked off, and I was just like, oh geez, now I'm nervous. So that was pretty much how I found out. As simple as that. It wasn't as probably wasn't as beautiful as moment as some where you get talked up and then you cruise in and you rock up and you play. It was mine was obviously at the benefit for me of an injury, but I guess that's it, how sometimes it has to start, and that next probably 24 hours, went very slow. It was a long night, but lucky enough, my good friend Cameron White had been called up for that series and had debuted the test before, so having a good mate there to support me through that first night.
Lovely punch off the back foot there by Kushi. Definitely seems to have found his way at the crease. He moves himself on to 47. It's been a very good innings for him. Seems to have picked up the tempo in the last half an hour or so. Was it Cameron White who gave you your bag of green, or was it Ricky Ponting?
Nah, yeah, it ended up being, so Cam was there, obviously good mate, so had that support in the lead up, just to look after each other, which I'd pretty much done for him leading into his first test. But Ricky Ponting on the day was the man that presented to me, and just very special. I guess it's very special any time, but punter was someone that I'd just respected a lot. Not so much he's a batter, so I didn't really worry too much about the batting side of things, but it was just more about how he went about it. And he was aggressive, he was tough, and he just led by example. So I love that side of him, and so very privileged to receive the cap off him. And I think one of probably the happiest day of my whole career was just getting that cap. And I can't even really remember what he said. I think I just kept looking at the cap that he was holding. So everyone asked, what did he say? And I'm like, I can't actually really tell you. But to get that cap and then just put that on, and I've got a photo at home, just a big smile, and just something that I'll definitely cherish forever. That.
And that first wicket was a decent one. You're too modest to say, but it was a decent first wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It took a while. He batted quite well up until then, so somehow I found the outside edge. I think I don't even know, he was around high 70s or 80, I think, in the end. It was late in the afternoon, and somehow got the outside edge, and Haydos took a nice catch coming forward in in slip, second or third slip or something like that. So, Sachin Tendulkar, it's not a bad start for a first wicket, but like I always say, when he's played, we played 200 tests, didn't he?
Yeah.
Over that period, you're gonna be a lot of people's first wicket. So I can't brag that I was the only one to get him first up. I think there's some stat. I think he's like 17 or 18.
Is he?
People have got him on their debut, so he would have played against a hell of a lot of players. So, still very privileged. Obviously an amazing player, and I think in that Test match he passed at the time 13,000 Test runs or something ridiculous. Anyway, there was a big celebration at some stage. So just amazing experience, especially over in India.
Gas around the wicket to the left-handed Brown. That one keeps a bit low. Big shout for LBW. I think if you look at where Robinson was already on the move down the leg side, Cass is down on his haunches. Maybe signs of that pitch misbehaving again. Where'd you keep the baggy green now, Peter?
It just sits in the air like my little cabinet bookcase sort of thing on the shelf there. Just got it nicely presented underneath its little bag, and it just sits up on show for anyone that comes around, which is nice.
Do you just get the one? Because I was watching the test last night, and Cameron Green, it was his first Man of the Match award, and the people were pouring beer all over it. Is it just the one you get, even with all the beer and sweat?
You don't
get a ceremony award?
No, you only get the one. I think these days with like auctions and all those type of things, resale and all that down the track, that I think that's what makes it such a big privilege. Is you get the one, and if you lose it, obviously, or you need to get it repaired or whatever, you can get a replacement, but you got to sign some forms and all that type of thing. That there's actually a few, a few caps that you've had or that you've got. So one cap. They're pretty worn. As we've seen over the years, they get pretty old and battered, and sweat, alcohol, soft drink, anything. They get hammered. But I think that what it ends up showing is that it's usually a lot of good memories from all those little things that go on over time.
I don't know if you've had a chance yet, but Scott Borthwick's cap, we can kind of see it roughly from here. You can see there's a little bit missing at the front, and that obviously I don't think your Durham cap, whenever you do get presented with it, if somehow you end up having your Durham cap like Scott Borthwick's, I think you've done a pretty good job.
Well, so just as I was talking about that, actually, I had a chat with Scotty. I was looking at his yesterday, and I did notice that the peaks pretty much split in half. Half the coverings come off. It's obviously discoloured.
The inside of it is all ripped and battered and torn apart, but he loves it. And I think it's only the people that probably from afar that look at that and go, oh, is it probably time to get that fixed? And you sort of think that, but yeah, when it's you're a part of it, and it's just like I said, it's it's the memories, it's all the stories that go around it. It's the history of the badge that's on it and all that type of thing. That's one thing. Yeah, we all love new things, but our cricket caps are probably one thing that we love to see age and show that sort of wear and tear. It just makes it a little bit more special.
There are lots of new things. There's a lot of change in and around the game. Myself, Rob, people listening will love county cricket. I want to ask, you keep coming back. Why do you love county cricket?
I think it's days like this. It's obviously the benefit in England is the smaller grounds. So like, there's never a heap of people at first class cricket around Australia, around England. But yeah, the people that turn up, they're passionate.
Quick single, scramble through. Brian Cast has a go at the other end.
I think
he was home.
I think Kushi was comfortably, and I think maybe a slight sense of frustration from Bryden, but always worth a shot. And to be fair to him, if you're going to take a pot shot, make sure you hit them. And yeah,
he's definitely hit him. He's nearly smashed that stump to pieces by the looks of that. But
so it's definitely turning into a 5 if it had missed the stumps, hadn't it? Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, and I think the supporters are so passionate. I think it's not so much. In Australia, it's probably more they just come to watch a bit of cricket. But here, around the county scene, they're always, passionate supporters of cricket, but more so the county that they're supporting. And I think that's what I love about it. Even bumping into a few travelling Essex supporters here during this game, people that I would have bantered with and had chats with back in Chelmsford. Like you get the travelling supporters. They come up but even how they interact with the locals, and they'll be having a drink, having a chat in the stands during breaks and stuff, and that's what I love about it. It's a very friendly environment.
Seems to be an element of respect there that you maybe don't get in. Obviously, it's well documented. The tribal feel of football in this country. You can't really name a set of opposing fans that get on.
No,
you can't. Whereas you come to grounds like you come to cricket, and no matter who you support, who your favourite player is, what got you into cricket, no matter how you got into cricket, you can talk with someone else about the game there, and that's what we love about our game. You've been very privileged to play at some of the greatest theatres of cricket in the world. I want to push you for your top 3 Australian cricket grounds. It can be ones you've played in, can be ones you've not had the opportunity to play in, but what would be your top 3 Australian cricket grounds? I've got
top 3 Australian.
I've got mine. I've got mine in my head. Well, I'm glad it's easy for you then. You can just rattle them off straight away after Callum Parkinson bowls this one slightly back of length, and Kushi on 48 is just pushing away at that one.
You want me to go before you?
Yeah, you go.
Yeah,
everyone wants to hear. Everyone wants to hear your top 3, Peter.
Okay. I want to hear yours.
They don't care about mine. They don't care about mine. They want to listen to you. So you go ahead and you name yours.
No, it's pretty easy. Yeah, literally 3 grounds that I've played for all 3 teams. So Adelaide Oval, number 1. Played with the Strikers there. Yeah, just an amazing stadium, atmosphere, the old scoreboard on the hill. Just magic. MCG, obviously, 2nd. Victorian, people probably think, why isn't that number 1? But, Adelaide Oval, just a magic ground. Obviously, the MCG, big coliseum, so unbelievable. During test matches, it was just, being a local and playing a test match there was, probably the greatest, some of the greatest moments and experiences I had running in with the ball in hand. And then thirdly, I played for Tasmania for 3 seasons, and Bellerive. People probably think it's not the best looking stadium, but I think just, everything about it down there, the pitch, I think it's got a lot of similarities to England down there. A little bit more in the wicket, the temperature, the overheads, love my time down there. So, that's the top 3. What's yours?
I'll leave Sam. Well, I can give you 2, but I want to debate my 3rd one. As Paul Coughlin comes back to check, I'll pass you over to Sam while I quickly drop out a shot and think about my third. I think I've got my top 2 sorted, but I'm in a little bit debate of my third. So give me a couple of minutes, and I'll come back to you.
Can't throw a question out there, then not have an answer, and then disappear when it comes to your turn to answer.
I can, and I will.
I
can, and I will deal with it.
Give me at least 2. You can give me your top 2.
I'll give you my top. I'll give you my top 2 after Coughlin. So my top 1 would be the Whacker. There's just something about it's just the
Whacker, not the new one, the Whacker.
Yeah, the original Whacker. There's something about that, and I would agree with you. The MCG is just up there, and like I said, I'm torn on my third, but the Whacker and the MCG for me have just always been. I think if you're gonna push me, I'd probably go Brisbane.
Oh my God!
I'd probably go Brisbane as my third. I don't know whether you're agreeing with me there or not.
It doesn't sound like it.
It's a pretty poor pick, that. Out of all the grounds in Australia you can pick, you put that as your third.
Yeah, I think. See, this is the thing. I was torn between a couple, but I'm not the greatest with stadium names.
Why are you going with that as your third?
This is the thing. You two have put me on the spot. You pushed me. If you'd allowed me to take my 2-minute break, then
we didn't start the conversation.
We're not debating, what names you know. You can tell me the city, and if you just like the ground. How have you gone the Gabba over the SCG? Or Adelaide Oval, or
see, SCG is one of the ones I was debating. There's a great. Peter, you're making me change my mind here.
See, squirming. This is what it's like to be you journalists here, always asking the questions.
It's like I'm batting to Peter Siddle in his pomp, and I'm being turned into an S left, right. He's got me playing all over the shop, you know. He's hit me with a short ball, then he's hit me with a full one, and now he's going to a Yorker. No, I can't. As Coughlin bounces out, I can't seem to. I can't work you out, Peter.
Maybe you have to head off and just do what you have to do, and then come back with a new and improved top 3, I reckon.
Yeah, there's just something. I think for me, one of the series that got me properly into cricket was the. You did beat us 5-0. I think 4-0 in the Ashes, but then we got our revenge in the white ball stuff. We came back and beat you.
No one cares about white ball.
So we came back and beat you in the white ball stuff, and that was a very good series for England under the leadership of Owen Morgan, as Nick Brown frees the arms and has absolutely deposited that one to the health club boundary. But yeah, that series was just it for me. And there's just something about I was very disappointed when the Whacker when it'd been taken out of use, and all the build up of this is the last international game of the Whacker. Is it still used for Shield? Is it still used for more like Shield?
It's
games?
Actually we still play all our Shield cricket there. WA, it's WA's home. So the new stadium, Domain, I think it's called, or whatever. Beautiful stadium. They've done a great job there. But yeah, that's Test international cricket and Big Bash. So great stadium for that. But yeah, the Whacker's still used for domestic cricket, and yeah, it is an amazing stadium.
Is that? I think that's come straight off the helmet. So Brown will. Has it come straight off the helmet? I think it did. I think
might have been his shoulder.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Never give in to peer pressure, guys. But I'm gonna change my third pick. I'm gonna go SCG as my third pick. So Peter Siddle has got one over me. I have to think of a way. If you're not playing the Somerset game, I will definitely get you back on comms. So I'll be racking your brain a little bit more. I need my revenge on this one.
I think he's gonna fit in all right around here, Peter Siddle.
He's only been here. He's been here less than a week, and he's already
exactly.
He's already got one of the club media members turning left, right, and centre.
End of the over. 51 overs gone. 163 for 2. A decent first over from Paul Coughlin there. Is it true that Melbourne Cricket Club still play one game a year, as in the grade side play one game a year at the MCG?
Yeah, they still get their game. I think men and women both get their opportunity throughout the season to play a game there. It's actually played. There's a lot more games of cricket, and I think it's still the same at Lords as well. That there's a lot more of those games played on it than people think, isn't there? There's always, obviously the domestic games, internationals, the standard stuff, but in between, there's actually a lot of games midweek and stuff like that. With whether they're MCC, there's always an MCC affiliated match of someone versus someone. I know. MCG and Lords have always got those games popping up around the traps. So it's not as privileged as everyone says it is it? Like they talk about the privilege of playing on those two grounds, and Joe Blow working the corporate job just rocks up and
well, that's
has a little hit out every now and again.
They've got people like Sam have a day out
throughout the year. So, but both those stadiums, I think they're for that history and what they are is always a special opportunity when you get to play there.
To bring it back to sort of county cricket, and you've expressed your love, has there ever been, obviously you've played in the Big Bash, has there ever been that temptation? Because a lot of people would kind of take a bit of a orthodox view, as Parkinson is in here with his orthodox spin. A lot of people would take that orthodox view of you're at the backward end of your career. Franchise tournaments are on the rise. There's so many going about, and there's a lot of easier money to make. You can just bowl your 4 overs. This is a lofted shot by Kush, and that will take him to 50. They'll come back for 2, and it will beat Paul Coughlin to the rope. So very well played 50 by Feroz Kushi, coming in at number 3 today after Sam Cook came in as night watchman. He gets a very nice round of applause from the crowd here, and he's gone to 50 with his 8th 4 of the innings from 102 deliveries. But yeah, a lot of people would look at you and go, why don't you just go to the IPL and pick up a couple-year contract and go into the auction and go get some cash? So has there ever been that temptation for you, or is your love for red ball cricket just that strong that you can't possibly bring yourself to do it?
A little bit of both there. Yeah, obviously there was some, little bit possible opportunities probably years ago now, while I was sort of still playing international cricket, and you sort of under the eye of the Indian supporters and teams and stuff.
This one does go to the rope as well. Very nice straight drive by Feroz Kush. He's definitely looking in the groove, and I'm not sure why he's asking for a new bat, 'cause he's going pretty well with this one, but maybe he's spotted a bit of a dent. But yeah, in second 4 of the over, high 671 for 2, deficit just under 190 now. But you were saying about the reason why you haven't quite gone into the IPL.
Yeah, so there's obviously opportunities, but I think for me, because I was predominantly focusing a lot on Test cricket when I was still playing, and at the peak of my time when I was with Australia was I just wanted to continue to play red ball. I love red ball cricket. I'm probably a traditionalist at heart. I enjoy the T20 stuff, don't get me wrong, but I get so much enjoyment. Stupidly, I get enjoyment from running in and bowling fast and bowling lots of overs and spending loads of time out in the field. I don't know whether that's a smart idea, but I love it. I think it's because it's hard work, the challenges of it, all the things that you go through throughout a battle over 4 days or 5 days for a Test match. I really enjoy that, and like I said, my love for England and the county circuit, the grind, but just like I said, just everything about it. Obviously we get the favourable conditions sometimes as a fast bowler, but not always. The support you get from all the local fans, and what I've noticed, whichever county I've played for, they love you from the word go.
Coughlin around the wicket to Brown down the leg side. Smart bit of work from Ollie Robinson.
Even if previously, the year before they've absolutely abused you, and then the next year you turn up, and I think that was the interesting one, going from Essex to Somerset. They're two teams that have had some really big battles over, probably more so, the last 5 years, and I was a part of those battles playing for Essex previously. So, just the love you get from the supporters. They cheer, they come support each week, and I just really enjoy my time here. So I think it made it easy for me to lock that in, come over here, work on my red ball game, and my body's always has been better the more I've continued to bowl. So I think for me it was it was a great way to prepare for Test cricket, stay fresh, ready to go whenever I was leading into the next series.
You see, a lot of Test cricketers, because of the schedule, you just didn't have much time to play T20 until you started playing the strikers back end, and you've actually something a bit new for you, wasn't it? A little bit fresh, and
it was, and that was pretty much where it all came about. I'd played a little bit. I'd only played 6 games of the Big Bash over 6 years, I think, up until that move, and then obviously Adelaide, the opportunity to go over there, play a bit more cricket. It was at the same time where I was sort of on the outer a little bit with international cricket, but I was getting older, so had to deal with that. But it was a little bit of a revival, and yeah, I had a lot of success at Adelaide and changed my game around, and then that has given me opportunities where I have played in the Blast over here for Essex and Somerset. You know, I went to Canada and played in one of the leagues over there, and I haven't done a lot of travel for the franchise stuff, but I've definitely had a few more opportunities playing at different stages, and yeah, and I still love it. I still enjoy it, but I think, you know, whenever I do call my time on my cricket career, once I'm done with red ball, I'll be done with cricket. And I think that's where I'm going to be at. It's yeah, this has always been my big love. I think, you know, I don't enjoy watching cricket as much anymore. I got a bit tired of it, but, you know, give me the ball and run in a red ball game and charge in, have a crack there. It's weirdly, yeah, something I really love.
Have you had to change your approach and the way you look after your body? And, you know, science has changed over time, or what we know has changed, but have you changed your preparation and your recovery?
Not really. I think, yeah, everything, you know, probably, especially the last probably 10 years, has all been pretty similar. Obviously, yeah, I ride the bike a lot, so that's my main sort of cross-training outside of, I don't run a lot. I've got, yeah, a few little issues with knees and stuff that they're nothing bad, but that are there. But yeah, that's probably the big one is, yeah, riding the bike and spending a lot more time, you know, off feet, which I think then has, you know, I've benefited on and around the park is, you know, the legs haven't been as tired, they're not as sore. So that's probably the big one. But nah, everything else has been pretty similar. I think that's probably a lot different to others. You know, they have that time off and do a pre-season and get in the gym and that type of thing. And I end up, yeah, just travel over to England and continue to play cricket. And I go home and I might get, you know, a month or two where I get a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
And then just go again. And I think, yeah, it's not for everyone, but yeah, somehow along the way, it's just I've moulded my body to be able to deal with that, and I feel that's, yeah, the best preparation for me.
Continuing, yeah, it sounds like cricket ball, bike, cafetiere, and you're a happy man.
Very happy man. That's all I need. Don't worry.
Looking at kind of away from cricket, what are sort of, apart from the bike, and you're obviously very passionate about your fitness and keeping yourself in good shape, what are some of the other hobbies that you kind of have, and what are your interests away from the cricket field when you're able to kind of decompress from, say you've just bowled 50 overs in a 4-day game, what do you do that immediate couple of days after to just take that time for yourself?
Exactly the things we just spoke about. Yeah.
so not a lot else then?
No, get on the bike and, yeah, just go for a nice little recovery cruise. I think, you know, bike and cafes, they go hand in hand all around the world. Doesn't matter where you've grown up. That's a thing that's a given. So yeah, literally, yeah, go for the ride, stop at a cafe with some friends, or even just meet up some people you might have met on the road, and coffee, pastry. It's quite a nice lifestyle. So yeah, that keeps me occupied a lot of the time, and but definitely good for the head, good for the body. And something that, yeah, I'll definitely do a lot more once I'm retired. That's for sure.
Borthwick likes his coffee. I was just checking. I remember I interviewed him when he came back to Durham from London, and that was one thing he was a bit hesitant about. As Parkinson in again, he said, "Yeah, there's a lot of good coffee shops in London. I'm not sure where the North East is at yet, so I hope it's developed a little bit further for you. I'm sure he'll take you around."
I'll definitely make the most of, you know, trying to find the best one. Don't worry about that. But yeah, a few of the boys giving me some pointers over the last few days, so I'll have to start testing them out over the coming weeks and see where we're at. But yeah, I do enjoy my coffee. I'm a strict, very very strict judge on it because yeah, I drink black coffees, I have espressos, so yeah. It's got to be good, otherwise, yeah, it's horrible. So
have you moved into the coffee art sort of things? Have you seen the trend where people start doing the coffee art with the milk? Have you moved into that?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, but that's you're not really you're not a true coffee drinker. You're drinking it with milk, like you want a hot chocolate, like it's you just pretty much use a bit of caffeine and just, you know, kill it with milk. So the real art is, you know, knowing how to find a nice espresso, and that's real coffee. So yeah, no coffee art for me. Got my own coffee machine at home. Yeah, I don't even use the frother. It's pretty crazy. You know, get a good coffee machine just to make black coffees. But yeah, nah. So Nah, not for me. I do see the boys. Yeah, they like doing that. I think they just they like to make out that they're good baristas, but they probably don't know how to actually taste a good coffee. But they can froth good milk. That's about it.
Turned into the leg side for a couple. They're young and inexperienced. I was in Milan in September, and my now fiance, tried to order a coffee and oat milk with it, and the lady went. Like, they wouldn't serve it to her. They said that like, we won't serve that to you because it will ruin the coffee, and we can't bring ourselves to charge you. And I was just laughing away.
No.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Italy, Spain, they don't want to put milk with it, let alone an alternative. So, but it is something I'm very passionate about, and I'll definitely have a lot of those over these coming months.
Coughlin in to Feroz Cushy. I'll try and bring you back to cricket a little bit. Been impressed with what you've seen with Brian Carson, Paul Coughlin and the Durham attack so far?
Yeah, I have been. I've been lucky enough. I think that's going right back. Yeah, obviously fitting in with the group. I've been lucky enough to play a little bit against these boys. So had that relationship anyway. So I've seen them bowl and played against them, and I think it's just good to see their growth. Obviously a lot younger when I played them previously, and it's a great obviously group of bowlers.
Pulled away. There's a fielder down in front of us, Graham Clark at long leg. And are you looking forward to playing that mentor role as well that you mentioned earlier on that you've had across your career?
Yeah, I am. I enjoy that. That's as much enjoyment as I get out of running in bowling myself. Is standing alongside them and mid on, mid off, and having a chat with them, and just talking through situations and game plans, and just trying to help them as much as I can, and teach them a few tricks along the way. But it's going to be nice fun. It is a strong bowling lineup, and I think to be able to fit in there and help them out, and hopefully have a bit of success and a bit of team success along the way would be great. But the boys have started well. Obviously Coughlin, last match he had a great game with the ball, and I think it's good to see. He's always been a lot of promise, and he had his injuries over the years, hasn't he? So to see him out there playing some consistent cricket's great.
Is this your first time playing under Ryan Campbell as a coach?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we didn't really know each other a lot previously. Obviously, I know Northie really closely and played a lot with him, but knew of Cambo. I had met him a few times, but didn't have a close relationship. But
that one is squirted out through the covers. Just be a couple to Cushy. He'll move himself into the 60s.
But having a few friends, obviously Ryan Tenderskater and Shane Snater, who I'm close with, worked a lot with Cambo at with the Dutch team. So had that sort of connection, and they loved working with him. They loved everything that went on there. He had a lot of success there. He took him a long way. So I think he'll be great for the county, and he's thoroughly enjoying it at the moment.
I did manage to speak to Marcus yesterday. He came on the live stream after we spoke on Wednesday, and you said you weren't sure if you'd got him out a couple of times. He was very quick to admit that you had got him. You had got him a couple of times. What's the obviously everyone knows in Australia cricket is cricket and Aussie football. That's kind of the two main sports, and everything else kind of comes a bit further behind. What are those? How intense are those shield rivalries that that goes around between Western Australia, Victoria, Tasmania? How intense do those battle games? Because I get a feeling that the sledging is probably a bit more intense from you guys than it is that potentially that we'd get over here. So how intense are those rivalries?
Yeah, they are.
Ooh, lovely reverse sweep. I think the first one of the innings from either team has gone to Nick Brown. He'll pick up 4 for us. Seen Joe Root go to a century at Yorkshire playing that shot, and Nick Brown not sensing much spin from Callum Parkinson, whips out a lovely reverse sweep down to the vacant area for 4.
Yeah, no, it's sort of died down a lot since probably when Northie played throughout most of his career, and when I started, I think all these franchise leagues that have come about, and the Big Bash and the Blast, and all around the world, that individuals now have played so much cricket with other guys from different states or different counties that when it comes back to playing those games against each other, whether Vics versus WA or whatever it might be, that there's been a lot of guys in the two teams that would have played as teammates in those T20 franchises. So I think it's definitely died down for that reason. You're not rocking up to a game and just playing against a guy that you haven't seen for, 2 months, and you're ready to go again and battle against him and really give it to him. That it has died down a lot since that. Yes, there's still going to be big battles and stuff at different times and certain teams and stuff like that, but not quite as feisty as when I first started, and it just felt like everyone hated everyone, and you sort of got brought up that you had to hate them for no other reason than you just had to hate them, because we hate that state.
That is just the way of the world. That is how life works.
and that's how I felt, and I'm sure it would have been the same up here. Over the years, there's always a county that you hate and you got a big battle against. But I think these days, even English, you got loads of Aussies coming over playing the 100, playing in the Blast. You got the English coming over and playing in the Big Bash. Different ones around the world that, some of them become your close mates. And for me, for example, I've played a few counties now, so you end up playing with.
Are you just going through a checklist now? Or are you now going to look for the next one that you haven't played for and gone, right, that's the next one I need to target?
That's the thing. There's 10 teams in Div 1. I've played for 5 of them. Once I've played for Durham, I've played for 5 of them. So, but I think that's probably, to answer the question, it was a long way of doing it, but that's, I think, how the world's gone. I think even in England now, the guys go off to the 100, they come back and they've played with 5 or 6 guys from different counties that they're probably good mates with now, and it just dilutes that battle a little bit the next time they come up against each other.
I mentioned the sledging. Now, we are on YouTube, so keep it PG. But what is the best sledge you have given and the best sledge you have received? I don't know how many sledges you have, but if you can rack your brain for one or best sledge you've just heard on a cricket pitch.
I don't even really remember what I said. Like, sometimes it's just little one-liners that just in the moment just pop out, and you get a little laugh out or whatever it might be. I think we always had some good battles against England. I think some of the funniest ones went just when I was batting, and it's not even funny that I knew what he was saying, but I think it goes back to the accents and and the different things around England, and obviously Jimmy's from Liverpool, isn't he, or somewhere around there, isn't he? So he's got that Manchester. He's got that. He's got if he's going at you and he's talking fast, you can't understand a thing, and he would go at me all the time, and I'm like, mate, I got no idea what you're saying. I cannot understand you, and then he'd keep going back at me, and I'm just like, I just giggle because it can't affect you if you don't know what's going on. So, that was always a funny one. Similar to what I said. Trying to understand the locals up here at the moment.
Do you reckon him taking it out on you was revenge for George Bailey, saying what he said down under in that Ashes series? Do you think Jimmy was like, right, I can't give it back to George Bailey, so I'll just pick on when one of the bowlers comes out to bat. I'll think on them as Kushi's defending this one from Cogley, and he saw you come out to bat. Was there like, right, I don't know why, I just don't like. Maybe didn't like your haircut at the time. It was there like, right, Peter Siddle's got a terrible haircut. He'd
always go at me because he'd always get me out. He'd be like, I'll always get you out. And I'm like, mate, you should get me out. You're one of the best bowlers. You're one of the best bowlers in the world. And I'm a tail ender. I wouldn't be too excited about that.
Well, to be fair, he's probably he's probably got most of your top order as well.
He has. That's the thing. Well, not in Australia. His record there is not quite as good as it is here. But it was always a good battle, I think. But that was always the funny ones, and probably no dissimilar. You go to some of those other countries and they sledge you with their like local language, and they had no idea what they were saying. So again, it was always hard. But from as much as it gets talking about sledging and all that type of thing, more often than not, a lot of people aren't very good at it. So,
you're saying
most of us, and I'm talking about Australians here and everything.
So you're saying there's an art form.
It is, and I think most people aren't very good at it, and aren't very smart, or don't know what they're saying. So more often than not, the sledge actually ends up coming out so silly that it's actually more funny on the person saying it.
It's a big shot that from Feroz Kushi. He'd have connected with it like he'd have hoped. I think that would have whistled away to the boundary. End of the over, 57 gone. Peter Siddle, conscious we've had an awful lot of your time. We're very happy to keep chatting to you, but don't feel polite and you have to stay. you can drop that
probably
mic
should
whenever
head
you
back
want.
and start trying to help them and see if we can devise some little tactics to get some wickets here. But no, it's been a pleasure, boys, and no doubt I'll see you again up here soon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Peter.
What a delight to have Peter Siddle. Look forward to seeing him in Durham shirt. What a brilliant bit of business that is. See you again, Peter Siddle. 186 for 2.
I suppose we should probably get back to talking about.
Yeah, it's fun though, isn't it? When you got.
This is the thing we said about it with Marcus yesterday. Marcus came on, and I know he obviously does this thing first day of the game at home. He always comes on and has a chat, but it's the first time doing it with us. And he came and Peter's been with us there for about an hour. Marcus was with us for about 15 minutes. Ryan Campbell was with us for about 45 minutes yesterday. It's great to get this insight from guys that like Peter that's still playing, or Marcus who's director of cricket, who's more than willing to give us some of the backdrop into what goes on behind the scenes in his role, and Ryan be able to pick his brains of what makes him tick as a coach and everything. So it was lovely to have him on. I'm now just planning my revenge for that Somerset game of how I'm going to get him back on live stream.
Yes, he's such a lovely man. I think he would have sat here for the next 41 overs for us if we didn't give him
Well, to be fair, I asked the question and I had my 2. I didn't have the third one as Callum Parkinson's changed tack to Nick Brown. He's coming around the wicket to a left-hander. I had my 2 and I just wasn't sure the third one, so I panicked and said Brisbane when I should have just gone right. I've named the whacker, I've got the MCG, just change the M for an S, and you've probably got a very good combo there as Parkinson again in and Graham Clark is in a lid. I think very much this is probably going to be the first wicketless session unless something happens, and I think, Sam, this is probably the first session we can very comfortably say has belonged to one side, and that side is Essex.
They batted beautifully. I have to say we've not talked much about it, but we have been watching it. Feroz Kushi looks a wonderful player. I mean, Peter Siddle certainly thinks he is, and Nick Brown, this is the ideal Nick Brown innings, 35 off 95, part of a partnership that's approaching 100. It is one of the privileges that this job has. A couple of privileges. Watching cricket is one of them, and getting to chat to people like Peter Siddle. You and I would have both grown up watching play Test cricket for Australia.
Well, so the main one I remember, obviously I'm a slightly younger than you, so the thing I remember is the 2019 Ashes, and as kind of why I wanted to ask him about what he felt about his selection. As Parkinson changes again, he's coming back over to Brown, and he's met with a cover drive that will run away for 4. And Durham, for the first time in this game, are looking, I don't want to say lost for ideas, but they've been met with firm resistance. And as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, this is very definitely turning out into Essex's session. Say that 10 times in a row. But yeah, like you say, it's my main memories of Sids are in a Australia jersey in that 2019 Ashes series, and Australia have obviously been blessed with so many amazing fast bowlers. That's a very good stop by Penrose, who then ends up crawling on all fours to ensure no quick single can be taken. Yeah, I grew up, just remembering that 2019 Ashes series with Sid's bowling for Australia, and it's not exactly, he got ahead of Mitchell Stark in that series, and that's not exactly an easy thing to do. Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood were very good in that series, and I think obviously Nathan Lyon as a spinner, and Siddle came in as the third seamer and kind of that change bowler. So yeah, lovely to chat to him. I did the introductory interview with him on Wednesday, and that's out on Durham's YouTube, so you can go back on the YouTube channel and go along to interviews on the Durham page, and you'll see Siddle's he'll be I think the second one there after we interviewed Colin Ackerman last night, as Paul Coughlin continues in the attack.
Driven by Kushi. It was the shot he was trying to play the previous over. Again, doesn't quite get everything on it. And Paul Coughlin is down. Oh, he's holding. I think he's just doing a shoelace. It's all right. False alarm.
Panic's over.
False alarm. Paul Coughlin is doing a shoelace up. That is the breaking news. And they take a single. The sun has broken out. And the score is 191 for 2. Similar situations in the game, though. If you remember, Durham, when Dave Beddingham fell, were 84 for 3, and then they had a huge partnership. So they've lost one fewer wicket, Essex, but it was 4 for 222 by the time Durham lost their, well, that's when they lost their 4th wicket, as Brown is on strike, Coughlin's coming over the wicket, there's a catcher at silly mid-off, and there's 2 in at
we're
finding
this one under Funky Fields Mark II.
And he's coming around the wicket, yeah.
Someone get a photo and stick it in the folder.
Driven by Brown. That's a lovely shot from Nick Brown. There was a man in there at short cover, but Brown has caressed that nicely. It's been well chased up toward the boundary, so they'll just get free, but that was all along the ground. Nick Brown is starting to find his rhythm.
Yeah, he is indeed, and we did mention he's been starved of first-team cricket so far, and that shot brings up the 100 partnership, and it's been very much a needed one for Essex, losing Dean Elgar just before lunch to Matt Potts, who hasn't bowled since the start of the session. But they've taken everything the Durham bowlers have given them. They've soaked up that pressure a little bit, and to use one of Ryan Campbell's phrases against him, they've given it back to the Durham bowlers, and this pitch has definitely helped them along the way as well. As this one's hooked by Kushi, and that beats Graham Clark and splits him and Alex Lees out on the boundary on the leg side. But the way the Durham fielders there were reacting makes them feel like they might be in the game sooner rather than later. But as I was saying, Essex moving towards 200, Kushi on 70 and Brown on 42 as we move towards T.
Batting beautifully here, Kushi. Really has been impressive. Turns that one off his hips comfortably. Graham Clark will do the fielding, keep it to a single. Approaching 200. Would have been a batting bonus point a couple of years ago, but those markers were moved. End of the over, 59 gone. No, it's not the end of the over, it's just a change of batter, right left-hander. The fielder's moving around, sold me out. I should concentrate more. Deep square leg and deep long leg out around the wicket to Brown. Short ball. Ducks underneath it easily enough though, Nick Brown. 199 for 2 here on day 2, second session. At the Seat Unique Riverside. A lot of rain around tomorrow, looking at all the forecasts, which isn't ideal. Punched off the back foot, Brown. Again, it'll be chased. Scott Borthwick, the skipper, doing the chasing. Slides, picks it up and keeps it down. It's just a couple. Brown moves on to 44. Essex past 200. And I think Paul Coughlin may just pop off, which could signal the end of his spell. He certainly signalled towards the dressing room. Maybe need to change those boots. It's Michael Jones, I think, subfielder number 10.
Yes, it is indeed.
I'm learning.
By the end of the 4 days, we'll have you fully fluent chapter and verse in Durham squad numbers.
I'm not quite sure about that, but I have been studying the sheet in front of me.
I did mention, I don't know, I just seem to have this knack. I don't know, I mentioned Matt Potts hadn't bowled since the start of the session, and he's coming on to bowl now. I don't know, I'm not that close with any of the Durham players. I don't know if someone said something or what, but it is going to be Matt Potts, and there have been 2 men out on the leg side pretty much all session, and there's a conference happening down beneath us over what tactics are going to be employed. I'm slightly surprised they haven't gone bodyline yet with Bryden Cast. He's the standout candidate for it, but I wonder if Potts is going to try use some more traditional methods. The annoying thing for him will be here is if he goes traditional line and length and he gets the edge, there are no slips in play. It is just Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. But it seems to be the plan they've gone with. The field suggests straight is straight, and it's flicked away on the leg side and out to David Bedingham for a single. And I mentioned it a lot, the right-left-hand partnerships, the ability, we mentioned in the first session, Essex haven't been able to rotate the field. They've been able to do that here.
Yeah, they've done it really well. They were lacking it in that first session. Durham bowled beautifully. But you can see just the way the field's set up. This time yesterday we were saying, well, look at this field to Simon Harmer, look at this field to the Essex bowlers. This is Durham's putting pressure on them, and Essex are doing the same.
Potts comes around the wicket now to Nick Brown. We'll bring you back up to date with the scores in the North East Premier League. Ackerman and Jones in short, and Brown is defending. Castle Eden 159 all out in their game against Benwell Hill. Burnop Field made 128 for 9 off their 45 overs, and South Northumberland are 6 without loss after their first over. Felling CC 229 for 6 off their 45, and Chester Street CC have lost an early wicket, 3 for 1 in that game. Sunderland CC responding to Newcastle's 134 all out. They are 8 without loss in the second over, and Bournemouth CC take a bow, 435 for 5 off their 45 overs. I wonder if Sam can track down who's the chief run scorer for them.
Marcus Brown made 101 off 110 balls. He's not the chief run scorer, nor is Mitchell Clean. Stuart Pointer, formerly of Durham, 247 from 124 balls. He's had a good day out on his first game of the season.
This one keeps low and beats the outside edge and bounces on the way through to Robinson. Yeah, former wicket keeper. I think he was the keeper in Matt Potts' first class game down at Canterbury, and yeah, Mitchell Clean there not getting the runs he would have liked at number 4.
Yeah, there's a strong Paul Ross Greenwell, probably the opening batter, who's made just 1 in that score, is feeling it.
Yeah. On the way off, I can guarantee you said to the number 3. Pitch is doing all sorts, mate. It's gonna be a low scorer, and Ruben, that's inside edge onto the back pad.
Just see the frustration. Ollie Robinson throwing the glove down. They're desperate to make that breakthrough, Durham.
This is arguably this is one of the very few times under Ryan Campbell's leadership that they have looked, and they've looked a bit devoid of ideas, and that's all credit down to Essex. They've batted brilliantly. These two. Kushi taken, I'd say, probably 25-30 minutes after lunch just to get himself back in, and then has just absolutely cracked on with his innings, and Potts is into Brown, and where Durham have been able to build up some pressure, it is just a single off that over. The right coming around the wicket to left-hand batters. That's where historically throughout today they have been able to build up some pressure. We saw it very early on with Dean Elgar and Ben Rain. You know, we mentioned Dean Elgar's obviously got a fantastic international career under his belt, but he had some difficulties trying to get Ben Rain away, and Potts there to Brown able to raise some questions, and it's going to be a change of ends for Callum Parkinson. He's going to come in from the Lumley end.
Is Sunderland versus Newcastle a weird time derby in cricket? I don't know. There's a few Durham names.
You're asking if Sunderland Newcastle is a derby.
In the same way, though.
I don't imagine it's as passionate as we were talking about with.
You don't think the Newcastle players had to travel on like with a police escort?
No, I don't think there was any of that needed. But definitely George Drizzell.
He's still contracted, George Drizzell?
He is indeed. He got I think he got a 1-year extension on his deal. He's playing. I presume he's on the Sunderland side for that one.
Yes, you presume correctly. He is opening the batting as we speak for Sunderland in chase. He's currently 8 unbeaten. Jack Detroit, he's still playing up here. Is he interesting as they take a single? Kushi pushing Parkinson just to the left of Ben Rain at mid-off. Come through for 1. That Burnmore side had a strong Durham feel to it, actually, as well as Pointer and Colleen. I saw a Coughlin name in there. Graham Bridge, whose name I'm definitely...
Yep, Josh Coughlin, Paul's brother.
Familiar with.
I believe it's Paul's brother anyway.
Mitchell Clean. Ryan Pringle as well. Played a little bit up at Durham, didn't he?
Believe he did.
Parkinson to Nick Brown. Lovely shot. A great bit of fielding at cover. He deserved more runs for that, really. But it was a superb bit of work.
Yeah, Matt Potts is about as competitive as you can get, and any chance to save runs or take wickets, he's going to give his absolute all. He started his career down at, I believe, Washington before. No, he's played for Washington and Philadelphia before getting picked up by the Durham Academy. I think, if my mind serves me correctly, he started off at Philadelphia.
We're talking
Potts.
local league cricket, not American T20.
Yes, he started off very good. He started off at Washington before. No, one of the two. He started off at Washington and moved to Philadelphia, or the other way around, before getting picked up by Durham's Academy. And I watched back his interview. He talked about his cricketing journey and how it all started, and one of his club coaches was very quick to point out that everything that was competitive, Potts definitely had another level to go to.
He is a competitor. End of the over, 203 for 2. We've got 5 overs left before a 20-minute tea interval, after which there'll be another 32 overs remaining in the day. Only on day 4 do we nip off at 3:40.
Ben McKinney there.
Yes, he's another
opening
name,
the batting.
yeah.
He's obviously England under-19 skipper and hoping to get into the Durham first team, but that door it can be pushed open, but at this rate it seems to be fairly well secured.
Not a bad player to have playing your club side, though.
Well, the fact he's 6'7" or whatever he is and as an opening batter, I think just his stature, you rock up and you go, oh God, here we go. That's what Feroz Kuchi's saying to Matt Potts, and to be fair, he actually gives him a bit of treatment. A lovely shot. We're seeing that variable bounce come into it more and more. That one didn't get up as much as Potts would have liked, and Feroz Kuchi's able to play it in front of square down towards the attempts of Scott Borthwick, who is probably the fastest fielder in the Durham squad. He's not able to track down an Essex. Got a deficit down now to 150. Hopefully, I know you mentioned there about the weather, Sam, but hopefully it was meant to be hit and miss for the first 2 days, and we've got on.
True.
Hopefully we can get on tomorrow as well and see where this game is going. Potts in and Kuchi keeps that one out.
I do hope so, because it feels like it's going to be a proper 4-day game that could well be decided on that last session on Monday. So I hope the weather forecasters are wrong and it clears up a little bit. I think Durham need to stop bowling back over length to Feroz Kuchi. He looks very, very good against that short ball. 77 from 127.
Dug out by Kuchi. Surrey have battered themselves into a very strong position against Hampshire down at the Oval. 199 run lead and still have the last wicket partnership out there. Rory Burns, as always, seems to be the case when Surrey need a run scorer. He's the man, 113, and Jordan Clark in the lower order coming in at number 9, 97 not out from just 91 deliveries, providing some valuable lower order assistance for the two-time reigning champions as this one is defended. Warwickshire and Notts have finally got back on, and Warwickshire are 45 for 3, so Notts have done well to pick up early wickets. They've already got their first bowling point, and they've broken that top 3. Rob Yates, Alex Davis and Will Rhodes have gone for 16, none and 9 respectively. Wow. So Notts have obviously, there's always been I think that top 3 for Warwickshire have been the leading run scorers at the start of this county championship season. Notts have rocked up and decided none of that today, and that's a lovely looking shot, but we'll only get a single as Scott Borthwick is down to stop it. So yeah, you've got Ed Barnard, I think, and Dan Mousley are at the crease for Warwickshire.
Dylan Pennington started the season really well. Really, really well. Signing from Worcestershire over the summer. There was someone from the ECB came down to Taunton last week with a view of having a look at a couple of quick bowlers.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Casey Aldridge and Dylan Pennington, neither of whom were selected. Oh, what a blow, what a trip.
Potts around the wicket, and Brown is just defending. 5 off that over, 208 for 2, deficit exactly 150 as Paul Coughlin trots back on.
They are on at Kidderminster. They're playing some cricket. Jake Libby is batting. Of course Jake Libby is batting.
He was the thorn in the side of Durham last week. You could get everyone else out around Jake Libby, but he puts a price on his wicket.
I don't think anyone scored more county championship runs since he moved to Worcestershire 3 or 4 summers ago. He really averaging north of 50 across 4 or 5 years. Callum Parkinson then is going to continue from the Lumley end. Throws Cushy on strike, 78 unbeaten. He's got Nick Brown at the other end on 44. Essex ticking along nicely here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Not a wicket has fallen yet in this session. Last man to go was just before lunch, Dean Elgart. It's been picking since then. Couple of half shouts for LBW, nothing too convincing. Sun's out, a little bit of variable bounce, but Essex have batted beautifully, these two. Still is a slip in and there's a short mid wicket. Gucci is on the back foot and jabbing that out, but it's straight to the fielder at mid wicket. A few pots who throws it in. .208 for 2 to the pads of Cushy.
They're off for bad light at Leicestershire again, and they're actually just taking tea. Leicestershire 97 for 2. Gloucestershire have batted themselves into the lead against Middlesex, responding to their 203 all out, 224 for 4 down at Bristol. As this one again is back of length, and Cushy is hooking that one away to Alex Lees. And Derbyshire, well, they're having the monumental task of responding to Yorkshire's 450 for 5 declared. They are 65 for 3.
Are you a fantasy cricket man?
I am indeed.
You had your side at the start of...
I did. I had to make a very last-minute change. Because I forgot that Lancs were on a bye week, and I had George Balderson in one of my all-rounder slots and had to quickly make a decision. I went with Lewis Gregory down at Somerset.
Brown defending on the back foot.
You a draft man as well?
No, people are always surprised by that. Fantasy football, and I think I did fantasy football once, but I never looked at my team again after the start. And if I do something, I want to be all in on it.
Yeah. Well, there's no point going half-hearted at it.
Exactly. Oh, a big shout or half a shout for LBW. Got a little bit of turn there, Callum Parkinson. It was more in hope than expectation, I think. Playing a shot hit him outside the line. Other than that, looked decent. Last ball of the over. 17 after this one before Durham can take the second new ball. Crouching Brown pads that one away. Just the one off that over. Parkinson's bowled 14 for 14, no wickets as of yet, and Essex at 209 for 2.
Yeah, so I think it's been a really good addition. The guys down at the cricket draft bringing in this fantasy game. Obviously, everyone knows about fantasy football in this country. It's played by something ridiculous, I'd imagine, probably somewhere between the region of 7 and 10.
Too many.
Yeah, 7 and 10 million players, and obviously cricket is nowhere near as popular as football, but it's got, there's a lot of talking on Twitter. It gets people engaged in the game. You're able to get more people into it because there's something on the line. You can go against your mates. You can go against anyone that you want, really. And having that ability to market the game to new audience, I think, is really smart. As that one gets the edge, and that is not an open face. That is a genuine edge. And Graham Clark has a long pursuit, and I think he's given up, and it does hit the fence. He's got the pads on as well, which won't exactly help, but yeah, that's Cushy into the 80s. He moves himself to 83. Yeah, I think it's a great addition. I think mainly targeted again that sort of that younger audience into cricket. If you can get them in playing a draft sort of game, and then it builds up their encouragement to come down and watch just a session or two to start with, and that turns into a day, that turns into multiple days, and especially if you get good summer weather, why not come and spend a day down at the cricket? This one is pushed, and it'll be a quick single. If they go strikers end, Wolfwick opted for the non-strikers, but they'd gone the strikers end. There was a better chance of getting Nick Brown, who was slightly slow on the uptake. And as we mentioned, taking quick singles between the wickets is probably not Brown's strong point. So not a real chance, but Durham can't be laxing on their heels for those, no matter how hard they have found this afternoon session. Ash has just dropped a message in our live stream group chat. I'll read it out after what Potts has bowled here, and it's just stopped. Yeah, we mentioned he's off for playing captaining Chester Street this afternoon, and it's £5 to come in after tea. If any of you are watching on the live stream and want to pop on down for the evening session and catch some cricket on this fine Saturday afternoon, you are more than welcome to. £5 entry, and Ash has replied in our chat going, might be there at this rate. So I imagine Chester Street are not going that well in their game, as this one is defended into the offside.
Still £5 for Ash after tea. Encourage him to get in.
Well,
he's not working.
Well, this is the thing. Would he pull that card? I hear Sam and Rob need a third voice, need some assistance. I've come here to save the day.
We definitely need saving.
It's why it was nice to have Peter Siddle come on for an hour, and we can get an insight into his career. And that one's playing on his offside. It's like you say, it's a great perk of the job. You're at a cricket club. You're around some of these guys that have played international cricket and had such long careers that guys like Peter Siddle have had. Being able to pull back the curtain a little bit, because obviously everyone just sees you see them on the TV, and you don't really, apart from other club like media and stuff and anything they do in the national press, wherever they are, you don't really get a feel of their personality. But being able to chat to Peter, I've been fortunate enough to talk to him on Wednesday for that first interview, and then talk to him again today. Just a genuine good bloke, which hurts to say about an Australian. But
he is a lovely man. I think that's the third time I've had the chance to speak to him. Last two have been a couple of years ago, and he's just always delightful. Big smile on his face, softly spoken. He's a very good talker actually as well.
Absolutely perfect. Just natural conversation, easy to do. It makes our jobs. I mean, some people say our jobs are very simple as it is. It makes them even more easy when you're just able to tee Peter Siddle off on a conversation. And we might be in token over of spin territory before tea, but I'm not talking Callum Parkinson this time. Colin Ackerman's going through his warm-ups at slip. I think he might try and, what's the phrase, roll his arm over?
That is the one. First though, Callum Parkinson is continue doing so with his left arm, and Kushi just tickles that one round the corner. It's nice and fine. They'll pick up at least a couple. It's going to be a chase on towards the boundary. It's a great bit of work from Graham Clark. He never gave up that chase. Some of us up here might have given up on the chase.
But
yeah, great bit of work from Graham Clark there. Saves a single. It's one of those, the effort deserves more reward than saving just one run, because it was clawed back in right on the rope. Yeah, you can see Ackerman getting loose again. They've got to try. They've got to try something. A little bit of off spin from Ackerman. You've got to be thinking, looking after your quick bowlers as well. With a second new ball due. Brown on the back foot. They all think about one. They won't take one.
Yeah, you'd imagine coming out after lunch. Well, we're going to have 32 overs in this evening session, but they'll only be 14 overs to bowl until that second new ball. You'd imagine maybe a quick stint from maybe Cars, who hasn't been seen in this session really. He's not been used. I think he's fine and fit as long as far as we're aware, as that one's just pushed for a single.
But he did bowl one spell, because he was the Slim Shady.
Well, was that not just before lunch though?
Peter Siddle wasn't here before lunch though, was he?
Very good memory, Sam.
I think you and I were both a tad distracted. We were kind of in a little bit starstruck once Peter Siddle walked in.
Oh, I was definitely starstruck. I think you having a bit more experience with Peter Siddle might be a bit more composed. I was still definitely starstruck.
Lovely shot from Feroz Kushi. You won't get any runs for it though, because it's straight at that fielder at short mid wicket. He's looking good, Kushi. I've really enjoyed watching this young man bat.
Yeah, so maybe just a quick stint from one of the seamers, and I imagine Parkinson and Ackerman would rattle through the overs after tea to get them to that second new ball as quickly as possible. Going to be a single here. They think of two and decide against, and I think with just 7 balls left until they can have a 20-minute cup of tea and a sit down and get rid of the pads that they've had on for the entire session.
I don't know though, because it's difficult. You can't just give away 15 overs, because if they go at 3 or 4 and over, then that lead is.
It's the balance. It's
right down.
It is the balance, but I think Borthwick, he needs something.
Well, I think they have to sit down and go, right, who do you want to take the second new ball?
Well,
because they're not going to, and that is
Rain and Potts.
Rain. So they won't bowl again before the 80th over. So we might be looking at a little bit of Ackerman now, just for 1 over before tea to see if something can happen. And then you go, right, well, we've got 14 overs to get through. Well, to use. I wouldn't say get through, because that sounds really negative, and Ryan Campbell doesn't play negative cricket. So that's when we might see a little bit of cast, hoping to get a bit of reverse swing with that older Duke's ball.
Or potentially some body line to ruffle some feathers.
I just think, though, for Kushi doesn't look like
Yeah.
he's a man you can ruffle. I know he got hit with that one early, but that was more, he wasn't really done for pace, it just didn't get up. It's not a pitch for that. It's interesting. Scott Borthwick's got a lot to think about. I think they'll be quite glad of the tea interval. So, sorry, irrelevant. Durham. Around the wicket, Ackerman.
For 6 balls before the break, and starts off with a dot. I would imagine there won't be too many expansive shots being brought out by Nick Brown, who's 4 away from his first 50 of the season on his first appearance in the first team. He's been playing some 2s, but not been able to get his hands on some first team cricket. He's got it here though. I think it'll be Clark on the lid. I think it's Paul Coughlin who's in at slip. Played off the back foot, and Borthwick skips round to do the fielding. Final ball before the 20-minute break, and I think, Sam, it's your turn to sum up the session after I summed up the morning session. I'll leave the honours to you as Colin Ackerman ends the afternoon session and Nick Brown just plays out a solid forward defensive. So, all yours, Sam. Take it away.
That's very kind of you. It's a session I can only really describe as belonging to Essex. They haven't lost a wicket. Feroz Kushi has batted beautifully. He will return in about 20 minutes' time, unbeaten on 88. Joining him will be Nick Brown, playing in his first game of the season. Didn't have a brilliant second half of last year, but he's made his way to 46 not out. 14 overs until Durham can take that second new ball. Rains bowl 13, Potts 16, Cast 10, Coughlin 11. So they've got a little bit of thinking about Durham. They need a wicket. Essex will be quite happy just to keep going for the rest of the day. Brilliant to have Peter Siddle join us. Myself and Josh will be back in about 20 minutes' time. Enjoy your tea intervals in the meantime.
both sets of teams making their way back out to the middle for start of this evening session. It's going to be Bryden Cast to take the first over after tea. Not used as much in that afternoon session, just the one spell for him from the Lumley end, and it will be him again from the Lumley end as Durham try to break this third wicket partnership that's worth 126 in the minute, and the record for Essex third partnerships at Durham is 185, so something to look forward to. From that side, the third wicket partnership is also a new record for here at the Riverside for Essex, beating the previous 60 between Alistair Cook and Mickleborough, but set back in 2010. Oh, swing yourself back into action. It is indeed, and currently sitting on 215 for 2 in terms of runs scored today, from where they picked up from at 11 o'clock this morning. It's been, the afternoon session was plain sailing. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the tactic, as we were discussing just before that break, of it's not a case of getting through these overs to the second new ball. They do need to use them wisely, but how do they define using the overs wisely? Is it Cal Parkinson or is it Colin Ackerman? Is it both? I'd imagine Scott Borthwick said to him, Carsey, one spell, give it everything you got for 4 overs, maybe 5 if you get on a bit of a roll. I think definitely 4 overs, and then take your break, and then get ready to come back with that second new ball slightly harder. So hopefully for him a little bit more assistance. There was a fair bit of movement on that one. There was angling in, but I'm not sure if that's the ball doing the work, or if that's how Carter's set it up. And it will be Colin Ackerman to continue. Had that over before the interval, and he's going to carry on.
I love that he's the world record holder in T20.
It's one of those great stats, isn't it? You would imagine it's one of these big shot players that play in the IPL and play all these franchise leagues around the world, and it's Colin Ackerman who's done it for Leicestershire in a T20 blast.
It'll be hard to beat that as well. 7 for in a T20.
Yeah, it's something that you can't really. It's going to take something special. I'd imagine if someone was going to be, you'd probably bet your money on it being a tenfer. I think of someone picking up a tenfer in a men's T20. I wonder what the record is for a women's T20.
It's a good question.
Ackerman, slightly slingy, more sling-like action. He comes around, but he's not been pulled up for his action. There have been a fair few spinners over the years that have been pulled for their actions. He's obviously more than clear as Nick Brown settles himself back in, and he's only 4 away from a maiden 50 of the season. Slightly back of a length, and Brown adjusts. I think as well, if one wicket was to fall for Essex, it's not as if that the rest of the batting is weak. They have got Jordan Cox, who will probably be next in at 5, and he can certainly play some shots. And then we've got Matt Critchley, who's also not a bad bat as well. And one thing I just have to guard against, if one does fall, they can't let it turn into a cluster.
Yeah, they'll want to be in the lead by the end of today, I think. With that little bit of weather around, they want to give themselves a chance of victory. And I think to do that, they probably need to take a lead into tomorrow. We don't know how much play we'll get tomorrow, but it looks unlikely in the morning, maybe in the afternoon.
Turned past short leg, and will be the first couple runs to Brown in this evening session as Ackerman completes his first over post tee, and it goes for those 226 for 2, deficit 132. Essex moving towards their first batting bonus point.
132 runs in fact. Scoreboard has just changed in arrears. So that means they have to go about 4 and over to have a lead tonight. Here comes Cass from the Lumley end. Flicked nicely into the leg side. They won't get a run. I think it was a no ball, overstepping. Yeah, there's a signal. It's been from that Lumley end, hasn't it? Bowlers haven't quite got their run up. Is it slightly downhill? Does the slope run across from right to left? It's like a bit like reading a golf putting green, isn't it? You a golfer? Nah, me neither.
No. Miss me with that.
Very popular amongst cricketers.
Yeah, Scotty Borthwick likes his golf.
It's Cast for that strong action. Kushi driving. He's always looking to move as well. I like this from Kushi. Played that shot. Took a couple of steps just in case. Had a look. Wasn't a run there. But he's so positive in everything that he does. Peter Siddle was very positive about him as well. Brown is just going to keep going how he's going. I wonder if Kushi might pick up the pace a bit when he gets to 100. He's batting at a decent lick as it is. Oh, he's got a little tickle. He's going to get 4 runs for that. Ollie Robinson diving away to his left. It has to go down as half a chance because he did so well to get a glove on it. He's springy Robinson. He got across. Look at his end position. He's a good few yards to his left. It feels a bit harsh to call that a drop catch. It kind of technically is. It just almost tipped round the post. Kushi moves on to 96. 4 shy of what would be his second first-class 100. Got one back in September 2022 against Kent. 164 he made then. He deserves one here as well for Rose Kushi. Oh, it's a well-directed short ball from Bryden Cass. He had a good smile on his face there, Cass, after that one. He enjoyed that one getting up. Kushi just watches it whistle through to Robinson behind the stumps. This is a good contest. Cass is ticking in a good way. You need to get your, but I think bowlers need to be ticking a little bit. pushed it into the offside this time, Cushy. There's two fielders back, deep square leg and a long leg. In case Cushy mistimes a hook. He hasn't mistimed one yet, though. He's been very strong on the pull. For those travelling Essex fans Peter Siddle was talking about, they'll be absolutely delighted. I thought he was going to say they blanked him. They were the people that loved him a few years ago, and they saw him and they just completely blanked him. Ooh. Just slightly tentative there. Inside edge into the ground. Takes his guard again. He's got Borthwick, the skipper, at mid-on. Plenty of thinking for him and Durham to do. Last ball of over 69. Just a fiver to get in if you're local. Still a good couple of hours cricket. Perfect way to spend a Saturday evening. Bring a coat, or at least bring a hat or a jumper. It's a little bit nippy, but it's lovely down here, really. End of the over. 2-3, 2 for 2. Casters bowled 12. No wickets as of yet. As of yet.
Yeah, a quick look at the bowling figures from Durham's side. Ben Rain, 13 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. It's very harsh. He's not picked up a wicket yet, but very good economy of 1.8. Matt Potts, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 44. Class has just finished his 12th and he's got none for 52 with no maidens. Paul Coughlin, 11 overs, 1 for 55. Colin Ackerman entering his 3rd over here, and Carolyn Parkinson's got 15 with 1 maiden, none for 46. Push and run from Brown.
I've just realised something, Rob.
Enlighten me.
Did I call you Josh at the end of the last session?
I don't think you did.
Ah, I was about to say at the end of the last over, Sam Downing and Rob Rush, and you know when your brain just goes, oh no.
Oh no.
If I did, I'm really sorry.
I've already blanked out my mind, mate,
yeah.
So...
meant the mental scarring, and just blanked it.
Over the wicket to Cushy and straight back at the bowler.
You gave me too much credit there. There's not much I can say that will enlighten you, ever. You should have known that. You've been with me a day and a half now.
We have fun here.
Yeah, we do. And that is really what it's all about.
What was it saying? If you do what you love for a job, you'll never work a day in your life, or something to that effect, and that it's definitely there as Cushy looks to flick that way on the leg side, but ends up dropping into the offside. I might see the start of some mind games from Borthwick here, with Cushy just 1 hit away.
There'll be a few words being said.
Especially after that one, almost a chop on to his own stumps, and this is about the closest Durham have got to getting Cushy out today. He's, bar that maybe slightly rusty start, he's been fantastic and clips that one away. Might go for 4, it will do. That is a quite remarkable century from Feroz Cushy. Played absolutely brilliantly this afternoon. Took that hit from Brian Carlos on the hip, but since then has been completely in his own world, a class above, and he becomes the game's 2nd centurion after Colin Ackerman last night. 16 fours in that knock of 100 off 156 balls, strike rate of over 60. You can see what it means to him. Essex Academy graduate scoring 2nd century for the club.
Well, in
first class cricket.
2nd century on this ground.
Indeed, after his List A exploits here a couple of years ago, when back in 2021, and they always talk about it. It's lovely feeling to get to the 100, but then you want to go and make it a big one. And Essex are certainly hoping for that. Well played, young man.
He batted beautifully. 16 boundaries, very easy on the eye. We've seen 2 wonderful centuries, 2 very different centuries, but 2 brilliant centuries in this game. He's got his side in such a strong position. If he can double up, if he can make this a big 100, Essex will definitely be ahead in this game. Cast to continue. Brown's on 49, so he's 1 short of a milestone as well. .135 balls he's faced. That is what Nick Brown does though, and he's brilliant at it. He is the ballast around which big totals can be built. He's got a lot of runs for Essex in the past. He can just keep doing that. Kushi now he's past that milestone. Can maybe look to push the scoring a little bit. You've got to be a bit careful. You can't just assume there's going to be rain and you're not going to play. You have to still play it as a 4-day game to some extent. But you just want to be positive. Brown opens the face. Doesn't quite get it away though. So stays on 49. What a privilege it's been to watch Feroz Kushi. 50 last week, 100 this week. Looks in really good touch. It's no wonder they rate him down at Essex. Carlos in, and Brown still can't quite get that one away. Well, that is an enormous vat of chewing gum that you've got there, Rob Rush. I don't think I've ever seen chewing gum carried in quite that quantity before. You've been for a duty free.
Just to clarify, it's not full. It's a 90.
90 pack, wow. Never go short. How long will it take you to get through that?
Yeah, I'm bad with my chewing gum, me. I can get through it pretty quick if I'm left to it.
Still on 49, Nick Brown. Yeah, well, don't worry. You're speaking to a fellow addict. If I buy a pack, the pack goes in my mouth. People find it odd. I guess it is quite odd. I've never come across anyone else that does it. Graham Onions wandering around the boundary's edge. A bit of thinking he needs to do, him and his bowling attack. They need to move 2 people who have so far proved unmovable. Nick Brown and Feroz Kushi. First step's going to come out. They're going to try something a little bit different. Two short covers and a short mid-wicket. Brown's unmoved. Just pushes it back towards Ackerman. Good pressure from Carr so far. Big smile on his face. Durham desperately need a wicket here. Just need something. Just need a way back into this game. It's not gone away from them, but it's just momentum is away from them. Good bit of work there from Ackerman in a short extra cover. So Nick Brown will remain on 49 after that over. He won't be too flustered. There he is. Graham Onions.
Bunny is his nickname. I'm not sure if that's because he's a bunny with the bat or he has many batters as his bunny.
Oh, it's a good question. You'd have to get him on the live stream and ask him.
Maybe ask him tomorrow as he's going through some of the warm-ups.
Well, he'll be happy because his Newcastle United side are now 5-1 up, having been drawing at half-time.
Been a long old season for Sheffield United.
And this will relegate them. Sadly, it's a bit. You feel bad for them having to keep playing. Not a great defence.
Ackerman to Kushi, Centurion to Centurion, and it's a quick single. Scott Borthwick has shot at non-striker's end.
Scott Borthwick is fallen to his knees. I think if Inks had been a hit, that would have been out.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think every cricketer, when they take a shot at the non-striker's end, thinks if it hits, it's out. I think that one definitely had a lot going for it. think it's always difficult, especially at county level, when you don't have the benefits of being able to send everything to third umpire for review, having to ask the standing umpire in this instance to make a very split decision. This one's played out into the offside. Might be time to give the viewers a quick update, Sam, on North East Premier League.
Oh, it might be. Shall I have a look?
If you do the honours. See if Brown could do the honours in the meantime of getting to 50.
I feel like I've let you down. I wasn't ready. You didn't give me any warning.
Yeah, this is the thing. I didn't give you any warning. If I'd have given you a warning, then you would have had your chance. Ackerman in and oh, that will take Nick Brown to 50. But I think in everyone's mind he should be walking back to the pavilion on 49. He's not, though. He's still there. It's his first 50 of the season, his first appearance, having lost his place to Feroz Kushi. Very valuable innings, though, from Nick Brown. He goes to it with his 6th throw of the innings. But you have to say, from a Durham perspective, they haven't been able to create a lot. And the chance they have just created has not been taken.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance, but it one that really should be taken. He would have seen it late. It would have come from across Robinson because Brown was back and cutting, but it's one that needs to go to hand.
And now he's dropped at short leg. Graham Clark, again, that needing those quick reaction times. He's not able to cling on, and well, I'm not sure if Nick Brown would like this analogy, but cat with 9 lives, he certainly run through 2 of them in 2 deliveries. Again, it's a sharp chance, but it's a chance. This one, thankfully for Essex, is along the ground. An eventful over. 2 dropped catches and a 50. 242 for 2 as Essex are 8 away from that first batting bonus point and 116 behind Durham's total.
Yeah, and in a game where there haven't been many chances at all, those have got to go to hand. He played it quite late. He wasn't on the back foot. He would have seen it late at first slip. How Colin Ackerman would have wished he could be at first slip for himself there. And then the following ball. Short leg chances are always difficult. Oh, I think he thought it was coming at him more quickly than it was. And he just, slightly hard hands. Went through the fingertips. Brown gets alive. Essex continue to be just 2 down, chipping away at that lead. 72 overs gone, so still 8 overs until that second new ball. Benwell Hill are 42 for free, chasing Castle Eden's 159 all out. Cast is in and Kushi's on the back foot, and I think that is going to race away towards the boundary. Callum Parkinson is giving chase, and it just slows up the hill, so they come back for free. Another nice looking shot from Feroz Kushi. South Northumberland are 65 for free, chasing Burnett Fields 128. 151 run partnership comes up with those 3 runs.
Yeah, it's been this partnership has been crucial for Essex, and Durham have not had many chances, bar the 2 obviously that went down in the previous over.
Solid again from Nick Brown. Dropped twice in 2 balls. One of those boundaries to bring up his 50. Chesterley Street is 64 for 5 against Felling. 229 for 6. Looks a long way off right now for Chester Street. You never know though in cricket. Ashthorpe, the skipper, still to come. Could be time to make himself a hero yet again. Sunderland going to get the better of that Weartime derby, I reckon. Cast around the wicket. Brown cuts that one. Pick up at least a couple. It'll be a chase for Matthew Potts, who will not give up on anything ever. And he was right not to do so there. Does very well. And they get free again.
President of the FA is currently taking a stroll around the ground. For those who missed the, maybe didn't tune in early this morning, Will Gidman, one of the batting coaches here at Durham, who's also presides as FA of the as president of the FA, or the Durham representative of the FA in the early warm-up games, dishing out some treatment to Callum Parkinson in light of some recent events in the morning session. And Peter Siddle not only got involved but testified basically on behalf of Will Gidman.
Turned into the leg side. They'll push for a couple, and I mean they'll get there. Cushy was quite keen. He's always looking for a couple. It was a great bit of work from Graham Clark down the boundary. A brilliant throw in. I'm not sure it was Nick Brown or throws Cushy that ultimately decided no, but no was the answer. And it was a good thing it was too. Good bit of fielding. Runs being taken on both sides of the wicket in this over so far. Coming quite easily for Essex now, approaching 250, so they'll soon have a batting point. A couple of fielders in the eye line, and Nick Brown, who's just flicking it away onto the leg side for another single. 8 off the over so far. This is the kind of positive scoring rate that Essex will want. This sort of scoring will get them into a lead by the end of the day. Right hand, left hand, meaning the field is constantly having to change. Durham lads have been out there all day, having to move 250 up. So there's the first batting bonus point. Essex take a 4-3 lead. Third man goes out in the deep on the leg side. So you've got long leg, Graham Clark, deep square leg, and a deep mid wicket. He's about 20 yards in from the boundary, but it's a big old boundary. Turn to the leg side. Cushy's annoyed because he found the one or two fielders up in what would have been the ring. End of the over anyway. 250 for 2, Rob.
Is indeed, and the longer this partnership is at the crease, the more it turns into Essex's day. Speaking to Colin Ackman at the end of play yesterday, as Graham Onions and Will Gidman are in conversation, he said that he thought that his side were ahead, or slightly ahead, I think was the right term. Don't want to misquote Colin, but obviously you do have to wait until both sides have batted, and I think certainly the feeling up in the press box was certainly more aimed towards Essex being slightly ahead due to having Durham all out, and depending on what goes on in this final 25 overs of the day, I have a feeling Essex won't mind too much having been asked to bowl first up here in the northeast.
They'll be delighted with their spot so far. Still a lot of cricket left in this game. Still 220 overs nearly. In theory. So they've got plenty of time. They don't need to accelerate too much, Essex. They just need to keep going. Nick Brown's doing a great job here. And he is. I know you'll get stick for not scoring quickly enough, but you can see those last two balls. He's trying to be positive. He's using his feet against the spinner.
There is still 100% a spot in the game for more traditional 4-day cricket and 5-day cricket to be played. Yes, it's great to have the England Test team and other sides like Durham and Worcestershire at some points last year and other teams embrace the more positive attitude as and when required. As we see it there, nice use of the feet, and Nick Brown demonstrates what we're talking about here. He moves himself into the 60s from 152 deliveries, but there is still a valuable spot in the game for being able to play like Essex have done today. Not everything needs to be done at 1,000,000 miles an hour. There is still a certain beauty in watching cricket being played like this. So this one's now pulled away over the leg side and over Michael Jones in at mid-wicket. There'll be 4 more, and Durham don't do something about this partnership soon, and they could be in trouble heading into day 3.
And back-to-back boundaries for Nick Brown without having to take too many risks, just using his feet to the pitch to get to the pitch of the ball against the spinner, and then Ackerman just changing his length slightly, probably anticipating Brown coming down the track. Drops it a little bit short, easy as you like. It's good batting from Nick Brown, that.
Those 2 boundaries, bringing 8 runs off that over. 6 more until Durham can trade in this old Dukes for a new one.
Yeah, Graham Onions and Will Gibman were down there. We just see them on screen. Ben Rain was fielding out in front of them an over or so ago. They were having a chat. Ben Rain with a new ball, I think, might be key.
Setting back over.
Going to be Callum Parkinson then. Got 6 overs to that second new ball is due. Bryden Cuss had a little go after tea. Scotty Borthwick chucked in the ball and said, run in, bowl fast, bowl hard, see if you can make something happen. He hasn't been able to. A couple of chances off the spinner a few overs ago. Brown getting a lifeline or 2. Can Parkinson get one to turn? Cushy on strike, 105. He's on. Ben Rain is out like a deep backward point. There's a deep square leg. First slip, short cover, backward point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Couple of umpires, 2 batters, bowler and a wicket keeper to complete the circle. It's cut away. Just a single out to Ben Rain.
No, coming back for 2.
Yeah, it was Ben Rain did have to make up a bit of ground there. I'll give him that. I probably did him a disservice, making it sound like it shouldn't have been 2. Sunderland are losing, which will be disappointing for the fans of theirs who have travelled down to Watford. Big win for Middlesbrough at Cardiff, it's looking like being.
Nicely played, but more so just to keep himself at the crease rather than looking to score.
Parkinson doing the fielding off his own bowling. Has he hurt himself there rolling, or is he smiling? I hope he's smiling. He's going to get straight back up. Maybe he's winded himself just the way he went down. Hopefully no major damage done. Seems to have a grin on his face now. Enthusiastic cricketer, Callum Parkinson, a very good cricketer too. Always feel a little bit harder off their own bowling, though, bowlers. Fuller driven and straight into the hands of Graham Clark. So it just shows the value of Parkinson doing that bit of fielding off the previous ball, because Cushy might not have been on strike. It was a Fuller delivery. Feroz Cushy, who has barely played a full stroke, has hit that one to Graham Clark. It was a good catch. It was a low catch. Durham finally have their 3rd wicket. Feroz Cushy walks off disappointed. I think he's looking at the toe end of his bat to suggest he didn't quite get hold of that one like he would have liked, but he will also use that bat to acknowledge the applause of the crowd in here at the Seat Unique Riverside, because it has been a quite magnificent century. 107 from 165 balls, 16 boundaries, pretty much all of them very easy on the eye. I don't remember any lucky boundaries at all in that.
Nope, there's been no really there's no been any real inside edges, nothing like that, and he'll be slightly disappointed not to get a bigger century, but it is a century nonetheless, and he continues his impressive start to the season. It does bring Jordan Cox out to the middle at number 5.
Speaking of impressive starts to the season.
Yes, Jordan Cox is another one of those. Is another big reason why Essex sit at the top of the standings, although they are currently waiting the results of 2 independent investigations by the ECB. One for, I think it actually would have been Feroz Kushi's bat being slightly too big, and Durham have been pinged for that in the past. And some racism from previous years, but in the minute they're sitting pretty handsome at the top of the table, and Jordan Cox, the new Essex player signed from Kent. There's been a fair few of those good Kent players that have left for pastures new over the last couple of seasons, and Durham picking up their first bowling bonus point, and Callum Parkinson into bowl. Finishes that over with a dot, and most importantly for Durham, they have an end open, 260 for 3.
Yeah, two of those players that Kent have lost were in quite close proximity there. Ollie Robinson keeping up to the stumps to Jordan Cox. Both, well, that's probably not poke the Kent fans, the bear, when it comes to Kent fans, because they will feel that both of those players could still be at Canterbury, but Kent's loss has very much been Durham's gain in the case of Ollie Robinson, and Essex's gain even in the space of just a few weeks at the start of this season. Jordan Cox, 116 not out against his old county. Of course, it was against his old county, Kent. Rapid 100, 67 in the first innings, and 84 up at Nottinghamshire, so he started well. I think we're likely to see Ackerman and Parkinson through to that second new ball now.
Yeah, especially as Parkinson taking that wicket shows there is something still there. There's something still there for the spinners. Yeah, very much a needed wicket for the home side, as Ackerman is pushed for a single, and that will bring Jordan Cox onto a strike. Let's have a quick look round the rest of the grounds. Unfortunately, Warwickshire and Notts are off again for rain. Warwickshire currently 71 for 3. Worcestershire and Somerset down at Kidderminster have gone to tea. This one's defended. Hampshire in a bit of bother. They've lost, I believe both openers have gone, and they trailed by over 200 on first innings. They're currently 22 for 2, still 186 needed just to make Surrey bat again. Yeah, Worcestershire currently 107 for 1 in response to Somerset's 309 for 9 declared. And in Division 2, Gloucestershire leading Middlesex at the minute by 42 runs, 245 for 6. They are down at Bristol. Bad light is still keeping Leicestershire and Northamptonshire off at the Upton Steel County Ground. Leicestershire trailing by 356. And Derbyshire, they've started to repair a little bit of that early damage made by Yorkshire, 105 for 3 in response to Yorkshire's 450 for 5 declared.
Is Jake Libby still batting? That's what I want to know. The big question on everyone's lips.
Do you want to take it? Do you want to take a guess before I reveal it to you?
Oh, I'm guessing yes. That's a safe answer.
You are correct.
Yeah.
56 off 96 with 10 fours.
It's hardly a high stakes gamble, is it, to say that Jake Libby's still batting? Could be a decent game there if they can stay on. I like that Worcestershire batting lineup this year. Really like Rob Jones. I mean, Kashif Ali, wow, what a player he is. Wonderful story as well. But Rob Jones, good signing. Adam Host scores quickly. It's a good side, that Worcestershire.
And this is with losing a couple of their best players over the winter, with Dylan Pennington and Jack Haynes both leaving for Trent Bridge.
Parkinson to continue to be buoyed by his wicket. Nick Brown continues to be unmoved. Unmoved and unmovable. 66 off 155 balls. It's been the ideal knock for his team. Sweeping. Doesn't get anything on it. The only fielder appealing for LBW was the man at mid-wicket there, which suggests it's not a great shout. Brown just has a little look around, tries to see where the gaps are, which are behind square on the leg side. Parkinson saw him look, tosses that one up. Flicked out into the leg side where Ben Rain does the fielding in the sunshine. We'll see Ben Rain in action again, I reckon, in about 20 minutes' time. That second new ball. Be interesting to see how Jordan Cox approaches this. Capable of scoring rapidly. He doesn't need to do so particularly so right now. He can just bat.
He might want to get some quick runs under his belt in the next 3 and a bit overs before that second new ball comes in.
Yeah, there is that. But he's brand new to the crease. I can understand that from Brown and Kushi. I think Cox just needs to bat. If he bats for 20 overs, driven straight, Parkinson does very well to get his hat down it, because it was straight enough that they would have picked up runs. End of the over. If Jordan Cox is out there for 20 overs, probably going to be on, what, 50, 60, isn't he? Just by default, just the way that he bats. So positive. Remember when he first broke in, that massive partnership he had with Jack Leaning for Kent? It was in COVID year, wasn't it? He ended up 200 odd not out. I think Sam Billings had his pads on for best part of 2 days. There's that lovely story about he's 160, 170 not out overnight, and he just went into he looked up, he'd on Cricket Info overnight and went to the Kent dressing room, saw all his senior mates. Sam Billings, I know your top score, I'm going to pass that today, and just pointed them out one by one. Confident young man.
I respect it.
And he did though, he backed it up.
If you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
And then he got a silly 1 game ban because he had a selfie with a fan afterwards. He obliged that, and because of all the COVID regulations, he had to miss a game isolating. Bless him.
That was a very weird
times, weren't they?
Very weird. Glad they're firmly in the rearview mirror. Quick single here, and that is a direct hit, but standing umpire was not interested even for a second. It's a very good throw from Scott Borthwick. You say aim at one stump, and he's taken middle one completely out the ground.
If you aim at middle, gives you a bit of margin, doesn't it? But yeah, he's sharp in there. I think he was safely home. It was a good run from Nick Brown. He's given himself the ability to take those ones just by pushing the field back because he's batted so well. That has gone straight into Graham Clark's left leg. I hope he's alright. Seems to be getting back up to his feet. Those can hurt in there. Struck firmly by Jordan Cox. Immediately checked that the fielder was okay. End of the over. 2-6, 3 for 3. Just 2 more overs now to that second new ball. It almost is a case of getting through them at this stage. Callum Parkinson takes the jumper off. One slip. Fielder at short leg then. Couple of overs till the second new ball. Nick Brown on strike, 68 unbeaten. And will remain so. Pushed out into the offside. Matt Potts will come round and do the fielding. Any of you fans of Chelmsford City will be delighted. National League South playoffs. 2 down, going into the 90th minute. Scored twice. As Cox takes a single to mid-off. George Alexander has just got the equaliser, 90+3. Jermaine Francis putting one back in the 90th minute. Fantastic. Might well not be the finish of the season just yet. Man in under the lid in front of square on the offside. Brown leaves it alone. Not much turn from Parkinson. Brown on his back pad there just in case. If you're just joining us, Sam Dalling alongside Rob Rush. We've been here for the first couple of days. Ash Thorpe will be in tomorrow. We've had Peter Siddle on, Marcus North, Ryan Campbell. Brown pushes that into the offside for a single. Vic had groundsman. All of those forecasts well worth a listen, and will be on the Durham YouTube channel if you just rewind the sessions. Still 19 overs remaining on day 2. After this one, Callum Parkinson has ball in hand. Graham Clark has the helmet on. He's trotting across to a catching cover. Jordan Cox on strike, pushes it back to the bowler. End of the over then, 79 done. Essex 266 for 3, trailing Durham by 93. 358 Durham made, just by way of a quick recap from yesterday. Essex resuming on 5 without loss. It was a brilliant morning session, very even. Sam Cook, the night watchman, made 25 before being bowled by Paul Coughlin. Dean Elgar was batting well. And Matt Potts made the breakthrough just before lunch. Ollie Robinson taking a very, very good catch. Speaking of very, very good, we saw a 100 that could be described as that by Feroz Kushi, who has just fallen. Graham Clark taking the catch off Callum Parkinson. So those are the 3 wickets to fall today. Nick Brown on strike remains unbeaten on 70 as Colin Ackerman with that round arm action is in. Fielding is done by mid-wicket, so it won't be a run. Just gone 5 o'clock here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Well, it's just gone 5 o'clock anywhere in this current time zone, actually. Not just here. Just a little bit short. Brown saw it. Rocked onto the back foot. Swatted it away towards the mid-wicket boundary. No man out there, so it's another 4 for Brown, who's just started to accelerate slightly against the spinners. Been really positive against Ackerman in particular, the last couple of overs. Been tidy enough, Ackerman, but Brown's just taken a few boundaries off him. Having been dropped, remember, on 49, he was dropped twice at first slip. And then at short leg, back to his usual resolute defence, though, Brown. How he'd love 100. He's very much a team man, Nick Brown. So he wouldn't say it out loud, but after struggling a little bit last year, he would love to reach 3 figures up here in his first game. Whipped to the leg side. Scott Borthwick with a rare misfield. He's so quick, though. Brown looked up. He knew it was Borthwick, so respected that. Didn't try and take one, which meant that the misfield didn't give Essex a chance to take a run. left alone. 80 overs gone. Should Durham elect to do so, they can take the second new ball. Rob Rush, I reckon they might just do that, you know.
Yeah, it's. I think it'd be something. It's a bit of a non-negotiable. Although there isn't immediate. Well, that's the confirmation we need. Ben Rain is taking his jumper off, and there is the wave from the umpire.
That'd be a way to cheese your opening bowler off. Ben, can you come back on? Yeah, but you just need to use this 80 over one for a little bit first.
He'll return to action from Lumley, and not been seen since early afternoon in that morning session. I don't think he got much, if any, bowling done in that afternoon session. Maybe a couple overs, but it's mainly Bryden Carson, Matt Potts and Callum Parkinson trusted in the afternoon. I think Rain probably started the session. Two slips back in. Ben Rain kicks off. Start a new ball, and Jordan Cox is immediately into the ground.
Into extra time now, Chelmsford City. You missed the drama, Rob.
I did.
National League South playoff semi-final. Chelmsford City 2 down, going into the 90th minute, scored twice to take the game.
The beautiful game.
To extra time. Braintree fans would have felt they'd done it. 3,000 there watching that one as well. One of the Braintree scorers was Freddie Sears. Do you remember him? West Ham. You were probably too young.
Just about.
Played a little bit for West Ham's first team. It was kind of a next big thing.
Have you got years? Have you got years for me?
Years of Sears. Then played for Colchester, I think, is what Google will confirm.
Watchful start to this new ball stint.
2008 to 2012. A couple hundred games for Ipswich. For England under 21 caps. Good signing that for Braintree. 08-09 he played almost half West Ham's Premier League games.
The main player I like to bring out from that sort of time in that West Ham era is Ricardo Vaz-Tay. So it's one of my main ones, but
well, Callum Parkinson will be a fan.
He will indeed.
Sorry, I feel bad. I've led us down the wrong path because we've got the second new ball, and I'm mentioning the National League South playoff semi-final on the life and times of Freddie Sears.
Two slips, backward point, cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, ordinary mid-wicket, and long leg. Alex Lees has kind of been stationed on the boundary all day, really. Lovely looking drive, but half stop from Matthew Potts. Will it be enough to stop it going for 4? It won't. Full effort from Potts, but not able to save the 4 runs, and those are the first. Well, that is the first boundary Jordan Cox has hit, and Potts now, after making that full floated effort to stop, has now got to pick himself up and go bowl from the other end, most likely.
Yeah, he's got the cap off. You can see from the whites that he's been sliding around in the field. Scott Borthwick ready to have a chat with his opening bowler. Needs a little bit of magic here. What Durham did so well yesterday, actually, is when they lost a wicket or two, they then had a partnership straight afterwards. If Essex can do that, that'll just frustrate Durham. They'll be starting to feel a little bit tired. It's not that they've been out, I mean, they've been out there 81 overs, which is a long time, but in the context of a professional cricketer and some games, well, the Edgbaston game, where they've been out there an awful long time, but they'll feel more leggy because of the lack of wickets, the frustration, the lack of chances as well. Nick Brown, 74, he's had a couple of lives. Pot starts around the wicket then, couple of slips wait. Big shout for Abu Dhabi, first ball.
It was very quick. He very quickly turned away.
It was more out of just a little bit of excitement. New ball's maybe doing a bit. Brown was trying to turn it into the leg side. He was angling in. He comes quite wide of that crease. Good start from Matt Potts though. Ben Rayner mid off. If they can just prize out a couple of wickets for the end of the day. It's very much Essex's day at the moment. That's more like it from Nick Brown.
Yeah, it's the same line that we've seen used from Durham's bowlers to left-handed Essex batters, trying to bring those three methods, the inside edge, the outside edge and the LBW, trying to bring them all into play, but it's been pretty easy going. For Essex.
Sunshine. I think I can say now, finally the sunshine is out. We've got as much blue sky as we've had at any point today. Second new ball, Dave Bedingham at short mid wicket. Matt Potts coming in around the wicket, turned into the leg side. Potts was asking the question. It might be leg byes, it's given as. It is going to be leg byes. They come back for a couple. Again, I think it was just angling in too much to be troubling the stumps. The umpire wasn't interested at all. He will never stop trying though, Matt Potts, will he? He's a wholehearted cricketer.
Yep, loves representing his home county. Does strike as a type of cricketer that probably, unless something remarkable was to happen, probably won't ever wear another county's colours.
Timed that one quite well, Nick Brown, but it was straight at Dave Bedingham and on the ground at short mid wicket. Northern Diamonds unfortunately were defeated this afternoon down at Southampton. I think the rain came with them. They played a 30 over game chasing 233. Didn't quite get there. Well, I'm being a bit kind there actually. They were 70 runs short. So a comprehensive win for the Southern Vipers, who are the kind of Surrey equivalent in women's cricket. They've been brilliant the last couple of years. Charlie Dean picking out 4 for. And the over then, a maiden from Matt Potts. He's bowled 17, 4 of those maidens, 1 for 44. Oh, just as I said it, the sun's gone away.
Sam.
That was a proper sigh.
Cox just watchful as ever.
What do you think they're saying up on that Essex balcony? What's a good score? What's a good position to be in?
Very good question. Very good question indeed, Sam. As good leave from Cox. I believe you're probably looking at, as you mentioned, probably at the start of this session, they want to be leading going into tomorrow. And from a Durham perspective, that won't be good news at all. Essex could end today with a lead of about 30 to 35. I mean, that's being slightly ambitious. You've got to knock off 82 more and then another 30 on top. But definitely want to be in and around that score with no more or only one wicket lost. And you want to try and avoid the cluster, which they have done so far. Yeah, again, it goes back to the conversation we're having. It's very clearly their day. One wicket lost, 269 or 271 runs added, and the minute sitting only 80 behind. First full shot from Jordan Cox, trying to flick that one through the onside, ends up at point.
And on the flip side, what do Durham need to basically get back to parity? I think it'd be difficult for them to get to a stage where they can call it their day, but what makes it an even day from...
You're looking at two more, at least two more from their point of view. But the bowling attack they have as well, it's always been well talked about. But you need to back up the talk, and this has been, as I mentioned earlier, this has been one of the few occasions under Ryan Campbell where things haven't quite gone all their own way, as was to be expected coming up to Division 1 after a 7-year hiatus. It wasn't going to be as plain sailing for them as it was last year, but there's a reason why some people were mentioning the possibility of a strong first season back. So they obviously want to show their intent. This one's down the leg side from Ben Rain and clipped nicely by Jordan Cox, but Alex Lees is on hand to cut it to 2. And it's just those two off the over 278 for 3. So yeah, Durham will probably want Essex to be 5 or more down by close of play. And Essex will just want as many runs as they're winning to go chase. They want to knock those runs off, and then they'll deal with tomorrow when they wake up. But make no mistake, it is definitely the visitors' day so far. Lovely bit of timing there from Nick Brown. Potts trying to get that ball to angle in, and there is Michael Jones in at short mid-wicket. I'm not sure who's not on the field for Durham. It is Jones on as sub-fielder, and able to clip through him, and so much so that Scott Borthwick wants that mid-wicket region reinforced. I believe it might be Cal Parkinson who's not on the field at the minute. Doing a bit of a mental head count.
like an old school teacher.
I'm only 21, mate. Steady on.
Trying to work out who's missing. Nick Brown unbeaten on 78. Hasn't he batted well?
It's been a very solid performance. Peter Siddle talked highly of him.
Class, he described it, didn't he? Class act is what he said. Ooh, I think that might have hit Brydencast on the knee. Tried to get his hands there. The old long barrier. You don't see the long barrier that often anymore. I like to see that from Brydencast, a little bit old school. But he might have a bruise in the morning. Don't think he's getting much sympathy from his bowling teammate Ben Rain there. He's got a grin on his face. Defensive from Brown. It just feels a little bit not quite going through the motions, but lacking in energy. It's a good test though for Durham, isn't it, sessions like this, because a lot of things would have gone their way last year. They played quite brilliantly, won the division at a canter.
Ooh. Potts' reaction says it all.
It's a beauty, that, isn't it? Absolute beauty. Matthew Potts at his best. But still not good enough to get Nick Brown out today, which is what's been the story all day, really. Bit of a recovery for Derbyshire. Down at Leeds, 128 for free. Applying to Yorkshire's 450. Wayne Madsen, you can always rely on Wayne Madsen to get runs. 47 for him.
Italian international now, Wayne Madsen.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Him and who else played over there? Grant Stewart. Jade Dernbach played for Italy, didn't he? Gareth Berg.
That's exactly what I was about to say. There's an ex-Hampshire player in there who played for Italy, and it was indeed Gareth Berg.
I can't wait for Peter Siddle to play for Holland. About 6 months. It'll happen, don't you worry. We might see at the T20 World Cup, Holland. I wonder if Peter Siddle can qualify in time.
Well,
to play the T20 World Cup.
Well, you know, Ryan Campbell and Baz Delayder are no doubt working their magic on him, and Brandon Glover as well.
Exactly. Brooke Guest unbeaten on 53 as well for Derbyshire. He's having a good couple of years, Brooke Guest. So he was playing. Where was he playing? PSL. That's the beauty of these franchise leagues. There's opportunities for players you wouldn't. There's the star names, but there's players you wouldn't necessarily associate with franchise leagues get a gig. I think Ollie Robinson going to go up to the stumps, do you reckon? Try and pin Jordan Cox back into his crease. Get that ball to wobble around, please, Ben Rain. Off for Rain again at Edgbaston, Barnard and Dan Mousley. Still batting bad light at Bristol, not having much luck there today. Gloucestershire 271 for 6. Miles Hammond 85 and Graham Van Buren 75, the skipper.
Benwell Hill making tough work of their chase 159 against Castleweed, and they are 73 for 7. Burnup Field 128 for 9 from their 45 overs. South Northumberland 106 for 5. Chesley Street have lost against Felling. It was going to be tough chase 229, and they've succumbed to 103 all out. So no magic from Ashthorpe today. It's a bad ball. It's a bad ball. I think it's missed everything.
Poor Ollie Robinson. Look at where he's ended up. Not even on the same strip, and it goes against him.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Yeah, it's one of those ones where the stats don't tell the full story. There was pretty much nothing he could have done about that. Sunderland have indeed got the better of Newcastle in that weird time derby.
Well, I suppose they didn't win the one earlier in the season.
Oh, and then a dropped catch from Colin Ackerman. Ben Rain drops to his knees as he has toiled away all day with no reward. Arguably should have had Dean Elgar earlier in the day, and it's the third drop catch for Durham in this session.
It was a sharp chance. One-handed, he had to go away to his right. It was a decent enough height. It was really travelling, though. Ollie Robinson up to the stumps means Ackerman just has that fraction of a second less to see the ball.
And just quickly to round off the Premier Division, Bournemouth CC racking up 435 of reduced Tyndale to 132 for 9 with only 12 overs left. So
good on Tyndale. They gave it a go. It's one of those chases. You're on hiding to nothing, really. You either want to be 120 all out or making it. No one wants to be there for 250 for 5 at the end of 45 overs. Any thoughts on man of the match in that one?
I'll have to go. I'm gonna have to go and have a quick rejigger the scorecard there. Ryan Pringle's picked up a fair few of the wickets.
Yeah, but
there is a I've
done you there, haven't I?
I think if you score 247 in a overall score of 435, it's over half the runs.
In how many balls?
247 off 124. If you're going to be ultra critical, you didn't get to 250. If you're going to be ultra critical, we didn't get the 250.
Well, he'll get fined for that.
Yeah, I think Stuart Pointers are going to walk away with that one. Can Matt Potts walk away with another wicket? Not yet. I don't think he'd be walking away with a wicket. Judging on what we've seen out of him today, he's done a celeb appeal. He's very much learnt off Stuart Broad, that school of celeb appeal. That I think this is the thing. This isn't a question now. Who's going to take on that celeb appeal teaching now that Stuart Broad's not there?
I reckon he's gone. I've given you enough material to work from. I've written the textbook. Now I've walked away. They can all
teach yourself, lads.
Exactly.
Don't get distracted along the way. I don't want to see any video games or anything. As Potts steams in and turned away leg side. I think it was 55 wickets for 54 or 55 for Matt Potts last year, and a remarkable year for him. That he's been very open in admitting that he was disappointed to not get more cracks in an England shirt and or more opportunities, and has said that it was a little bit of a adjusting period for him. Interview coming out next week on Durham's YouTube channel. Sit down, 10-minute interview with him about last season and start of this season, looking forward to a test summer, and hopefully he can put on the 3 Lions once more. He's been backed by another Durham legend, Steve Harmison, to play at least 5 out of the 6 tests England have. I think that would be pushing it, but he does keep himself in fairly good nick. Did come into the side as a 17, 18-year-old and had struggled injuries his first couple of years, but has put those behind him.
Cox in behind that one nicely. 7 from 33, so quite a watchful start by his standards. Striking him at just 20. Look at Nick Brown, who's pushed that strike rate on to 42.7. Deep square leg is Dave Bellingham. He's just been moved a couple of yards further behind square, and Bryden Cass, who was at mid-wicket square leg, has gone to a more orthodox deep square leg, but 10-15 yards in from the boundary. It's a big boundary.
inside edge that doesn't disturb the timber.
It's just not been Durham's day, has it? The chances they put down in the last hour. Brown on 49. Cox has been put down, he's on 8. He's such a dangerous player, you can't afford to.
Well, Brown put down on 49 and 53. And so when chances are hard to come by, you can't then, when you do get them, you have to make them pay.
Well, Nick Brown, since Rose Cushy's got out, has been scoring very freely. He's taken on the pick up the pace mantle.
End of another over, just the 2 singles from it as Paul Coughlin trots back on after some time off.
What do you reckon? Another one from Potts before we see Cars?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
You've got another 12 overs left in the day. You are going to be going to Cars and Coughlin as the change bowlers.
How long has Coughlin been off for?
This is now the question. I think he's been off for at least 3. So you're going to have to continue at one end. Is it Ben Rain? Good take behind the stumps. I'd say, yeah, definitely at least one more each from Rain and Potts. And you want to try and maybe get 2 from one of them. It's just who do you think's likely to take a wicket?
If Coughlin's been off 3, he's got to wait 3, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you're looking at Coughlin and Cast last 8 overs of the day, maybe. 11.5 left as it stands. Hampshire batting again down at the Oval where it is raining. Yeah, some relief because they are 31 for 2, trailing by 177. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. That's a pretty decent opening attack too, with Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. Strong foursome there for Surrey. Haven't had to use Cam Steele, leading wicket taker in the competition yet. Flicked away for a single. Popular man up here as well, Cam Steele, came to uni and won himself a contract. Amazing to see what he's done with his bowling. Credit to Paul Collingwood actually for giving him the opportunity when he was up here and skipper. Like the look of his bowling. He'd had 3 years of barely doing any of it. The yips. Doesn't get any worse for a bowler. His leg spinners are coming out alright again now. Robinson goes back to Brown. I'm happy enough that he's not going to try and dance down the wicket to Ben Rain's got 79 runs so far. 2 mid-wickets just off screen setting the field. So there's 2 catching mid-wickets and an orthodox mid-wicket. And Callum Parkinson at deep backward square leg. Ooh, that one just nipped back. Brown wasn't sure whether to go back or forward, had to jab his back down. Into the final hour of the day, well into it. You can just see that slight lack of energy from Durham, understandable. Buoyancy's gone. 289 for free. Nick Brown has almost sapped the life out of them a little bit. 187 balls, 79 runs. So let's bring the energy back in here, Rob. And we'll try and, they've been listening to you all day with their bowling changes. So if we up our tempo, if we get a little bit of background music on, Get a disco going.
Yeah, I think music is a sore subject with the live stream after yesterday. Might want to steer clear of that one.
Oh, who's to say I haven't created plenty of my own in the past that we could use?
I have some copyright-free music on my laptop that I've got the rights to, so maybe might have to try feed that into Mix. I'm not sure our stream team would be too best pleased.
The only thing for Essex here, right, 289 for free,
deficit of 69,
87 gone, is you only get bonus points for 110. What if you get the stuff within 110 overs? So they've got 23 overs. They'll get the 11 runs, I'd imagine. They'll probably get to 350, but they could, unless they accelerate, they could leave a couple of batting bonus points out there, which, given how well they batted, would feel a little bit odd.
Yeah, but I think then on the flip side, they'd feel quite happy that they've only given Durham the one bowling bonus point so far with their sturdy. Well, can you describe a bowling lineup as sturdy? Can I go away with that one?
I don't know. I think if you hadn't flagged it, I wouldn't have pulled you up on it. But as you've had, a batting lineup can be sturdy. Fearsome.
Yeah, that's probably a better word. But yeah, I think they'll look at the positives that Durham have only got one bowling bonus point so far. They'll try and keep it that way as this one squirts away off the bat. Looks like it's going to be pulled up by Colin Ackerman. I think they've come back for 3 there.
Yeah, but if they don't get the bonus points, say Durham take a couple more wickets, right, and we lose the game to rain, some of the game to rain, or we don't get a result from here, then it might look slightly odd that Durham could take more points out of this game than Essex do if it's a draw. If they both get 8 for the draw. If Durham pick up a couple more bowling bonus points, then it would look slightly odd, because at this stage,
driven very nicely, but also met with a nice stop by Rain.
You'd say that Essex are very much on top of the game.
Indeed, they've only lost the 1 wicket. Well, they've lost 1 wicket since lunch in Feroz Kushi. Potts, balls on the dot. Now, some of you who are on social media and on Instagram in particular, follow Ben Stokes, would have known over the last couple of days that he's been desperately trying to get out to America with his family. His family have got out to America fine, but he got turned away at the airport for, I think, a lack of visa. And he's then been spending a fair bit of time getting to know Manchester as a city and as a place. And the update that we have for you is that Brown is driving for a single.
That's the update, is it?
That is the update indeed. But the update regarding Ben Stokes is that he has decided he needs to get home, and he has subsequently left Manchester. He's back at home watching his good friend Josh Butler back in the IPL. Well, he was until Josh Butler has been bowled.
He's not
34.
Not watching the live stream.
I think maybe a few of the lads might get onto him for that one.
It's got to be a fine, isn't it?
Well, there's a story about the fine system last year. I'm not sure how true it is. I'll let you know after Potts completes the 88th over of the innings and gets a forward defence. So apparently last year, obviously the fine system was brought in, and Ben Stokes and Mark Wood didn't play a game for Durham last year, and they rocked up for a net just before the Ashes, and Ryan Campbell was very clear in that, lads, look, you've not played a game, but you are members of the squad. It's a team effort, you need to pay the fines. Mark Wood, not got an issue, absolutely fine. I'll go and fair dues, fair cop. I'll go and pay the fine. Ben Stokes apparently just went and got some cash and just went, have that. That is my fines. So yeah, that is maybe I'm not sure. How do you bring it up though? How do you bring it up to the England Test captain that you've got a fine to pay? You know, who has that responsibility in the squad? Is this one's? I'd imagine it'd be Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, I don't think they'd mind. I think they'd be all right.
I imagine Scott Borthwick. I mean, I did have a bit of a laugh with Scott on the live stream that would Ben Stokes accept being under Scott's captaincy when he comes back into the side, and Scott was very quick to point out that he's done it before. He have to do it again. Again, it speaks to where do you get this situation elsewhere in the world that you got your country's Test captain and comes to play county cricket, he's got to fall in line. This one's turned away for a single.
I can't see it being a problem. People forget in some ways that Ben Stokes is like Durham through and through. He came through the academy, burst through as a 17, 18-year-old playing T20 cricket and has played his entire career here other than international cricket. So
I don't think it'd be an issue as well, but it's just for some of those slightly younger fans who've maybe grown up or maybe got into the game because of Ben Stokes. Well, which miraculous innings do you want to pick out? Which one do you want to pick? But you know, some of those who've only maybe got into cricket because of Ben Stokes and maybe just made that jump of, well, he's England's captain. Why surely he's Durham's captain, and it might be a bit weird for them seeing him play for Durham, but not calling the shots. He'll obviously have a big input, and any experience and takes that he can bring to the team is a massive bonus. And Borthwick won't be shy to use him as a sounding board, but he will have to. He'll be reminded of his place, I'm pretty sure.
It'd be wonderful to have him playing any games they can get out of Ben Stokes and Mark Wood. They both love this cricket club. So he'll get fined for not watching the live stream.
Well,
fine for not sorting his visa out.
Well, I'm not sure. Not watching the live stream is a fine. I mean, we might want to make it a fine offence, which, you know, some words in the right ears could be some persuasion, but I'm not sure it will be a fine. But go on, yeah, the visa. It's probably just the butt of the jokes in the group chat.
Walking too far.
Ooh, yeah, Sam Clark, S&C.
That's a long walk he went on yesterday, wasn't it?
I think the longest one he did was on the second day. He did a 5-hour total and ended up doing 22 kilometres or something like that. Turned away for a single to end the 89th over. Just 9 more left in this. But I don't know about you, Sam, but this evening session seems to be going by at quite a fair lick. We had 36 overs left when we came. 32 when we came back, and we're already down to single figures.
Well, we had those 10 of Ackerman and Parkey.
Well, yeah, Ackerman bowled unchanged from Finkeland, and Callum Parkinson ended up bowling 3 of those 6 before that second new ball.
Still got 9 to go, so we won't get a 6 o'clock finish. Jordan Cox unbeaten on 13. Nick Brown's got 81. Cox on strike. Potts is going to have another one.
Did see Bryden Cast going through some light warm-up, so maybe not far away from him being chucked the ball. If you do want to get in touch, it's at Sam J Dorling and at Rob Rush 02. Had to double check myself there.
You'll get my name right at some point. You did get it right once yesterday.
It is Dorling, isn't it?
Dalling. Well, I don't mind. I know what you mean. I answer to it all. Ollie Robinson head on hands again. They just need a quick flurry, Durham. 2 or 3 before the end of play. to drag themselves back into this game. It's not looked likely though, really, at any point.
No, that movement first up that you always get, I mean, ball was only 2 overs old when we started at 11. And that movement is sort of what we've got used to watching the Dukes. And then as the lacquer wears off and the pitch is certainly, you know, we thought it was a very good pitch to start with. It's definitely got better for batters today. It does go back to your point though, if Essex are only going to come away with this, they're probably going to get their second batting bonus point. You would bank on them getting to 350, but that might be all they come away with in terms of bonus points with the bat. For as well as they've batted and as good as the pitch has been, it does come back to your point of have they really made a move? I don't know why Matt Potts was
celebrating something. Was it being behind the line? He definitely had a big double fist pump, didn't he? It's good to see him still have a smile on his face. It hasn't been for a lack of effort, and they haven't bowled particularly badly either, Durham.
I think he's cracking some jokes with Ben Rain at mid-on.
Got to keep smiling. Days like these are tough. You got to keep smiling. Off for bad light at Kidderminster. That's the one downside of outgrounds, isn't it? No floodlights to turn on. 107 for 1, Worcestershire. It feels like they won't get back on there if you're going off for bad light at 10 to 6. Also off at Bristol. Also off for bad light at Northampton. Must be gloomy somewhere.
We've been very lucky up here in the northeast. We've been very lucky for the last 2 days.
Not missed any cricket, have we?
No, we had the occurrence yesterday of finishing on time and having got all the allotted overs in.
I couldn't believe it when it was 6:05, and I'm thinking, well, I can go home now. This feels a bit weird. It's never before 7. But we might be the only game that hasn't lost anything so far. Sadly, that looks like it'll change. But they went off for they finished early, didn't they, at Headingley yesterday due to the rain.
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?
I know what that means.
we got to have something for what's been from a Durham perspective, been fairly sedate. Day as the clock ticks down towards 6 o'clock, and Ben Rain, after, got to be say, you look at the figures, and the wickets column will read probably 0 next to it at the end of the day, but it's definitely not through lack of effort. He's just not quite got the decisions from the umpire. There has been a few decisions early on in the day against Dean Elgar that certainly a few up in the press box were thinking should have been given. But
yes.
Nevertheless, we've moved on, and he's probably done for the day, you'd imagine. And Bryden Cars coming back into the attack.
Needs to happen here, doesn't it? Big quick bowler, front on action, relatively new ball in hand, charging in the evening sunshine. Clock's 14 from 52 so far. Wonder if the plan is just to see today out, and then if no rain, have a dash in the morning. Can't get too hung up on bonus points. You've got to keep them in mind. It's a difficult balance. You've got to try and put yourself into a position to win the game first and foremost. Someone is limping across to swap with Colin Ackerman at first slip. Got a bit of a limp on Borthwick. Ackerman's gone back to cover, so just one slip in catching. That one didn't get up. was, I think, a tad back of a length. It went through to Robinson. You can see his finishing position there. Having a look back at the pitch, Cock's going to find the offending spot. I never know, what effect does that really have? A little bit of gardening. It's almost like a habit, isn't it? It's one of those things that batters have just seen the previous generation of batters do.
I feel like it just goes into that rite of passage. It's just you always got to go look at the pitch, no matter what number you are in the order.
Driven straight, and now take a single.
Brown. A bit of yes, no, maybe. Ian, no harm done.
It was definitely a yes. Well, it should have been a yes, is what I mean. There was one there.
Dave Benningham's gone back to his normal cap for this evening session.
He had a floppy on earlier, didn't he?
He did indeed join Graham Clark in the floppy hat brigade, but Graham Clark has been flying that flag solo for the first and third sessions.
Bad news for Chelmsford City fans, they've lost in extra time.
Gutting after coming back from 2-0 down in the 90th minute.
Had the momentum there.
Football, eh?
Around the wicket, back of a length, Brown on top of it, just pushes it out into the offside for no run. .297 for 3 then, 3 runs short of a second batting bonus point. Nice shot from Nick Brown there. Over pitch from Cass. Curses himself there, really. Put away very straight. There's a mid on and a mid off, but it's gone right between the two of them. And Brown, who slowed down in the last 4 or 5 overs, moves on to 85. Essex past 300. Exactly 91 overs. And I think we're going to have a change of bowling. Yes, I doubted myself, but I was right. Paul Coughlin.
Well, he broke the opening partnership, getting Sam Cook to chop on in the morning session, and no doubt Scott Borthwick needs him to do something similar here.
We called it, didn't we? 8 overs. That's when Cass came back. 7 left, so probably got, what, half an hour, 40 minutes. No problem with the light.
Immediately on the money. Ooh. Jordan Cox reacting to one there. Maybe didn't bounce as much as he would have thought. Deficit sitting at 57. Nick Brown having a nice chat with a standing umpire. Down the leg side, but well stopped by Robinson.
Yeah, missed out on one there, Jordan Cox. Just needs a little bit of a tickle on that. It's 4 runs. It shows, with him 15 off 60 balls, it shows it's not easy out there. Because he is someone who can come in and take a game away from a side very, very quickly. He's had to be watchful. He's respected what is a fine Durham attack.
That one's fuller, and Cox does well to protect his wicket. Maiden over, back into the attack from Coughlin. First one of the innings for him.
What this couple of days has been is just brilliant, high level, intense cricket. It's as close probably to test level as you get in the domestic game. These two teams, the number of internationals or players who have played the Lions. Off the back foot, Brown just riding the bounce there. They'll pick up at least a couple. Matt Potts will chase it down and only take 2, or players that will one day represent their countries, and scoring hasn't been easy, and it shouldn't be, and neither is taking wickets. Essex 303 for 3. It would look a little bit different if that chance of Nick Brown had been taken, and if Jordan Cox had been taken. He hadn't scored, or he only scored a couple when he was dropped by Ackerman at slip. And then you'd say the sides were pretty even.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what players say at close of play.
Who are you going to talk to? Do you reckon, or is it a coach's day? Bowling coach?
I feel there is probably, you're looking at 3 people really. You're either looking at Ryan Campbell, or you're looking towards Scott Borthwick or Alex Lees as the captain and vice captain. Have to see, I think for Essex their decision's been made for them.
Driven back at Cars, who shapes to throw it back at Nick Brown. Everyone's got a smile. Well, you're all talking about Froze Kushi, presumably. Nick Brown could catch him up. Difficult, isn't it? Because Kushi only his second 100. Those two competing for a spot in the side at the start of the season. Kushi winning that battle. Brown getting his chance here because of Wesley's absence. Going to be difficult to leave either out. Because Tom Wesley's coming straight back in when he's available.
Yep, well, we don't have to worry about that conundrum.
I do worry about it. I lose a lot of sleep. A lot of sleep, Rob.
Over Essex's batting lineup.
Yeah. Oh, it's the #1 sleep loss subject for me. #1 is Essex's batting lineup. #2 is the top 3 ground in Australia.
Go on then. What's your top 3?
I didn't chime in because I've never been to Australia.
Neither have I. I still gave my top 3 grounds. This one pushed, and Clark is slow on the uptake, and it might cost. Come to 3, and Brown will move himself into the 90s. No, I haven't been to Australia yet, Sam. I've still got some. I've got my top 3 grounds in.
You brought it up. I just sat back and let you sink.
Yeah, Peter Siddle very much turned me into an S.
Yeah, oh, he was on board for that. I like that.
for a single. Yeah, maybe Graham Onions as well, maybe comes into that conversation for talking to at the end of play, maybe try and get a bit of an insight into what exactly the plans were and what they will be going forward for Durham. But yeah, definitely feels like a day for one of the management.
Unless something magical happens.
If Paul Coughlin, just casually takes a hat trick or something, then I think that decision's then made as well. But based on what we've seen from the overwhelming majority of the day's play, I don't think that is likely to happen. Never say never.
Never say never. I have a weird jukebox in my head, so I hear lines and I just go to songs straight away. So Steps came up as soon as you said never say never. I'm singing no matter whatever, you never say never.
I'll be at work. I'll be at my desk tonight. I'll be thinking of
Steps.
No, I'll be thinking of other things I can get. I'll be thinking of other lines I can say to get your jukebox working over tomorrow.
So weirdly, whenever I hear the name Dave Bedingham, I think of Daniel Bedingfield. I don't know why. So the song I associate with Dave Bedingham is "Gotta Get Through This," and I don't know what. It's just a weird. That's just how the jukebox in my head works.
Very different music taste, I can tell you that one between you and I.
I'm not saying that's my song of choice. I'm just saying that is. It's weird. Honestly, every time I hear Dave Bedingham's name,
you're sounding a bit defensive here, Sam.
I'd tell you what, I'd go and watch Daniel Bedingfield. I like it. I've got an eclectic music taste. I went to see Brian Adams when I was at Durham Uni. He was over at Newcastle. That was good.
Colin Ackerman going through some warm-ups, maybe.
Surely not.
Maybe a look at spin, and that one keeps low. That variable bounce, but the way it's been going for these two sides today, of course, Nick Brown is able to get his bat down in time. Does look like we will get a look at Ackerman. Robinson has now signalled to the dressing room.
Slightly harder ball.
Yeah, just seeing if there is anything there whatsoever, and also saves one of the fast bowlers having to bowl another one tonight. Dan Hogg taking on it 12th man duties. I see Peter Siddle, maybe he thought jumping on commentary for an hour was a way to avoid running between the dressing room and the edge of the playing surface.
I'm not sure young Mr. Hogg nor Michael Jones can look at Peter Siddle and ask him to do 12ers.
To play and a miss, again, is how the day's gone. The play and a miss is one of the very rare occasions where shots been attempted but not made contact. Well, I don't think Dan Hogg can at 18 years old. I don't think Hogg's in position. If it was going to be anyone to step up, it would be Michael Jones. But
I would love that though. Fair play if Dan Hogg went. Sid, stick 'em on, mate. But Sid, they asked for a helmet, mate.
This one driven, but a very good diving stop. Keeps it to a dot ball, and it would just be the single as we tick down. 4 overs left of play. Do you reckon we're going to see 2 of spin from both ends? Well, we are definitely seeing Colin Ackerman from the Lumley end. Do you reckon we'll get Callum Parkinson from the Finkel end to wrap up the day?
It's a possibility. What do you think the thinking is then? Try and tempt them into...
Just see if it's just something different, isn't it? You've had 14 overs of this new ball. It's not done an awful lot, or there hasn't been a lot for the rewards. And ultimately, the seamers have done the lion's share of the work today. You just got to hope that they're able to keep it tight, because if Essex are able to squeeze 20 runs in these 4 overs, 20 or plus or something like that, then you'd have to say even more so that they are the stronger side. It looks like they are going to end the day trailing, but still having 7 wickets in the shed is a very good position to be in after being asked to bowl first.
Coughlin in at first slip then. Ackerman doing the bowling. Change of ends. He was up at the Finkel end earlier. Scott Borthwick still out there directing his side. It felt like a long day out there. Another day for the hand warmers. No more risks are required. The last thing Essex want to do now is to have to send a new batter out. Their night watchman's already been and gone used.
Well, you'd imagine Shane Snater's probably
got them on. Single to mid wicket for the left hand. Callum Parkinson. Brown moves on to 91. He had a mini acceleration. There's the 50 partnership. 118 balls. Almost 20 overs these two have been out there together. Brown's got 26. Cox has 18. Still has 18.
Yeah, they've been able to put that wicket of Feroz Kushi behind them and just build another partnership that ultimately has frustrated Durham again.
Cut, but straight at Brian Cass, backward point. Watchfully in behind that. He's been very watchful. Jordan Cox. 3 overs left in the day. Essex 310 for free. That deficit is 48. So they're not going to be level nor ahead, I wouldn't have thought, by the end of the day. Not sure we're going to see spin at both ends. Paul Coughlin has the jumper off. I think it'd be difficult to justify using 2 spinners to 15 overs of the second new ball, but you've got to try things. Not a lot is working.
No, not a lot has worked. On the day's play, it's 305 for 3.
Brilliant day for Essex though, for their supporters watching on from Chelmsford and around the country. A few Essex members up here as well. They'd always travel in decent numbers. They'll be delighted. Short ball, didn't get up to trouble Nick Brown, just turns it off his hips for a single, moves to 92. Will he get to 100 before the close of play? That's our drama, I think, for the next 3 overs. Nick Brown ticking them off one by one. 92 obstinate runs so far.
Yeah, striking at just under 44.
In some ways it might be quite smart from Essex this. I wonder if we're always fans and journalists are always trying to work out, so what's the plan? What are they planning here? What have they got in their minds? And perhaps they're thinking, well, they're likely to lose a decent chunk of tomorrow to rain. They don't know how much, but they put themselves in a position here that, say for example, they're ahead in the game, and if they lose half a day or if they lose a day, at that point when they come back out, whenever they start tomorrow, and we're assuming rain, then they will know exactly what they need to do. So if the forecast clears completely and there is no rain, fine, they start at 11 o'clock and they go, okay, we've still got a 2-day game ahead of us. If it rains and they, worst case, don't play at all or only have the last hour, they know, right, well, we need to get ahead and we need to score quickly, and they've got the wickets in hand to do that. They've got Cox, they've got Critchley still to come, Snater, Harmer, Harry Duke. So in some ways they might be playing it quite cleverly.
It does feel like consolidation.
But it's consolidation and building. It's foundations, isn't it? So to see what time is left in this game and then to be able to take it in either direction. They've got the wickets in hand and the batting. And the bowlers will be tired even though they have a night's rest. They've kind of ground them down. But I don't know. Maybe Durham just bowled pretty well.
Yeah, that run rate hasn't crept up much above 3.8 or 3.9 for the majority of the day. Big thank you to all of you who have stuck with us on YouTube throughout the majority of the day. I think mainly concurrent streaming of about 1.6, 1.7 viewers for most of the day. We appreciate you.
1.6, 1.7 viewers.
I said 1.6, 1.7k.
K. Ah.
Because I'd be interested how you get to 1.6.
That's why I wondered. I did wonder. So hang on. What's different up here? And thanks to YouTube for allowing us to stream all day.
Yeah, we've not had the issues that we encountered yesterday. Frustrating all round, not just for you guys on the viewing end, but very frustrating for all of us involved here who are having to deal with it. A big thanks to our stream team, as always, for keeping us going live on air. It's all about the you guys end up seeing the final product, but a lot of work does go in behind the scenes.
It's fantastic. Can't believe that for 2 days Durham have employed someone solely to stand behind me and massage my shoulders. What a cricket club it is. And just whenever we go on to commentator cam, they just disappear out of shot.
There's one more, at least, to add to Nick Brown's total. We'll think about two. And he decides he fancies retaining the strike against Colin Ackerman as he's to halfway through the 97th over.
I should point out that I am only joking, of course. That person is not employed, they're freelance. Don't need them in the winter, do you?
How did you swing that one then? Are you paying them?
What a cash Stokesy chucked into the bind pot. It's being used to good effect.
Well, he got used to good effect at the end of last year. The squad headed out on a day out in York.
Lovely city, York.
After wrapping up the title and having plenty of celebrations at the ground here in last September.
It's a good place to go, York, for a celebration. Betty's Tea Room, infamous. The Train Museum.
Ackerman with his last ball of the day. He's got through 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. Part-timer, and Paul Coughlin has the honours of closing out what has been a very, very good day for the visitors up here in the northeast.
It has been an excellent day for Oz Coochie. Very good day for Nick Brown
as well. He may have a slightly restless night's sleep though, although maybe he's not flustered at all.
I don't think he's that type. We've seen how he's
Nah.
gone about his business there. I don't think he's the type of player who's concerned about being on 94, not out overnight.
He'll just be delighted to be back in the team and contribute.
Like I said, the bigger picture at play for him, and you know he'll come back. He'll get some of the plaudits, and the message will just be get those 6 tomorrow and make sure you've got your worth. And crowd is dipped in size over the day, but understandably with both Newcastle and Sunderland in action.
And Chester Street United behind us.
And Chester Street playing away, and Chester Street Cricket Club playing as well. But it has been a very good overall turnout the first 2 days of this game.
Yeah, and a lot of actually members moved across to the stand we can't quite see when the sun moved. I think that stand was closed yesterday but back open today.
Coughlin to Cox and tests him with a short ball that he's able to deflect down to long leg.
He did what I thought he did there. It's a very good shot.
I think what do you think? Do you think he kind of went down on one knee but opened but then lifted the bat?
Yes, but I was very smartly keeping my powder dry by being a bit vague. That is roughly what I thought he was doing. Is that what you think he did?
That's what I believe he did.
Just ducked inside it and went last minute.
As Vic and his grounds team ready at the far end to bring the covers on, and hopefully they're just for the evening and overnight and will be whipped off early tomorrow morning. Bouncer.
Sharp bouncer as well.
But understandably, Nick Brown does not need to be attempting any sort of shot. Not those ones. Ollie Robinson trying to get the crowd going. He's trying to get Coughlin going. Is he just fancy his audition as a cheerleader for when cricket's done? Final 2 balls of the day, 20 past 6. Again, another great day of cricket where we've got all the overs in. No issue whatsoever. Lovely to be a part of. What do you reckon for this final shot then, Sam?
A pulled 6 to bring up his century would be magnificent.
Well, do you know what? I was personally going for the Joe Root scoop. I was personally going for that, but
that's not very Nick Brown, that.
it isn't. It is indeed. And here we go. Final ball of the day, which has undoubtedly belonged to the visitors. And it's a smart duck underneath. And yeah, Sam, just to wrap up proceedings here, I think both in agreement, Essex have had the spoils of the day.
Yeah, 309 runs for the loss of just 3 wickets. They'll start again. Well, whenever they start again, might be tomorrow. Let's hope it's tomorrow. Nick Brown, 94 unbeaten. Sometimes this job is always a pleasure, but watching innings like that, Feroz Kushi masterclass, it is a real privilege. He batted absolutely beautifully. Durham didn't bowl badly. He just batted so well. He is one for the future, but one for now, it seems. Essex have got an absolute gem. Well, they developed a gem, and they're in a strong position, really, Hero.
They are indeed. As you say, on the day, that's 309 for 3. Essex restarting on 5 without loss. Sam Cook and Dean Elgar getting through that first hour, and, you know, we were thinking of Sam Cook potentially doing another really solid night watchman innings, which he ended up doing. Didn't quite get the overall rewards. Paul Coughlin breaking that partnership, getting Sam Cook to chop on. Dean Elgar got embroiled in some very good bowling between Matt Potts and Ben Rain, fair few LBW appeals and stuff, before he eventually fell in just before lunch. Matt Potts getting his wicket, and then Feroz Kushi and Nick Brown took control of the day. 150 odd partnership between the pair. Feroz Kushi going to his century before he departed to Callum Parkinson. I think the stand worth 166 in the end for them. And then Jordan Cox came to the middle, and a fairly sedate end to the day consolidation, the key word. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Sam, for joining me. Thank you, Peter Siddle, for coming round and giving up an hour of his time. And we'll be back with you at some point tomorrow. Have a very good Saturday evening.